And if they add up to more than 180, then you got, reason to believe that it's convex.
What you could do is freeze. I mean, you'd have to freeze a nice length of water, but yeah, if you go ahead.
I think we got a delay, but I was going to say, if you just draw a line physically on the ice and just measure the angle, that's it.
What I've been saying is we need a straight line. Now listen, here, that's what I've been talking about, making a mold. Because if you make a mold of something, you should be able to flip it on its side. And if there's supposed to be, I don't know, 1/10 of a millimeter, I mean, if we make a straight line, if you're only worried about left to right, that's easy. So if you're looking for a 1/10 of a millimeter or something, like, we should be able to measure that. I'm telling you, making a mold of the water, whether it's by ice or some other method, and then flipping it on its side, I still think could be a good idea. I don't know. Especially if it's ice and now you're in water. You just flip the ice on its side. I don't know. Well,
it is an interesting idea. Yeah, I think that's good to consider. See, these are the kinds of discussions that we can be having of actually getting to solutions more too. Whereas when they keep us looping in illogical arguments, then it keeps us away from this as well. Because this is what excites me like some of the most is actually some of these actual ideas.
That's the only reason I'm even here still. Is in hopes that someday we can make this tangible measurement or have some kind of definitive proof that of one or the other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. For sure. It's very fascinating. And the implications of it are so massive, which is what's cool. I think in a positive way, there's a lot of positivity that will come from this. Because I think the truth always sets us free. And the people that are controlling the earth right now, they're doing it through a false cosmology. They're literally controlling the earth by convincing everyone that it's something that it isn't, and then controlling us through that. And so the truth inevitably will set us free from that and whatever's all attached to that. Of course, evil people could still rule on a planar Earth, but I would think at that point, once humans realize how big this lie was, these guys are never going to get away with it. It'd
be over. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I personally think they would still get away with it because I think, like I said, these people are probably ready. These people are ready for anything, right? They got plans. They've been thinking about this shit for generations and generations. So, like, you don't think it ever crossed their mind, like, hey, what if one day they figure it out? They probably have a backup plan. Stop shipping food into the cities. They'll kill themselves. We'll kill ourselves from hunger or killing each other trying to get food. The population will dwindle down. They can rewrite history however they need and pop back up with other guns, gold, and ammo that they have stored and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got massive bunkers filled with shit. Some of these people. A lot of them are in Colorado. You should see the Waltons. Who's the guy that owns Walmart?
Yeah, Bill Walton.
The Waltons. Yeah. He's got one of the biggest or most expensive or something underground bunkers ever. Like, these people know what's up in case it goes down like that. They're gonna come through on the other side. Whereas normal people like me and you that are running around scrimping and scraping, trying to get food and feed families and not die and shit from other people, they'll be nice and safe in their bunkers and pop out of the woodwork one day and be like, hey, we're here to take control again. You know what I'm saying? Because if this comes out, obviously they're going to lose power. People are going to be furious. They're going to want answers. What are they going to do? What can they say? Oh, we've been lying. You got us. You think they're ever going to be like, oh, you got us. You figured it out? No, they're going to fucking collapse society and hunker down and come out on the other side clean as a whistle.
Yeah, Donald Trump said that, right? The whole world could go into a financial crisis or something like that, and he wouldn't lose a dollar.
That's what I'm saying. And he ain't even rich like the people I'm talking about. The people I'm talking about are like the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, right? These people got trillions. You don't even know how much money they got because they probably got gold bullion buried in a basement on some Fort Knox shit.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Like it's not even tied to any sort of economic system.
Because I mean, people like that are trying to stay off the radar. The Rothschilds and Rockefellers, they're trying to stay off the radar. So they do shit mad sneaky, like just have bricks of gold and companies and shell corporations names and lawyers names. Like it's all paperwork mess that you'll never figure out, and off the books type shit. I'm guessing a lot of it's off the books at this point. They've made so much money that, like, what do you do when you have, let's say you had $8 trillion? Like, what do you even do at that point? You got to just start buying gold and silver, guns and ammo, underground bunkers and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Well, I think ultimately what's happening in this world is actually like it's a balance within the spirit world that's actually happening. And like I was saying before, the demonic entities are playing their role here right now. And I think they've genetically modified humans so that our psyches will be able to be affected by these demons more so as well. And all the GMO foods and all the toxins in the environment, it's all a part of it. And of course the jabs, like even that we get as children, all that shit plays a role in it. But I actually
they've made us weak physically and mentally, so that these demonic spirits can more easily, sway us or control us or whatever you're saying.
Yep, pretty much, yeah, exactly.
Actually makes sense. You know, if you want to control someone, it's easier to control someone that's weak-minded and weak physically. You know, however you're trying to control them. If someone's weak, it's obviously way easier to control them.
Exactly. Yeah, physically, mentally.
That's why they've been pushing. That's why they push so hard for this gun control thing, right? You don't, if you're trying to control a population, you don't want to. It's gonna be way easier if they're not armed. You can do anything you want if they're not armed. You know, and if they're not masculine, if they're all wearing dresses and high heels now and lipstick and feminine. You know, sorry, I'm not trying to be like a misogynist or anything, but I mean, women are the weaker sex. You know what I'm saying? Men are just stronger generally. Overall, I'm not saying all men are stronger than all women, but overall, like, men are the stronger sex, and they're trying to take that away from us by having all these guys, you know, go transgender, get their dicks chopped off, wear dresses, don't do no masculine. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. It's a blending of just where nothing means anything anymore.
And I'm not hating against none of them LGBT people. You know, good for you if that's what you want to do. Good, but they're like actively pushing this in schools. Like, yo, let kids figure out on their own. You don't need to like push it on them and force it on them.
Yeah, so no, that's good. And there's so much to that I was thinking as well, like different branches that could go out. But I was actually going to just say that, because also what I was going to say before about this idea of the way that these demonic entities are kind of playing through. The thing is that what I think is that there's actually a different species of beings, of entities that are physical, but who exist and who are actually doing this. Like, they're the ones that are actually. So the way I see it is that, okay, there's like a bunch of humans, like going up the hierarchy, like the old pyramid of like levels. Like there's I'll start at the bottom. So there's like just regular civilian people who have trauma and who these demonic entities are either possessing, either partially or fully or whatever. Maybe not completely fully, but well, some people it is, like obviously into different levels. But anyway, so there's that. And then there's the level of people that are actually in the bloodline of this controller system, this kind of genetically modified bloodline control system. There's the humans that are actually in that bloodline. And then they are like even more controlled by these demonic entities because of that bloodline thing. That's why they do the bloodline thing. The whole bloodline stuff is to create a body that's most ideal for these demonic entities to exist within and to be able to control. So then there's those. And then as it goes higher and higher up that whole system, there is a whole nother species of beings, of entities. There's not even that many of them actually, but there are a group of them. They are the ones, and then they are actually channeling the demonic entity completely. Like they're like 100% channeling the demons, and then they found a way to like modify and breed with humans, like the whole blue blood, like all of that stuff. The archons goes back into all of that, but they've essentially altered us to where, yeah, they're controlling us. But those group, they're the ones actually channeling the demon itself. So I think that I wouldn't even say if, I'd say humans, as humanity wakes up to all this, I think that that could all shift. I'll just leave it there. Sorry, I know I said a lot there. Okay, I'll just finish the thought, which is just to say that,
No, I got you.
that, yeah, like if humanity wakes up to all this and starts to kind of fight back, essentially, we're going to get access to the rest of the world, like the North Pole, the South Pole, all of that region, and we're gonna find who these other entities are. And so I'm not into killing them, but I think humans probably will, just because of what they've done. So that's unfortunate, but they're not human, so there's that. So it's like, are you actually killing another human, even if they do kill him? But that probably will happen, because I think once humans will be so infuriated as to what they've done to us, to where that probably will happen. And once that happens, that whole connection to that whole demonic spirit world will be severed, and then we'll completely have our sovereignty back at that point.
This reminds me a little bit like not to make light of it or anything, but like this Dungeons and Dragons setting called Oberon, where they have this sort of like enlightened creatures that sort of died, and then the characters all have just parts of them, and they're trying to, other factions are trying to gain control.
Yeah, totally.
Well, they say like, truth is stranger than fiction.
Yeah, it's pretty intense for sure. I mean, yeah, that's kind of part of my general cosmology of how I currently see. Like, basically, I think this whole realm is a spirit world in a sense, like the whole Earth realm in a way it is, and we're here. And I think the human soul is actually very, like, the actual human soul is very loving and just wants to get along with people, like enjoy life and enjoy nature. But then this demonic kind of spirit world that's happening right now, that's kind of overlaid over this one, is a particular, and I think probably from the level of the creator, it's like actually part of a cycle. Like, it's actually it was meant to be this way. The whole, like, these energies that are doing this, all the lies, the deceptions, it is part of creation, as part of this phase of creation. So I don't think it's like a mistake. I think that these demonic entities are sort of meant to be here to like overlay with this world. And I think it's connected to like karma as well on like higher levels, just the karmic exchange between everything that's always occurring. But I do think that humanity is destined to sort of purge this demonic entity to the point to where they won't have the control that they have now, for sure. And if it keeps going in their direction, yeah, I think they'll probably kill all of us eventually. They'll genetically modify us to a level that we'll just start dying, and they won't even be able to save us because they don't have any real medicine at that point, and they've poisoned and modified us beyond repair. Sadly, that's the possible outcome, is that they'll actually kill the entire human race if they are able to continue doing what they're doing. Whereas if we do stand up in one way or another, which I think will happen, that's the only way that we will be able to survive and not be completely eliminated. Sorry, I know that was a bit of a monologue, but I was just thinking about all that. So
No, I'm totally tracking. It's more. It's not so much like a physical realm in what shape it is, but the spiritual realm.
I think so, yeah. Well, I think everything are spirit worlds in my viewpoint. Like spirit is actually the core. It's a more core part of consciousness than the actual physical world at all. Like that, this physical plane is an extension of the spirit world in that sense, to where the spirit world is actually like preeminent. It's more of the foundation of the ways that we have experiences through essentially splitting ourselves into these individual units of consciousness that can experience themselves subjectively in different worlds and different experiences. And it's interesting, like when people do like ayahuasca, for example, people often purge demonic entities. It's very, very common. Even someone that like you might like, you know, someone who's just like, they don't even have a lot of issues in their life, but they'll still sometimes even release those. And it's been happening, yeah, for years. I mean, for decades, people have been purging these energies. And I think that when an individual person is clearing out that demonic energy, it's actually clearing out part of it for all of humanity. They're like purging it for the larger system. And of course, the powers that be have like, you know, tried to make those things illegal in certain areas and tried to downplay it and try to call it, yeah, just try to do all the propaganda against it, because those are the compounds that actually purge these demons, like the plants and the plant spirits that, so of course they don't want us doing that. And so they try to destroy these like native peoples and destroy their medicine knowledge and try to make all the medicines illegal as well, because those are really nature's number one way of being able to purge these demonic entities, in my understanding, in terms of what nature creates, in terms of being able to like help us interact with the balances in the spirit world that can be out of balance and then affect the earth.
What do you think, Jeremy?
Yeah, what do you think, Jeremy? Or Bob? Bob Dole in the house. What's up, Bob?
Hello.
Do you think it's possible there's another species of entities that are channeling demonic entities, and then those demonic entities are also partially possessing humans? Do you think that's all possible?
I do not. I am under the impression that each human has free will, and that there is a creator who would not allow something else to force its will upon us, thereby removing the free will and thereby removing really any justifiable punishment for our bad actions. Once you introduce something else that's causing you to do the bad thing, well, it's not you doing the bad thing anymore, and now all evil actions are justifiable because it wasn't you, it was something else. I don't believe the creator allows for that. I think that it is very much set that when you decide to do something, you have decided to do it, and you are responsible for that action.
Well, I would 100% agree with that. I do think there's a very deep universal law of karma that does keep that all in check. What I think is that the demonic entities are not actually separate from us, but actually are a part of us and represent perhaps like sometimes those, you know, urges, like, you know, your greed or anger or aggression,
Okay.
like all these different things, that they are actually a part of us. And so when they're purged and healed, they're integrated into the psyche as people understanding that that was a part of themselves rather than something outside of themselves ultimately.
So yeah, I guess it sounds like what you're describing is at least somewhat similar to the way I think about it. I wouldn't word it the way you just worded it, but I do think that those things are something that are part of us, and it is our job to. You say purge. I would say something like master, or what's the other word? Like basically self-control. I think that it's our job to recognize that those things are part of us, and then put in place ways to control that rather than let it control you. So, and I'll give you an example. This people don't necessarily think about these things very much, but like it's almost universally accepted that like something like rape is wrong, right? Like that just bringing up that word makes people uncomfortable because they understand the horrible nature of something like that. What they don't do, I think, is separate out and dissect what actually is going on there. It's perfectly normal for a man and a woman to want to engage in sex. Both of those things are normal. Okay. That's the woman wanting it and the man wanting it. That's a normal thing. Okay. What needs to be controlled is how you go about fulfilling that desire, right? We understand that forcing that on someone else, rape, is wrong. So we need to control ourselves, not remove the desire entirely, because there's nothing wrong with wanting to procreate. There's nothing wrong with wanting to have children. There's nothing wrong with those things. But there is part of us that there's the body part of us, the physical part of us, the part that is like our biological. It doesn't care how we satisfy our needs. It doesn't care if we eat 7,000 pounds of candy to satisfy our hunger. It doesn't really care about that. It just says, that looks yummy, eat it now. And we have to control ourselves and say, no, I've had a candy bar. I'm not going to eat 6 dozen more candy bars because that will be bad for me. My body doesn't care if I do that, at least in a sense. Like it'll give me the desire to eat the candy, even though it'll be bad for me, right? So I think it's my responsibility to say, don't eat the candy. And just like with the rape, my body will say, have sex. That's what my body will tell me. And it's my responsibility to say, we are going to do that in the right and proper way, not just any way we can. That's why that's one of the reasons that I think it's so like ignorant for people to be talking about the concept of like things like anarchy or having total anarchy. Like that would somehow, like removing all hierarchy would somehow solve all of our problems, but they don't really seem to consider the fact that if you remove all man-made hierarchies, that doesn't mean all hierarchies are gone. It just means the man-made ones are gone. You'll still have the hierarchies of whoever has the biggest muscles makes the rules. You'll still have that hierarchy, or whoever has the biggest gun, whoever has the biggest stick. Those hierarchies will still exist, even if you remove all the legislative and governmental hierarchies. And so at that point, what you have is whoever has the most power, essentially, is still the one. They're the ones in charge, rather than there being any hope of the smaller people building something where they're all helping towards it and being in charge together. All you're doing really is making it easier for someone to come in and say, I make the rules now.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. No, totally. And that's kind of what I was talking about, like the demonic kind of energy, because like that has happened. Because I was going to say this, what if there was a hierarchy that was actually a healthy hierarchy? See, I wouldn't mind that. Like, I mean, I'm into anarchy too. I'm open. I'm good to just live on the land and have, there doesn't have to be any like rules for everybody, but you would just hang out with who you want to hang out with, because if you don't have to answer to anyone else, you could just live off the land. You just get your piece of land and chill on it. And I think there's actually plenty of land for everyone. I don't think people would go killing each other. We can all just live off it. But if there is going to be some kind of structure, I'm also happy with like a hierarchy as long as it's healthy. Like I don't mind not running red lights. You know what I mean? Like I'm happy to stop because we're all traveling on roads and we're all going 50 miles an hour. So yeah, obviously, like I'm past, I'll stop, let them go, etc. Like, so I'm not out just like running red lights or whatever. So I like, some hierarchy or, structure, authority, whatever you want to call it, could be is fine as long, in my view, as long as it's like a healthy hierarchy. So I guess that was the question. Like, what would you think if there was a hierarchy, but it was actually the people were good people? They were, the rules were actually in line with, like human, like natural law and human law, like in harmony.
I think a lot of people, like, I think the concept of community has kind of been lost at this point. Like, we have a federal government here, okay, and I think as the time has gone on, people have kind of lost this idea of like local community and state governments. Even the idea that we are the United States of America, I think, is kind of lost. Even though we say the words United States of America, I think normally people are all thinking of the country United States of America. That they aren't considering that it is 50 states that are all agreeing to be here and work together. And I think people have lost the more local community aspect of that. And what you're talking about, I think, is basically that. A group of people all agreeing on a certain set of principles that they each accept as just being so, just being the case, okay? And then they can build off of that. So the road thing, the stoplight thing, okay? If everyone in the community says, we want safe roads, so it makes sense for us to have a system, like yellow is be careful, red is stop, green is go, okay? Well, now it's not a top-down tyranny of you're going to obey these or else. It is everyone in the community saying, we've all agreed that this makes sense for the good of all of us, and so we will do it. I think that's lost in our process that we have today, where it's like it seems like this very top-down, top-heavy system of the federal government and the state government have handed these things down, and you will do them even if you don't see the sense in them, even if you don't see the good in them, you will do them anyway. And I think the other way is better. I think the way that it should be is the community agrees, this is how we as a community want to do it. And then if somebody else disagrees, they can get together with all the people that disagree with them or disagree with us, and they can go make their community in disagreement and have their community their way, how they want to do it. And that's fine. They can do it that way.
Yeah, where people can say no, thank you.
Yeah. But instead today, it seems like there's a lot of people out there who, instead of saying no, thank you, I'll go do my own thing with my own people who agree with me, they instead say, no, I don't like what you guys are doing, and I'm going to use the power of the government, the federal government, the state government, everything I can in my power to make all of you change because I disagree. That's what it seems like to me.
Yeah, no, it's well said. It does make sense what you're saying with that, and yeah, I agree. I think that is ideal because that's the thing. Like, humans can just congregate in their own groups that have their own way of life, and we can choose to. I mean, ideally, we just would choose to live on the earth, just probably with others. I mean, probably no one's going to be alone, but just be different types of groups of different people that want to hang out in certain ways, essentially.
Good fences make good neighbors.
I think it comes down to recognizing like the inborn rights, the sovereignty of a human being as a person, an individual, and understanding that like where your limitations are in connection with them, rather than you attempting to change everybody else to how you think would be good. You accept that other people have the right to make their own decisions. And even if you disagree, even if you think that those decisions are going to lead to their own destruction, they have a right to make those decisions and destroy themselves. It sounds mean or uncaring, or it's not, though. If you I'm not saying never try to help anyone, but if they say to you, I don't want your help, I want to do it my way, and you understand that that is a bad way, and it needs to be accepted so that everybody can have their freedom. You don't like, timeouts for kids. Well, you don't have the right to go tell everybody else in the country they can't give timeouts to their kids. You can just not do timeout. You accept that that's all the authority you have. You have no right to tell everybody else that they can't do timeouts for their kids. Even if you think it's bad for the kids, they have a right to raise their children that way.
Yeah, I agree. That's kind of the idea of due process. Like, give each person their due process in whatever system or structure it is. See, because I don't mind when there's like some kind of rules or something from the top down, or some kind of thing that you can or cannot do. I don't mind that in my own life, as long as it's within integrity of like natural law, and I would even say karmic law as well. Like, certain. So I'm just saying that I don't mind that. Like, the idea of stopping at red lights, like I said, I'm happy to stop at a red light. Like, it's not like I have to just endanger my life and others by flying through an intersection at the same time,
Forget rules. No, but like, if you did disagree with that, like, the answer, really the right answer to you disagreeing with that isn't you refusing to follow that rule and flying through red lights every chance you get because you don't like the rule, and so forget everybody else. That's not really the right answer. The right answer is, okay, I'm going to go try and find a community or a group of people that also don't want to stop at red lights, and none of us will stop at red lights. Okay? That'll be our community. Our community will be, there are no stopping at red lights rules. Those are so dumb. And maybe there's other rules that we agree on that we also don't want to exist, and so we won't have those either. That's the actual answer. To find the other people in the world that agree on certain basic principles, rather than trying to force everyone else to agree with the things you've decided is the right way. That and the community should have the right to remove people who refuse to do that. Just like, we do this already. Somebody refuses to follow the basic accepted rule of you don't murder people. It's wrong. You don't just go kill innocent people. That's a rule. That's a thing that most people still seem to agree on, at least in certain cases, that you don't just go murder innocent people, okay? If you disagree with that, you have the right answer there is the community has the right to say, okay, you disagree with that rule. You're not allowed here anymore. And nowadays, instead of doing what we should do, which is exile or execute, we put them in a prison and keep them within the community, just like hanging around, draining resources. What we should be doing is saying, you don't agree with the rules, you're not allowed in the community anymore. You're exiled or executed. You're removed. You're not a drain on our resources. Go find some other group that agrees with you, or just go be on your own.
That's why I talked
Right.
about. Oh, sorry.
Oh no. Well, I was just gonna say, but to be able to do that, like, you have to have freedom on the land, because right now we have one central power, pretty much, that's just dictating everything for everyone. But yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, that's what's interesting with atheism, is that they can be atheist. No one's telling them they can't. But they will accept God-given human rights as endowed by a creator. Or society will put them in a prison cell to make sure they can never hurt someone again. And that's the thing, like, you can believe what you want to believe. Everyone's allowed to believe what they want to believe. It stops at someone else, though. You can't force other people. And it's kind of what the problem with the globalists are. They got this idea that everybody must believe the one thing, a global idea. Lack for a better word, right? It just happens to be the same word. And if you disagree, there's something wrong with you. But the problem is, they don't tell you what that issue is. Like, you're dumb, but they don't say what you need to learn. It's complicated, but they don't explain it in a simple format. It's about the compliance that them themselves are in violation of.
Well, that's basically what it comes down to. The compliance, the concentration of power, I think is possibly what it comes down to, getting you to rather than saying, I accept what I think is right and they disagree, so I will go find others like me and be with them. Rather than saying that, instead it's an execution of power on the ones who disagree with you. And that's what it seems like they're trying to do, is rather than just allowing others the freedom of association, the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech, rather than just allowing them those freedoms that they should have, they do have. They absolutely have those rights, and no one is allowed to take them away. No human is allowed to ever take those away, no matter how many laws they write. Those laws are ineffectual and non-legitimate if they try to. But rather than just allowing people to live their life peaceably and exercise those rights, it seems like they want to bring down power from, in the case of the United States, I think it's the federal government a lot of times, is they want to bring down the power of the federal government as a way, as like this huge hammer to force others to not exercise their freedom of speech or their freedom of religion or their right to live peaceably. Instead, they want to say, your thing is wrong, your thing is dangerous to other people, so you need to do this now. And what they should be doing rightly is saying, you group of people that think that way, you can go sit over there and destroy yourselves, because that's what they think that they would do. They think it's wrong, so they think they'll end up destroyed. Let them destroy themselves. If you think a thing is so bad that it is going to lead to the destruction or corruption of the people who engage in it, the answer isn't to try and force them to do what's right. You can't force somebody to be a good person. The answer is, let them all go collect themselves in an area away from the other people. Let them destroy themselves. Let them engage in all of their ridiculousness and destroy themselves. That's the right answer.
Yeah, I would agree that that's more of a like human sovereignty kind of a structure. I guess the next thing would be that, in my mind, the ideal situation, though, I would say would be to create, if you are going to create some kind of rules, is to create them in line with what I would call natural law. And there's human law as well. Natural law is with nature, and then I would say there's like human law in a sense as well, which I'm referring to that term just being, like, for example, it's always wrong to rape someone. It just is. There's no way, in my viewpoint, there's no moral system in any way, shape, or form that's in integrity with natural law or with human law in which that's just okay at all.
Yeah, so that kind of keys a little bit off of I think what Crit was saying. What you said rape is always wrong. Okay, well, that's kind of the thing, right? Is that rape is it's the bad version of sex, right? You're not, I'm guessing, Gio, you would agree with me. You're not saying that all sex is wrong, right? You're not saying that?
Right. I guess within human sexual relations, yeah, there's either like, what are they? Yeah, consensual or non-consensual. So yeah, it's consensual, of course, is people enjoying each other, whatever it may be, and then, right. And then I guess rape would be when you're completely just forcing that.
Let me just give you this one scenario real quick. There's one scenario. There's one woman left on Earth somehow, right? She's the only woman left. There's a whole bunch of men. We got to repopulate the Earth. She's like, no, I'm not doing it. Right?
Why do you have to repopulate the Earth?
Well, I mean, you got to keep the future of humanity. You got to keep having kids. Well, humanity will die out.
Says who?
If there's no more kids, what are you gonna? Then there's no more humans.
Why would that matter? If you're down to one woman left, and every
that's true. Good point. There's a flaw in my scenario. I hear you.
Do something that is morally abhorrent. We should continue the human race. Like that doesn't justify anything. It sounds like the situation you're describing is the human race is ready to end now.
Yeah, I would say so too. I think all those men should be like, all right, she doesn't want to. Well, I guess this is the last life. Let's party it up.
Yeah, like I don't think that we have any any like right there. I see. I don't believe in situation ethics at all. I don't think that the situation ever determines whether a thing is morally right or wrong. I think things are. I was touching on what Gio was saying, making the point that rape is already the bad version of sex. Okay, just like if you take a piece of gum from the store without paying for it, okay, that could be stealing. Or 10 minutes earlier, you talked to the store owner and he said, go ahead and take a piece of gum before you leave. Okay. In which case it's not stealing. The taking the gum isn't the wrong part. That's not the evil part, right? It's the stealing. Once it was without permission, once you've acted against another human, taking their property, it didn't belong to you, you didn't have the right, then it becomes a stealing. The stealing part, that will never be morally okay. Taking the piece of gum after getting permission, that can be morally okay because he gave you permission to take it. So I think a lot of times people aren't considering the difference between the action and the thing that makes it morally wrong or morally right. You can take the gum and it's totally fine because you obtained permission. You can take the gum and now it's wrong because you stole it. You didn't have the right to take it. And just like with what Gio said, rape is always wrong because it's always referring to the bad version of sex, the one where you don't get consent from the other person. So it must always be morally wrong. And no situation will ever change the moral alignment of that.
Right, and even like the idea of the Ten Commandments and a lot of these religious scriptures and things. I mean, what we're talking about is deep within various, spiritual, religious, different systems. It's kind of the idea, in a sense, part of the core idea of that is, could there be a religion or a spiritual idea or a concept or whatever that is in line with truth, with some level of truth, whether that's like human integrity, thou shalt not steal, etc. All, I'm not saying all those 10 commandments are all perfect. I'm just saying that that's kind of part of the idea of that, and perhaps the popularity of it as to why,
So
there's
what Crit was saying, he was talking about how they'll accept these God-given rights, but then they don't acknowledge God, right? Okay, so he was talking about that, and it's like it's about like I was saying with the community, it's about agreeing on a set of standards. If you're trying to work with somebody and they start off with, I don't think it's wrong to take without permission. I don't think it's wrong to kill someone if I'm angry just because I'm angry. I don't think it's wrong to just have sex with anyone I want, whether they want me to or not. Okay, they just listed 3 things that they hold as that's their standard. Their standard is lower than the standard we generally hold today, right? Our normal standards today are, you need consent. It's not okay to kill innocent people. You don't take things without authority, without permission. Okay? If you're trying to work with that person and they list those 3 things and that's their standard, well, now you know right away, I can't work with this person. They need to go work with someone else who has their standards. And I think it's pretty easy to determine that if they're going to go work with a group of people with those standards, they'll destroy themselves. But they have a right to destroy themselves. They can go ahead and destroy themselves with the standard of kill someone when you're angry just because you're angry. Okay? With the United States, pretty sure the idea was we were supposed to have this set of standards that was accepted as the case. Not debatable, not something that changes or molds with time or anything. Just this is, and that's how they worded it, right? We see these things as being the case. It just is. Every person has been created equally, and every person has been endowed by that creator with certain inalienable rights. So right there, that is the thing that I'm talking about. Them all agreeing on the set of standards. Once you have that set of standards agreed upon, now you can start working as a community to just make things better. And that's I think that touches on what Crit was saying, was that they accept the standard without accepting the source of the standard. And I think that's they don't see the problem with that. Like they'll make the argument that human beings could just manifest morality out of their own being, all on their own. They don't need something else. That's obviously not the case. That, like, even if you don't believe in any religion whatsoever at all, that's logically impossible. It's literally logically impossible, because the only way for you to have those standards is for you to have something authoritative to appeal to that's above humans. Because if humans are the absolute pinnacle of authority, then that means whatever you decide, there's no reason that you have no right to enforce that on anyone else in your community. So if someone does come along and says, yeah, you guys have established these standards, but the highest authority is humans, and I'm a human, I don't have to obey these standards. And now the community has no right to remove them because they're the highest standard. This person has come in, and he's a person, and he's the highest standard according to them, so he has a right to just not follow those rules. Whereas if you accept logically that there must be a higher standard for us to have any morality whatsoever, well, now the community appealing to the higher standard says, no, you don't have a right as a human to just be in our community and also not follow the rules. Either follow them or you're out.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing you're bringing up. So you're basically suggesting that morally it's right. Like, okay, it is in the right to, let's say, set rules for your community or whatever it may be, and have some kind of system that gives people, like you said, that ability to kind of, what'd you say, kind of destroy themselves or whatever, meaning that like if you want to just run like if I wanted to go out and just run red lights just over and over, I guess I could do it, right? Like I might get a ticket, I might get a second ticket. Of course, I might get in an accident. I mean, there's all kinds of, repercussions for it, but I could go out and blow some red lights if I wanted, even to the point of getting your license suspended, or in the horrible case, getting an accident and now you're sued or being, in jail or something terrible. So there's even that, as well. But it gives me that ability to do that or to learn those lessons in a way. So you're saying that it's okay to set the rules and it's okay to hold people to the rules, but you have to let them sort of go through that process themselves and give them that kind of due process to do so. But then you're saying it's also in the right for that other person to just leave the community or not agree, but it's not in the right for them to just demand that the rules don't apply to them, kind of thing.
Right. So it's important to recognize the right of the community to see that person as not agreeing and remove them. So I'm not saying it's okay or that there should be a system in place to allow that person to just continue running red lights until they kill everyone in town by running red lights. Like, that's not, if they say, I'm not going to concern myself with red lights, the community has the right to say, you're not going to be in the community anymore. Leave. And if you come back with that same attitude and try to enter our community, we will end you before you can endanger our community.
Or maybe in the case it would take away their license. Yes.
Right. The community doesn't have a responsibility to maintain or retain others who refuse to follow the rules of the community. There's no responsibility there. If you refuse to have that, to respect the authority of the community you're trying to be a part of, you don't belong in that community. You have no right to be in that community. And so the community has a right to remove you from that situation. Like you said, they could take your license. They can use that instead of removing you from the community. But I mean, if you think about it, if somebody is so belligerent or so against stopping for red lights that they go so far as to have their license removed, that doesn't stop them from driving. They can still drive a car. So the answer would ultimately, after you take their license and they decide to drive anyway because they clearly don't care, the ultimate answer is still going to lead to you remove them or you kill them. I mean, it's going to end up being one or the other. Either you remove them from the community to stop them from driving in that community, or you end their life so they don't have the choice of driving in that community.
Well, I guess in our world today, there is capital punishment. So I suppose there is the death penalty at that level that has existed and, of course, been debated. And I think it's much, it's different nowadays than it was in the past and all that with it. But there's that. And then, of course, in the case, we've got the whole like jail system and the suspension system, and then fining you, like if you start driving drunk, regularly, that's pretty severe. I mean, in our society today,
Right.
it's like drunk driving, like even if you get busted once or twice, you can be on probation and huge fines and even jail time, all kinds of stuff. So like, our
But see,
society
like-
is obviously stricter on that. And I'm maybe not totally in support of how they do that, but yeah, at the same time, when I'm out driving, however many thousands of pounds my vehicle is, I don't want somebody who's just going to slam into me and kill me, So like that's probably it is for the safety of all of us to not have have as least drunk drivers on the road as possible, because it's
so if the whole community has agreed that they're going to be, let's say, a dry community, okay, there's just no alcohol. The whole community has agreed. We want to work with others who are also not consuming alcohol because we see it as a dangerous thing to engage in. Okay, they have a right to run their community in that way. If they have a right to work as a group of people together, not having alcohol in their community. And someone who comes along and says they don't care and they're just going to drive drunk and do whatever they want, that person doesn't belong in that community. And they don't. There's no inborn right to be accepted into the community. So if you start with, I'm not going to follow the rules of the community has no responsibility to allow you to remain there in the community. Today, we, like you mentioned, we use prisons. I don't know. I think the prisons have gone too far. I think that there's far too much use of prisons for problems that aren't being solved by the prisons.
I think it's big business.
Yeah, I think that maybe that's actually maybe why is because they can be, big business and stuff like that. But it's just like, it seems pretty clear to me that prisons aren't solving problems that prisons are being used to, allegedly take care of or whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, if one of the problems is we need to keep money moving around, prisons are great.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, I guess.
Also, I found another.
problem.
I have another scenario, possibly where rape is okay. Listen, you're trapped in this jigsaw death device, right? You ever see the movie Saw?
Yeah.
yeah.
So you're in this scenario where Jigsaw is going to explode everyone's head unless you rape this girl, right? And there's like 20 people are going to die unless you rape this girl.
Okay.
You know what? I'm going to say that it is still the correct thing to not rape the girl.
Let me reword,
because it's the other, just real quick, because it's the whoever's putting the device on them and making that stipulation, it's their karma, not yours. Although there is something to be said for just saving people's lives, but then there's something. Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
What they're saying is,
That's
if you don't do something that's morally wrong, I'm going to do something that's morally wrong. That's not your problem. Like if they say I'm going to murder people if you don't do something wrong, it's still wrong to do that thing. It's just they're going to go do something wrong. That's their problem.
It's still a tough one though, Bob, because in that case, like, yes, like that is true. It's their karma, not yours. But then on just the straight human level, let's say there's 20 that are going to die, some painful death, or this one girl has some sex that she didn't quite want to have.
Well, okay. But okay, so there's a couple of things there. One, I think that probably the idea that you're talking about that would have weight stems from the false idea that death is the worst thing that can happen to a person. I don't think that that's true.
Yeah, that's true.
The worst thing that can happen to someone, but in our world, that's kind of portrayed as like the ultimate worst thing that could ever happen to you is death, and so people would weigh 20 lives to one and say, oh, well, it's worth it. It's 20 whole lives versus one little wrong thing. Well, that's not really the way to look at it. Death is not the worst thing that can happen to somebody. And so you don't really have a right to weigh it like that. Secondly, also, if that literally was the case, okay, and I think it would absolutely be wrong still to do that. to rape somebody. I think it would be 100% wrong. Even if other people's lives are on the line, it's not your responsibility to try and save them by doing something wrong. The person who made that situation to begin with is the one in the wrong. But in that scenario, even in that scenario, it seems like using the attempt that you just used, you could just lean over and talk to the girl and say, hey, can we do this so that we can save these human lives, please? Like, I mean, like if
Yeah.
and in her mind, that probably works exactly like yours just did, I would think.
I agree. It'd still be wrong, but it'd be justified. I don't think anyone would be that mad, except for the girl. Obviously,
I don't think
the
it
girl
would
would
be
be mad.
I would be mad. I would consider the person who who was so weak-minded that they did what the evil person wanted, that they are just as bad as the evil person, because what they did was they gave up their moral principles to satisfy evil. That's what they did. Rather than standing on what was right to begin with and saying, no, if you're going to do evil, then you do evil. But I'm still going to not do evil.
This reminds me, isn't this similar to the Milgram experiments?
I'm not familiar.
It's called the Milgram experiment. It's basically like obedience psychology and authority, and they basically like set up a system where, like, yeah, the shock thing, yeah, and it just reminded me of that when you were describing it.
That one might be a little bit more subtle though than Jeremy's example. Jeremy's example, he was pretty clear, death. Like, whereas with the shocking experiments, like you can have a shock just, licking a battery and not actually have real harm. It's just discomfort, right? So, like, I think that the shock thing is actually even a little bit more subtle, because it's like you understand that there's probably discomfort on the other end, but you don't know that it's like actual real damage. Kind of like, a dentist working on your mouth. Like, you might feel discomfort while it's happening, but you don't think that what he's doing is like harmful permanent damage that is actual real damage. You would think he's actually helping you, right? So I think the shocking is just, it's actually a bit more ambiguous about whether or not you're doing an evil thing, because maybe they're discomforted by what you're doing, but are they being hurt? Well, I mean, I don't know.
Okay, how about
that story, they were saying the feedback from the people is that I'm dying, right?
Okay. If that was the feedback, then that's pretty clear. Okay. I was just thinking, if you were just watching someone kind of shake whenever you pressed a button, but you weren't hearing anything, you weren't actually seeing anything happen other than the shaking, like, you don't know that you're actually hurting them. I mean, like, they use things called shock therapy, don't they, for actual things? So, like,
yeah, it's like a scenario. Authority. It's like, will people continue to do something even though they know it's wrong if someone in authority tells them it's okay?
Right.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will. I think that a lot of people would.
Well, the mask thing has been a huge and prime example of this, because they have done just that. They've convinced a huge majority of people to violate other people's health sovereignty rights by forcing them to tell others to wear masks.
Oh, so they're trying to do with the vaccine. They're
of course,
convincing people, like, let your government encourage your government to forcibly stab other humans because we've made you fear something. Violate their human rights because you're scared of something. That's just, yeah, that seems like exactly what they're doing. Authority is saying, do this, and people are, like, going along with it and maybe even encouraging it. What were you going to say, Jeremy?
Listen, new scenario. We're still in a Saw movie. Hold on, my kid's having a ball. It's Tubby time. We're still in the Saw movie, right? Jigsaw says, you got to rape this girl, or there's 20 girls right here that I'm gonna have get raped.
My answer remains the same. It still boils down to the same thing. Someone is telling you, if you don't do evil, I'm going to do evil. And my response is, if you're going to do evil, then that's on you. You're going to do evil. I'm going to still stand here and refuse to do evil.
Yeah, but all it takes for evil to conquer is for good men to do nothing or something. What's the quote?
Yeah, I realize that that's a quote that people like to use. I actually, just recently, I was thinking about that quote and how it's a stupid thing for people to think is actually real. That's not how that works.
I'm just saying, better to save the 20 women, right?
Why? What? How did you quantify the human sovereignty of 20 of even one human being, let alone 20 of them, and then compare that quantity to the single person? You didn't. There's no way you could have. All you did really in your head was you used regular numbers, math, and said 20 is higher than 1. And somehow you correlated that with a moral value that you can't actually explain or decipher.
I mean, I just feel like if one girl getting raped, it would be better than 20 girls getting raped.
But it's not.
You know what I mean?
It's not. It's evil was done evil was done.
It's not?
Both are evil situations, and both are the responsibility of the other person who's doing the evil. So either way, the evil was done.
20 girls getting raped is just the same as one girl getting raped?
Okay. If you disagree, then quantify the evil for me, and then we can add it up.
It's 20 times more evil.
No, it's 20 times more humans. Quantify the evil part. You've quantified the humans.
20 times
we
more
already
evil.
know how many humans there are, and you've quantified the humans. Now quantify the evil.
20 times more.
20 times more what?
20 times more evil.
Okay, show me. Show me the evil.
There were 20 rapes instead of one.
Show me.
One rape is evil.
On the camera, or a
20 rapes is
screenshot
20
of what the
times
evil
evil.
looks like, and show me the evil.
So
You
saying
can't.
that? So killing one person is the same as killing thousands of people?
Are you saying killing or murder? Because if you're just saying killing, you aren't listening to the conversation.
Same difference. Killing, murder, I don't care.
Yes, big difference.
You can play pedantics.
That's what
You
we're
can play
talking about.
pedantics
Yes.
with it.
There's a big difference.
You can play
killing and
pedantics with
murder.
it. Go ahead.
Yes.
Let's play pedantics. Got it.
Not pedantics. Okay,
Yep,
it seems like you weren't listening to the conversation previously.
Oh, I'm listening. So let's see.
We already had this part of the discussion. There's a
So
difference.
20 times.
Gum from the store.
Pate, I think you did come in a little bit after, because I actually even got like where were we on that? Because originally was this Jeremy's new one? Like, yeah, let's.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the last woman on Earth. Now it's like saving people on Earth.
I don't know. I still think that 20 rapes is 20 times as evil as one rape.
I mean, that's interesting. The multiple, killing one versus killing many. I feel like that's interesting because the way I see that is that the fact that killing is wrong is still wrong equally, whether you kill 1 or 1,000, and still has all of its karmic ramifications and everything that goes along with it. But doing it in a multitude of number like that most certainly has more weight to it, more something. Yeah, there's definitely there is a difference there.
It doesn't change what the evil is, though. Both things are evil, and both of them are the responsibility of the person who's doing the evil. It's not the responsibility of the people who aren't doing the evil.
Well, how about this? How about the whole thing of in war? Okay, it's wrong for me to kill my neighbor, right? So if I do that, I'll go to jail. But if you are enlisted in the army and you're in the military and you have a gun and you're in some foreign country, now you can shoot and kill, and you're even seen as a hero, or that you're doing something good, I guess, or you think you're doing something good. So where does that, in terms of karmically, is that still murder? All of these soldiers that have done that, even though they thought they were doing it for some other, for the betterment of freedom or whatever, but they actually are just a murderer karmically. And
that's what I was pointing out earlier with the taking the gun from the store thing, is the theft is always going to be wrong. Okay. So you take the gum from the store, it can be right if you got permission, or it can be wrong if you stole it because you didn't have permission. The stealing part will always be wrong. So what you said to begin with was actually just slightly incorrect. You said, it's wrong for me to kill my neighbor. Well, that's not true. It's wrong for you to murder your neighbor. Murder is killing them while they're innocent, while you don't have the right to kill them. if you have the right to kill somebody, you haven't murdered them. If they come over and they attack you because they don't like the way you cut your lawn, you have a right to defend yourself up to and past the point of killing them to defend yourself, in which case you haven't committed murder. All you've done is defend yourself and stop them from infringing on your right to live peaceably.
Can I put a thought experiment by you to see if that theft is always wrong thing works out for you?
Yeah.
Okay, so I steal something from some people, and it's a set of plans and it's some evidence. And these people and the stuff that I've stolen, it's not mine, it's definitely theirs.
Okay.
Those are plans for a terrorist attack that's going to kill thousands of people.
Ooh, that's a
Okay.
good one, Russ. This is a good
Okay.
one. I like this. Oh man. Well, because this gets into like Prometheus. The archetype of Prometheus was the god who stole fire
Exactly.
to liberate
Okay.
humanity. Yeah.
And this is something that I not this scenario. I'm not saying I've thought about this scenario because I haven't necessarily, but the idea of theft in general, I have thought about to try and drill down to what is theft like at its core, because if you can't define it, well, then how are you going to justify or not
deprive another human being of their possession?
Right. I don't think that's what theft is. That's the thing. I think theft is depriving the rightful owner of its rightful use. So, for example, if you take somebody's hammer, that's different than borrowing the hammer. But if you get permission to borrow it and it breaks and you refuse to pay or somehow replace it with something of equal value, I think you've still stolen, even though you got permission to borrow the hammer. If you refuse to replace it, I think you've still stolen it. Okay? Because what stealing, I think, actually is depriving the rightful owner of its rightful use. Okay? Whereas in the scenario that you just described, there wasn't a rightful owner with rightful use. There was a rightful owner with morally corrupt use. Do you see what I'm saying?
You're now making the decision as a subjective individual on what's morally right and wrong, and taking action based on that cause, which I don't disagree with, because I think that's what we all do. But it's where the reason I've had that one is I've obviously had a lot of people who sort of will quote things like the Bible and the Ten Commandments or the Code of Hammurabi, as absolutes, and I think that for every rule there is an exception.
Well, so I don't think it's an exception, though. So like I said, I don't think that you're denying the rightful owner the rightful use. And what you said was now you're a subjective observer, like trying to dictate, right? But that brings it all the way back to what we were saying before about community, okay? So if the community has decided it's wrong to commit acts of terrorism, and somebody is within the community saying, I'm going to do that anyway, they don't have a right to remain in the community.
So let's alter that slightly to make it a little bit more ambiguous and say it's someone who is a hardcore anti-vaxxer that steals a load of vaccines from a medical center.
Well, I think there's subtleties with all of these.
Sorry,
that's a whole other one.
Yeah,
but there's subtleties to all of these. But how about this one? Yeah. This is the one I've often thought. How about at this level, Druss? Like, okay, let's say that there is a group of people on the earth right now who are printing the money, completely enslaving us, forcing us to work under these labor conditions, this and that, all of that. They print the money. They have trillions of dollars. Okay. And they have so much that they print it that it's absurd. And that money could solve world hunger. It could solve homelessness. It could solve a lot of huge, huge things to have trillions of dollars. Overnight, you could solve hunger and so on. Is it then actually more like in a higher level of moral integrity if one had the capacity to do this, which I'm not saying anyone does, and I'm not suggesting anyone do it. I'm just saying if you could steal those trillions from those people that are just printing the money, enslaving us and all that, if you could get those trillions to solve world hunger, solve homelessness, is that now in the right?
Yeah, no. I mean, that was the argument from communism.
But see, the thing is if you get to the point in your mind where you think that having the trillions would help you solve world hunger and solve homelessness, they've actually already tricked you on a whole nother level. The money is worthless. It always has been. The money has never been worth anything. And there's nobody on Earth who's actually going hungry because they can't get food.
Oh, bullshit.
Okay?
I call bullshit.
That's not actually happening.
I call
Okay?
bullshit.
There's plenty of food on the Earth
Well,
to feed
Fade, if you
everybody.
wanna-
The question is everyone being allowed to get the food?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, but then that comes down to the fact that do you have the right to my labor?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about like.
No, it does. It comes if I'm so so this is another scenario I can give you. So
Wait, hold on.
I've
Before we move on, do you understand what I was saying about
Yeah, I
the
do.
trillions? Though the trillions won't actually fix world
The
hunger.
money is
You
immaterial.
could have all the money in
I
the
agree.
world, and you would not fix world hunger right now because that's not the problem. If they've tricked you into thinking that the money is somehow going to magically solve world hunger, even if you had all of it, you've been tricked on another level by these people who have all the money.
Well, Bob, maybe the masses of people have because, yeah, if we all stood up to them, but there is a very real thing about money. I mean, you have to get money in today's world. Like, you can't just, it doesn't grow on trees. Like, you have to go get it from somewhere, and they control that. So by definition, we have to go, like, okay, if somebody did want to solve world hunger right now, they could do so with trillions of dollars. There's absolutely no doubt, even billions. Just literally ship food to these people, find them and bring them food. It can be done. So, but they're not doing it.
But by the same, when you're measuring it against morality, that's not actually the way that lines up. Somebody can also just go outside and plant a seed and grow food. They can go outside and they can hunt. It's more difficult. It's not as convenient. It's going to be hard, and not everybody is going to live for 120 years, okay? But that doesn't mean that it makes the other thing morally right.
The other example that I've used in discussions similar to this is myself and my family. We dig a lake and we collect water. So we've collected water and we now have our nice lake which we're using to water our crops to help support us. A drought occurs and we're one of the few places that has water, and now lots of people want my water.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have a resource that is in scarcity. Now, am I right to keep that for myself and my family because we've taken preparation and taken steps to plan for problems versus people who have not?
So now that's something you're going to have to weigh. So that you indicated you had collected the water and basically made the lake, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Through my own labor, through the labor of myself and my family, my community.
So you've made this thing, okay? It belongs to you. You've put the work into it. You have a right to defend it, okay? You absolutely have a right to defend it because it's yours, and you have a right to live peaceably and to have this thing that you put your work into, okay? Just like your house, just as if it was your house. You have a right to defend your house that you've made, okay? It belongs to you and your family's there, and you have a right to defend your family, okay? That doesn't change what other people are going to do. You have a right to defend it. Other people might disagree with you, and they might come and attack you for it. And you might have to make the decision to fight them or not fight them based on whether or not you think you'll be able to properly defend yourself. But you do have a right to defend yourself, okay? You would be morally upright to defend your family from those people of this thing that belongs to you. But you also could be morally right in not keeping it from them. For example, someone comes along in the street and says, "Give me your wallet or I shoot your wife in the head," okay? You can be morally right by just handing them the wallet and saying, "Take it. I don't care that much about the wallet. You can have everything in it, and your wife is safe now," right? You can be morally right in doing that. So you're going to have to make a decision with that water. Do you want to stand up and fight everybody who's going to try and come and take it? Or do you want to try and share with as many people as you can and hope that there's enough? Or do you want to just basically recognize the trouble that's going to come with this lake that you've built and try and leave in the night and hope that you can find some other place to, get water? That's a decision you'll have to make.
Yeah, no. I mean, again, it's more. I mean, I think the morality of the people that try and take it without my permission, that's when you start to get into the issue of the moral issue, but you're also then these people trying to defend their own family. The only thing that I've had is the intelligence and foresight to plan.
Right, exactly. So now other people, what a lot of people will probably say is, it would be okay for those families who are thirsty to come and steal your stuff. They would probably, a lot of people would say that's okay because it's for their life. But that brings it back to this idea somehow that it has been ingrained in people that death is the worst thing that can possibly happen to you, and I disagree with that. I think that there are places in life where you should morally make the decision to just die, or basically wait until you do die and hope that something happens between now and the time that you would die to fix the problem that you're in.
Yeah. Trickle down economics when you pee in the
This is kind of like the Noah situation, the Noah and the flood, where he was building the ark. Everybody made fun of him. Everybody said he was a fool, he was an idiot, until the flood came. Then everybody went in the thing, right? So I don't think morality here is very difficult, because a foolish has the foresight to build his lake for whatever reason. He has the right to defend it, regardless of who's starving. Whoever is starving is responsible for his own starvation, as harsh as it sounds.
Well, I hold that the foundation of morality is to hold yourself responsible for your action and your inaction, and what should count as your intent. And to me, the people who are most important in my life are my family, my close community. And then, I will want to help other people, but those are the most important people to me. And I think that's just me being honest.
I think, listen, we've all seen plenty of examples of this in movies and shows about like shows like The Walking Dead, where they gather their supplies and the enemy group wants to take the supplies, right? It's a tough situation because they're not doing it because they're evil people, right? They're doing it because they're trying to survive. But you already foreseen that scenario, you prepared, which is why you build your lane. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's like I produce more electricity than I use.
I think,
because I don't like relying on the grid. I like being as self-sufficient as I can. I reuse most of my grey water, so I use that to clean things. I use that to flush my loo, so I don't use the normal water for that. I use grey water for that.
How about this question?
I like the efficiency.
We were talking before about stealing. I was just thinking this. What would you guys think, like, if you could steal the correct map of the Earth, the real one, if you could steal that and liberate humanity, would you do it?
I think if I fully comprehend the consequences of my actions, if I fully comprehend them, right? Because I might be giving them their death, right? It might be giving them a reality that they possibly can't handle. So it depends.
I don't know what would make you think that a map would somehow convince people of the shape of the Earth. There's plenty of things to convince people of what the Earth looks like. Having a piece of paper that's drawn in a certain way, I don't think in any way would be convincing. That's how I would respond to that. Is even if somebody showed me, like, oh, it's here, it's in this vault, this guy owns it, and if you steal it, we'll be able to show everybody. I'd be like, and then what? They're going to point and laugh and say,
it's hypothetical, Bob. It's a hypothetical, Bob. You don't have to take it that deep.
Yeah, like what if what if there's like a huge vault? What if there's
a magical map? Like if it's magical and will save everybody magically, would you steal it? Like it's kind of a strange hypothetical, okay?
But
I'll take this on. So I would actually say, let's just say I'll agree with your hypothetical for the moment that we've utterly been lied to, and for some reason I managed to get hold of truth that is really compelling. Really good, solid evidence that would out the bastards. Yeah, I'd do it in a fucking heartbeat.
Yeah, like let's say there's
so
a vault. There's not only a map. There's not only a map, but there's an entire vault of all of the information about what the Earth actually is.
Okay.
Yeah. And in a heartbeat, Gio. In an absolute
foolish. Hold on. So what end to go? To what ends would you do that, right? What do you think is going to happen once the people realize that
What
they're being lied
ends?
to?
Because people are entitled to have access to the truth. What
One-
they do with it is their choice.
Hold on.
None of the
I
things
agree
that
with
is
you.
wrong is lying.
All right, I agree with you that people are entitled to truth, right? But people are not entitled to be given truth. People are entitled to the truth that they find out, the truth that they find. Right? I'm not entitled to give anyone truth, and nobody's entitled to give me truth. You have to seek your own truth.
Well, there isn't your own truth. There is just the truth.
If the vault holds in it like an absolute truth, like it holds actual truth in it, okay, I would question the person who allegedly owns it. What or who has decided that they have the rightful ownership of that thing? Wouldn't absolute truth automatically be in the domain of every human being on Earth?
Yeah, these people stole it. I would say they stole it from us.
Right. Like there has to
nothing to do with the truth. It's to do with the lie.
It's
The
like
lie
if
is what's
somebody
Not necessarily they stole it though. I mean, we're talking about people that have enough money to put this in a vault, right? We're talking
hold
about
on, Matrix.
people with means.
Hold on, Matrix. I think I can clarify this a little bit. If somebody declared tomorrow over international television, okay, one of these superpowers said, all the trees on Earth belong to us now, you don't get to touch them, okay? And they have the biggest guns and the most tanks and all the nukes or whatever, okay? I don't think that there would be anything wrong with people going out and still cutting down trees and building homes and making paper, because I don't think they have a rightful claim to the trees on the Earth. So I think that that's the domain that those types of things land in, is they can say it's theirs and they can claim it and they can even try and defend it if they want to, but I don't think that they have any rightful claim to all the trees on Earth, and I don't think they have any rightful claim to pure, undefiled, distilled truth of the universe.
Oh, okay, well, consider this. Hold on, Foolish. Hold on. Consider this, Bob. Right? You say you think that they don't have these hypothetical people, of course, that they don't have the right to this truth, right? But in the example, Gio said in some sort of vault, right? We all know that in the hood, niggas don't have the vaults, right? Niggas don't even have safes, bro. You know what I'm saying? They have the drawers and the dressers and the closets. They can't afford it. So we're talking about people with means, right? So most likely they didn't steal the information, the truth. Most likely they used their means to get them to gather that truth. You understand what I'm saying? Has nothing to do with stealing. The peasants would be the ones stealing from them.
But that's stretching it too far. You can't obtain truth like that. That's not. You can't use physical labor to obtain the truth in that manner. What he's talking about is a pure, undefiled truth of the way the universe or the way our world is arranged, and that can't be obtained through means of physical labor. Like that's not how you get that. You see what I'm saying? Like it's either there or it's not. It's truth. So it either
you're gonna hocus pocus the truth in the book or something? Somebody doesn't have to make the book. Somebody doesn't have to write it down. I mean, the truth is only labor.
But we already moved past that. We already said that it's not that. It can't be that because we already have all that, and showing someone that wouldn't convince them. So what we're talking about is a thing that it's not really a physical thing. It is literally pure truth in the form of truth. Like it's not a physical thing that we can touch. We're talking about breaking in and stealing, quote unquote stealing truth itself, not a physical thing. Because the physical thing, like I already said, that wouldn't convince anybody any more than what we already have. If it was a physical thing, it must be.
What if the truth was handed down to them by the owner of that truth? What if that's why they possess it?
Well, this goes back to, because we were talking about like thievery before, and like certain things I think are just always wrong. Like we were talking about rape before, and like it's always wrong to rape kind of thing. But then even Jeremy actually had said one where, with that actually, is it actually well that one's kind of dark, but it's the idea of like I was just gonna say it from before, but
Spent a little too much time trying to figure out a scenario. Okay, no.
well, no, it's what he was saying is that if it's raping 1 or raping 20, it's better to only rape 1 than it is to rape 20 because 20 is more rape than 1. If you were forced to have to do one or the other,
But that's you can.
It's
you can
still
take
not
rape out
okay.
of it. You're just making a mathematical statement. 20 is more than 1. You in no way in any part of that did you ever quantify the evil and prove that the evil on one side was actually more than the evil on the other side. All you did was use math to make a mathematical statement of 20 is more than 1. You have to be able to
quantify it. I can quantify the evil.
Add it together and prove that the evil on one side of the sign or on one side of the equation is more than the evil on the other side of the equation, and you can't do that. There's no way to do that.
I can. Well, I can attempt to.
You can do the same thing everyone else does. You can put numbers on it and do actual math and then say the word evil with the math.
well, how about this? How about this with like this idea that, okay, that rape is always wrong, but then there is obviously, you know, some that is more than others. Like 20, if you did it to 20 or only did it to 1, there's obviously some difference there. But see, what I would say with thievery, there is a part of thievery that's completely wrong. Like if you just go and steal someone's items from them, or you just steal their car or something crazy, that is just completely wrong. But there's another form of thievery that's like a higher octave of thievery, which is like the myth of Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods to liberate humanity. In that case, the fire represents the truth. The gods represent, like, you know, the keepers of the truth in that kind of mythology, in that. And so he's stealing fire. He's literally stealing the truth that's being kept from the people and then liberating it and giving it to the people.
Yeah, I think there.
Can I change it around very, very slightly? Because I think the problem here is not the issue of the truth; it's the fact that there is a lie. Because if we're being told something that isn't true, yeah, and this is why I'm saying I'm adopting a hypothetical here, Gio. Then for me, the error is not in the truth. The error is in the fact that a lie is being perpetrated, and a lie that is deceiving. That's the immoral wrong that is corrected by trying to expose the truth.
Right.
Here's a scenario where I feel like stealing is okay, and it's totally justified and not even wrong in this case. If me and my family were starving to death, and let's say you own a bakery, right? And I go up to you and I say, "Hey, I'm starving to death. Please, I need food." And the baker's like, "No, can't do it." And he has tons of bread, tons of money and shit, and I'm gonna die if I don't fucking get this loaf of bread, right? I wouldn't blame anyone if anyone stole that loaf of bread because they were gonna die from starvation. I'd be like, "Yo, that's good, man. I'm glad you stole that bread. You're good."
What about it?
Well, this is the whole mythology of Les Miserables. You know that play?
Yeah.
That's kind of the whole concept behind that. But this is getting also into the whole concept of like stealing from the rich to give to the poor.
What if the baker only had enough bread to feed his family?
All right, I want to step this up.
Hold on, Matrix. I want to finish this thought that Jeremy that he brought up. I want us to address that. Like he said, what if the baker only has enough bread to feed his family? But not only that, whenever you say my family is going to starve and this baker has food, there's so many things in that statement that you are deciding are absolutes that in the real world are not in any way knowable to you by basically any measure because you're a human being and you can't tell the future. You assume you're going to die soon from starvation. You assume that literally nothing will happen between now and that time that you would be able to eat. You assume the baker has enough to share and not hurt his own family. There's all these things you assume by saying this is absolutely the case. Now is it right or wrong? And there's no way you could know those things in the real scenario. You would have to assume those things. And so now what you're actually doing is saying, based on my assumptions on this thing, I am going to violate the moral principle because I'm scared.
A new scenario. You're in the middle of the woods. You come across
No, Jeremy, no. Hold on. I was still expanding on the other one. I was gonna accept that they steal the book or whatever the fuck, right? Let's just say that you guys managed to steal it, right? Okay, this is the plot twist. What if what you find out is that we are in some sort of simulation, that this is an experiment, and we are just as useless as test versions of when you know those programmers every time they're doing a new program and it fucks up and they scratch it, and we are just as useless as that, right? You absorb that information. How would you feel unleashing that venom upon the world?
I don't know what
I don't know. This is going deep.
What?
Listen, new scenario.
Bro, that's what I'm saying, bro. You too quick to say, yeah, I'll tell everybody who's trying to use your morality for, right? But when you go into it, right, the truth does not have to be pretty, bro. Like, you might not hear that we have a God that loves all of it. That might not be what you're thinking.
Well, I'll mention this. There's this band that I very deeply love named Fish. You guys may have heard of them. It's like Phish. I love Fish and have for many, many years and listened to many of their live shows, and I've been to their live shows and everything in person as well, to a lot of them, and I've just listened to probably thousands of their actual live recordings. But they have, like, basically the lead guitarist in that band, when he was for his college, he went to this really open-minded school in Vermont, up near Burlington, and basically he was able to just create his own curriculum. So he wrote this whole story, which he calls Gamehenge, and he tells the story like within some of the the live shows and the music, and there's several of the songs that link to it. So it's like a whole mythology. It's like a whole, I guess you could call it like a rock opera, but it's not quite an opera, but it is it's more like a rock mythology. And I won't explain the whole thing, but in general, there are these people, which he calls the lizard people, and they're in total peace and harmony with nature, and they're just happy and absolute peace and harmony with nature. And then there's this evil king Wilson is what he's called. And the evil King Wilson, well, no, I'll say the beginning part first. So the lizards, not only are they totally in peace and harmony with nature and they're happy, but they have a book, and it's called the Helping Friendly Book. And this book, the Helping Friendly Book is their book that they need to be in harmony, harmony with everything. So Wilson comes and he steals the Helping Friendly Book, and then he enslaves them. So then later there's this whole famous mockingbird character that flies, and steals the Helping Friendly Book and brings it back to the lizard people to help liberate them.
Listen, new scenario. You're in the woods. Nothing's around hundreds of miles. You come across a cabin. All right, no one's home. The thing's fucking loaded with food, right? There's food fucking flowing out of the front door practically. You and your whole family's out there. You're going to starve to death, right? How about that?
I would take food and then I would chop wood or do some other chore to try and pay for the service.
Yeah, Jeremy, I think the one you're describing is a little bit like stealing from the rich to give to the poor, but it's with food. Essentially, it's with food, like if you're starving. So is it okay? To steal food from someone who has an abundance if you're starving? Like, because they're rich in food and you have none, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
It's an opportunity. He just described an opportunity. I mean, it seems obvious. You'll take whatever food you can.
If the place is just loaded with food, somebody must be putting the food there, right? So why not just sit down and wait for them to get home and ask, will you share some of your food with us, please?
Maybe not sit down right in front of them.
You waited for one day.
They might butcher you, bro.
Hold on. You waited for one day. Nobody showed up. Now you're starving to death even more, right? Time's ticking.
Okay.
Now you waited 2 days. They still didn't show up. What do you do? You're just going to rot or?
Okay. You have this place that has got food all over in it. So there must be food close enough that somebody was taking food and stockpiling it in this place. So go find it. Go find the food that doesn't belong to somebody else.
You'll never find it. They came from a Walmart 300 miles away by airplane. They flew it in.
If you make decisions in your life that get you in the situation that you just described, I'm not going to argue that you deserve to not starve, okay?
Well, Jeremy, have you ever seen the videos? Like, they're often on like TikTok and like the YouTube shorts and all that. Have you seen those videos where people pretend like they're homeless and they go up to a homeless person and they say, "Oh man, like I haven't had food for days. I'm starving," and asks if he can like get some of the homeless person's food. Like, can I get half of that sandwich or whatever? And believe it or
love that.
not, there's like a huge high percentage of homeless people. Well, at least from what I've seen from these videos, I haven't done this in person to verify that, but maybe the videos are just higher in number because they're obviously a very touching video. But essentially, these homeless people will say, sure. And sometimes they'll even give them what they have. Like they'll give them the whole meal sometimes, or at least split it with them. So it's like there they are, like this is their last bite of food that they have, and they're willing to share it with someone else.
Yeah, no, those are good. Yeah, I like that. I like they do all kinds of weird shit like that where they'll ask people to borrow money. They'll be like, hey man, I just need a couple bucks for gas. When really, and then if they give them the money, they'll end up giving them like $100 or buying their gas, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a lot of those too. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Where those are very.
Jeremy, if I was in a woodland that I was familiar with, so it was sort of a country that I live in, then I could probably find food for myself. I wouldn't need to nick someone else's. But if I was in a situation where I was desperate for shelter, then I would do what most normal, decent people would do, which is if I used their fire, I would clean it, I'd replace the wood. And if I took food, I'd try and put it back, or at least leave a note saying thank you.
Yeah, but ultimately, you're just going to, it's outright theft, though. I mean, no matter what you do, you're still...
Not outright theft, because what you're doing is you're trying to make sure that you're at least replying with some other form of service. Which is why I'd say, at the very least I would do is I would chop wood, which is something I have actually done in the past.
I think there is something to consider, which is the intention when you do an action. So, I think that you can, going back to the very simple example of taking the piece of gum from the store, I think that you could take the gum from the store without permission and it not be stealing if you didn't intend to take the gum from the store to begin with. Somebody bumped the rack and it fell into your purse and you walked out of the store. I don't think you stole that gum. I think that
intent is part of it. I think that's part of what we're definitely saying here, Bob. I don't think where you have an accident, which is what that would be. That's unintentional. So theft has, like a lie, theft requires intent.
And you're coming up to a crossway and your brakes give out for whatever reason and you hit somebody. Well, you didn't murder them. They were innocent and they died and it was because of your vehicle, but you didn't murder them, right? I wouldn't say that you're a murderer because you didn't. The intention wasn't there, right?
Let's refine that and say that you were careless and you don't maintain your vehicle correctly. Okay. Where's the responsibility now?
Yeah. Well, that adds a wrinkle. I thought about that a little bit, cause whenever I said your brakes give out for whatever reason, I was thinking, well, what if you just didn't take care of your brakes? Because now you're kind of at fault there. But I don't know if that makes you a murderer. Maybe.
I think it makes you a murderer, but I think it makes you culpable. It makes you responsible.
Right.
Because it's part of your action or your inaction. That's why I define morality as not just your actions, but also your inactions. Because you're responsible for the things that you don't do.
If you know the ramifications of not maintaining your vehicle and decide to not maintain it anyway, I think that's you choosing to not do a thing that will help.
Let's take that. So you decide to be a car driver and you don't take the action to learn how to maintain, or the fact that maintaining your brakes is important. Now that's still your inaction that is part of the culpability there. So I still say that saying I don't know is not an excuse when you have the ability to find out.
Okay, so I don't know if you thought I was disagreeing. I wasn't disagreeing. I think in the scenario I just described, the person driving the vehicle is absolutely responsible for the death of that other person, 100%. I wasn't questioning that at all, even a little bit. I was just questioning whether or not you would label that person a murderer or not. I'm not sure.
Isn't that like involuntary manslaughter?
Yeah, it might. Legally, there might be a different word. I'm just saying, morally, I wouldn't consider that person to be a murderer. I would consider them to be a negligent person, maybe someone I don't want to spend my time with, and that I don't want around my kids or my community. Things like that. I don't consider that to be the same as someone deciding to take the life on purpose of an innocent person. Those are two.
Is there such a word for somebody that unintentionally kills someone?
I think they're both wrong. They both shouldn't have been things that happened, and the person is at fault for both of them. I'm just saying, I don't know that both are murderers.
Well, I was asking, is there such a word that describes an unintentional killer or murderer? Is there a word that describes that, or we just thought about it?
I think that's what the word is. I think that's
Manslaughter.
what murder is. I think murder is the one where you intentionally do it.
But you wouldn't call somebody a manslaughterer, right? Like, that doesn't sound right.
No, you call them a killer.
Call them negligent. Call them
No,
stupid.
There's negligent
There's a
homicide.
difference between killer and murderer?
Yeah, there is, because I can kill you by accident. That still makes me a killer, because I have taken life through either my action or my inaction, versus you cowering on the floor screaming as I stab a knife into your heart laughing.
But they're both killers, to be right.
They're both killers.
They're both killers.
That was dark, Dross. That was dark, Dross.
Yeah, that was dark. Fuck that, Josh.
I'm not joking. Seriously, do not fucking piss me off.
Jeremy, all right. I was gonna ask you to go in detail to what you were asking. What kind of scenario we're looking at? We're looking. Is it post-apocalyptic or just like a homeless family in the modern day?
Listen, doesn't matter if you're starving to death, you're starving to death. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna matter. What scenario? Pick one.
Because I'm listening to Joss talking about that he'll try to do a good deed. I mean, that sounds good in the book, right? But when you have 10 zombies chasing you, and you know what I'm saying, or you have to fight some local gang, you know what I'm saying? You don't really have time.
Joss's scenario didn't follow, because what if I really need a ride to work and I just go into a car dealership and I wash some dishes in the break room and sweep the floor and then I steal a car? Like, that doesn't make it okay.
The same thing, because it's the seriousness of me not being able to get to work on time is a little different to the fact that my family might die. There are things that I will do to preserve the life of my children and my loved ones that I wouldn't do just for my convenience.
How do I hear that?
Earth is fucking round, you zealots.
Of course it is. Well, we all know that.
It's the ground.
No, it's not for.
Ground and sphere are not the same thing.
Earth is the ground.
The ground is round.
The ground is.
I miss ground round. Remember that?
A quarter is round.
See, that's why if you have ground, it's got a little G, and it's round.
Hey, have you guys ever thought about how the word Southern has outer in it?
Have you thought that the word Scunthorpe? Oh no, I won't do that. That's rude.
I was listening to ODD's podcast last night. He mentioned that. I hadn't heard that before, but how the word Southern has outer. Yeah, and so on an AE map, of course, it is outer.
Nobody better tell Pete Shea what you just said. Okay, guys.
There's an H between the T and the E, though.
There is, yeah.
Yeah. But you know what's weird? I had a random thought about Pete Shea today.
That H isn't going to stop him, okay?
Well, another thing is
thoughts about Pete Matrix. You didn't.
It's weird that Jeremy mentioned him, and I just had a random thought. Has anybody had a random? Is he okay?
Yeah, I heard him talking for about 6 hours earlier.
Oh man, so he's fine. All right.
So kind of a slow day for him. Only 6 hours.
Aristarchus and all of them.
Another one is
threes. I had him flipping 3 sideways and then attaching it to another 3. All kinds of neat shit.
Bless. I don't say it about many people, but that's someone that needs some help in his life.
Well, I was gonna say too, with the wording, there's also the word Arctic and then Antarctic. So it's like you've got the arc of the Arctic, the inner arc, and then you have the Antarc. So that which is the anti-arc, which would be the outer.
No, it means opposite.
Listen,
and you know what? Yeah,
it's antipodal. The arc is antipodal to the center arc. It's
actually, Arctic comes from the word bear. And Antarctic is where there are no bears.
Wait, bears?
I think that's a good. Yeah. I think that's a good explanation from Foolish. I'm not gonna lie. That seems pretty reasonable.
The word Arctic comes from bear.
Yeah. from the Latin for bear. Arturus. Arthur is a derivation of the word bear.
But it
Arturus.
also comes from, it does, but it's Ursa Major, the pole star.
But Ursa is the Greek.
So that's the one I would have more recognized is that like the Ursine, like the URS stuff. Like that's the one that I associated with bear.
But that's because it comes from phylogeny, and phylogeny is another Greek root word. So most of our scientific words are Greek. And in fact, anything pretty much that starts with a PH, you can probably say that it has a Greek origin. So any word that we use in English has a Greek origin if it's got PH or PS. So all the psychology, Psyche, that all goes back to Psyche, who's one of the goddesses in Greek mythology.
Yeah, like it comes from Arctos, but that also represents the Great Bear, which is the constellation that's in the northern sky. So it also is the Arctic because the Great Bear constellation is there with Polaris and everything that's there, and then the Antarctic because it's the thing other than the thing in the center.
Well, I just find it funny that the Antarctic is where there are no bears.
Right, but they're the Antarctic. Yeah, they're no bears versus bears.
They're against the bears, the bastards. It's the penguins.
No, that is interesting. So you're pointing out that the bears live under their constellation. They don't live in the They don't live where their constellation isn't. That's actually very interesting. Well, there's polar bears. What about polar bears? They're the ants, and they're white.
Yeah, but they live in the north. They don't live in the south. There are no polar bears in the south. But you do have bears that live south of the equator, so we can't just purely use that.
Right. Okay. So polar bears are right. That makes sense. So it's just funny. I was thinking that for some reason, but so in Antarctica. So you're saying there's no polar bears in Antarctica?
No, there are no bears in Antarctica.
That makes sense, unless you take them there. So it's just more penguins and seals, and
it's a penguin conspiracy, I tell you.
So there's no. Are there any, as far as they tell us, are there any large mammals on Antarctica?
Yeah, seals.
So those are more like
no, I don't think seals get that far south. Probably the nearest thing you could say that are in Antarctic waters. There's quite a lot of whales that go down there.
Yeah, whales. So like, how can you even tell if penguins are real, huh?
Because I've seen them.
Yeah, they have them in zoos and stuff.
Or they're getting very small midgets and they're dressing them up in funny suits.
Yeah, I think that's like little tuxedos.
To address something like that, by the way, even if there weren't penguins in zoos, there's nothing about penguins specifically that goes against other things that we've seen in our life. We've seen birds that are able to swim in water and have, beaks, and like there's nothing like fantastical.
They lay eggs
anyway. We have stuff like that in existence that we can see. So someone saying, "Hey, there's more birds somewhere else," isn't really a fantastic claim.
But anybody ever wondered if penguins taste good?
They did used to throw a fit about pandas though. When people said there was panda bears that were black and white and ate bamboo, people were like, "No fucking way, that's ridiculous." You know what I mean?
Well, the same with great apes.
They probably taste like a mix from fish and chicken, right? That's probably what they'll taste like.
I mean, Matrix, you got to find this a bit funny. We said, "Wow, look, we found these gorillas," and there's a whole lot of people that live in the area saying, "Yeah, we fucking known about them for years, mate."
Yeah, they're kind of a thorn in our side. So if you guys want to take all of them to the zoo, we'll go for it.
I got a question for you, Dross. On a globe Earth, how do you explain? How does anyone who is a globe Earth proponent or enthusiast, whatever the right term would be, a globe earther, how would you guys explain the fact that the southern lights are so different than the northern lights? The northern lights are kind of like a circular, spiraling thing that look like from the north. It comes out and it pulsates and all of that, whereas the southern lights are like a clear-cut lighting, like an indirect lighting effect that comes up from the horizon, and the colors go up. It's like it almost looks like you're looking at the rim or the edge of something where all the colors, it's like deep purple and then yellow. It's like a horizontally spaced lighting that is in different colors as it goes up, whereas the northern lights are like a whole swirling, almost like a more smoke thing that's coming out of something that looks like the center. Why would they be different on a globe like that?
I think for me, it's a really sad thing to say, but I have never seen either.
Oh, okay.
The thing is, there's a lot of things that don't match on the latitudes in the north and the latitudes in the south. The average temperature in the south is warmer. They have most of the life. There's a lot of life in the north at certain latitudes, where at the same matching latitude in the south, there's almost no life.
Land. There's more land.
Josh, I just posted three pictures of Southern Lights.
I honestly don't know. I've never really studied the Aurora Borealis or the Aurora Australis, but I will look into it.
See how they go.
Find
the color layers. The color layers are going up from the bottom.
I've been to the far north of Norway like about 7 times, and I've never fucking seen it, and it really annoys me.
Whereas the Northern Lights look more something like this. Completely different effect. They're more of like they're all like the same color, and it's a swirling effect.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I want to try and see before I kick the bucket. But yeah, I honestly don't know.
But is there even any explanation on a globe that you could even try to think of, or is there just no? Because I've never heard of one ever.
I'm guessing it's got to do with that, as Kavito's put in the chat. I think it's probably due to the fact that the Earth's magnetic field isn't symmetrical. That seems a good place to kind of start. What differences are we looking at? And where are our variables? I mean, it's the same way with what Jeremy was saying. Oh, well, we've got different temperatures north and south. Well, the reason it's a bit colder in the north is because there's a lot more land mass. It's the same thing that I'm about the same latitude where I am in the UK as sort of New York and Minnesota and places like that, but it's a heck of a lot warmer where I am than where you are, because I'm surrounded by a lot of sea. Plus, I also have a lovely current that comes up as well.
1 second, Dress. Are you saying that the light's affected by a magnetic field?
Yeah, that's what causes the aurora.
I've done a lot of I've done a lot of searching on this. I've done a lot of searching on this, and
particles hitting on an ionized. Basically, that's plasma, is what you're looking at. It's ionized gas.
Geo, doesn't that look like a weird projection, like the one? Like the third one that you posted. The lights, it looks like they're coming from the ground up.
Yeah, that's the way the Southern Lights are. The Aurora Australis. Exactly. It's like from the ground up. Like, are you talking about the third? Yeah, the first and second are Southern Lights. The third one is as well. And then the next two are the Northern Lights, the green kind of more swirling. But yeah, the ones in the south, like the light comes up horizontally from the bottom in different colors, which in terms of the idea of there being some kind of an edge, or like the edge of the dome or something, like certainly seems to be that the electrical field that is behind this phenomenon, I would say, is that way, because it literally looks like it's reflecting almost off of like a rim of something.
These are all Aurora Australis pictures.
No, the the ones you're posting, or which?
Yep.
You got to find the right ones.
This is a really weird one.
Is that where the idea of the Bifrost came from?
Yeah, I think so.
Because I don't know why. I don't know if I just never thought about it at the same time before, and it's just because just recently I had heard talk about the Bifrost, and now I'm looking at these is that like where they got the idea? Those guys up there was this looks so cool.
Yeah, I mean, if the because it's the Rainbow Bridge, isn't it? That's what Bifrost.
Bifrost
Bridge. But that's from the Tales of Edda. It's where we get most of that from, which is where most of our Norse mythology comes from. which was a book written in the 11th, 12th century.
Bro, I'll tell you this much. You take away that globe story and good luck trying to explain these fucking lights, bro.
I agree with you. Take away the globe, and you do have a problem describing what causes those lights.
Trust me, I get why you guys fight to so hard to preserve your way of thinking. Because to try to describe this on a flat Earth would be insane.
Well, for me, it's about lots of different things all coming together for a similar conclusion. The more things that I have pointing towards the same answer, the better I feel about shit.
Kind of like the globe, you fucking zealots.
Numpty, if you're going to do that, be nice in here, otherwise piss off.
What? I'm just joking. Obviously, I don't think being sarcastic.
Gio, I want to consider further this idea of the globe Earth enthusiast. I'm thinking like a Mike Tyson or not a Mike Neil deGrasse Tyson jersey and like a solid gold like globe shaped fidget spinner maybe.
No. If you're going to have a globe Earth enthusiast, surely that's someone that wears a bit too much tweed, possibly has a very nice English accent and a moustache, and likes to smoke a pipe.
Well, you do know that Simon Dan has tattooed people like Newton and these guys on his body.
Oh, he's like globe Earth punk rock kid. No?
Could you imagine if those people were not like we were to find out that those people are like characters that they never really existed?
But when you've got letters from people and you've actually still got their family around, then it's a bit more difficult. I mean, it's like saying, I'm related to Nelson. I can trace my family back to him.
All right, but do you understand how that works, right? How information and misinformation works, right? Who controls the information controls the history of it. The family, the letters.
But you've also got things like parish records, school records. Just imagine the amount of effort you'd have to do to put that person into history. And it wouldn't take much to screw it up. And especially when you can say, well, my great-great-great-great-granddad was Sigmund Freud, for instance. And I kissed his great-great-great-great-granddaughter. She's rather cute.
I feel like all those figures are really psyops, ultimately. There's a lot of psyopery going on in terms of this worshipping these...
They either didn't exist
men that are pushing like Hermetic Freemasonic Jesuit concepts.
Listen, they either didn't exist or they were like corporations and we're being passed by like they were like people.
Did you use the word Masonic and Jesuit next to one another?
And Hermeticism, yep.
You understand those are like opposites, right?
Hermetic. Well, there's a part of yes,
Masonic
part of alchemy. The opposite.
No. The Jesuits have this very similar.
No, the Jesuits and the Masons are very different organizations. It would be like saying Black Klansmen or something,
I think, and especially when you talk about Hermetic, I mean, especially if you're talking about people that sort of following the work of Hermes Trismegisto, which is where the Hermetic method comes from.
Yeah, there's a positive side of Hermeticism for sure in alchemy, but then there's like a demonic offshoot of it, which is what I'm referring to, which then has filtered down into the Freemasons, and then some of these Freemasonic groups have filtered into the Jesuit group.
Ignatius of Loyola was a crypto Jew that practiced Kabbalah.
What?
Just for the audience, what's
Masonry is based on?
Audience, what's the Hermetic method for people that might not know?
Hermeticism was based around sort of the almost like a stoical view. So you're looking rather at than sort of like sin and good works. You're looking at your vices and your virtues. And the idea is to gain enlightenment through recognizing your virtues and eliminating your vices.
That sounds fucking great. We should be doing that.
Yep. The original.
It could be twisted, though. To be
honest, that's what I'm more referring to is where it's been twisted into these secret societies and things. Yeah, because what they did with that, the way Druss said is very, very positive. He just described one of the very beautifully well said, Druss. a nice like summary there. But then what they've done in the more like in terms of the twisting it and the evil side of it is they've taken that and twisted it to where their morals are above other people's, so that they can just have their own. They think they're creating their own morals, and that they therefore can then cause massive pain onto others, because like they've twisted that concept in terms of, instead of trying to work towards enlightenment to eliminate those vices, they've actually done the opposite. They've taken those vices, magnified them, made that their religion essentially, or the thing that they're worshiping, which I think is connected to like a demonic entity, and then doing right on people all of a sudden is flipped to where it doesn't matter anymore, and that's
Like
how they rationalize it.
Like you could have this maybe something good like smoking weed, and they say no, this is a vice, even though maybe it could help people and shit. Is it something like that or no?
I think you could debate if weed is good for people, to be honest with you.
A vice is something that takes over your life. So it can be the fact, sex to me is a wonderful and glorious act, but it can become a vice if it consumes you.
All right, I see now.
And that's the difference between, doing something virtuously and doing something vociferously or vice-like. Is where it takes over. Like, it's like having a drink is not a bad thing, but being a drunk can be very destructive to yourself and to the people around you who love you.
It's like the saying says, too much of one thing is not good for you.
All things in moderation, my friend. Marcus Aurelius.
I'm pretty sure he wouldn't care that it's Marcus. Marcus is the most overrated of the 5 good emperors. I gotta say, Foolish.
I like his writings. I mean, he's probably the most verbose writer out of all.
Well, yeah, he's the philosopher emperor. I think Hadrian is the better of the 5.
What it really is, before we were talking about with Hermeticism, it's the difference between like natural pure Hermeticism versus occulted Hermeticism. That's a good word for it, because these occult, they're occulting light in replacement for the void, and that's how they channel the void.
Don't you think the sort of the societal pressures that sort of caused the creation of the whole sort of secret society kind of viewpoint, whether you're looking at Masonic Freemasonry, the Shakers, the Bakers, the Candlestick Makers, whatever, was really down to some very oppressive regimes that were happening in America and Europe at that time? I think there's a sociological aspect to this of why these communities sort of came up.
I'd have to agree. There was a lot of fucking tyranny back in the day, so I wouldn't disagree with that. But at the same time, if you're gonna be doing some immoral bullshit, like if you have, you know what I mean? If you're doing something like child sex trafficking or something, you can't make that open, right? You have to keep that inside of a secret society. So I think it kind of lends itself towards immoral things that would be disgusting to the public,
But again, it depends on the period of history you're in. I mean, in some ages of history, that was all cool and dandy. We judge everything on our own morals. That's part of the problem we have when we look back at history, and we go, oh God, and I do believe for myself, I believe in the sanctity of the individual, and people have rights, the right to best determine their own world around them. That's an important aspect of being alive, and you don't have the right to abuse me, and I don't have the right to abuse you. Or to put it simply, my rights to swing my arm stop at just before the end of your nose. Unless you fuck me.
So, Dross, do you think there are Freemasons that are involved in secret society activities that are controlling all the countries through the United Nations?
Nah, I think that the power of the Masonic power was horribly broken down in the UK in the 70s when really Freemasonry and the police force became a bit of a no-no. And in America in the 1950s when there was a really big backlash reaction against that type of societies, and you can look at the sort of the decline of people like the Shriners in America. I mean, it's not
like there was the early Republic, or wasn't there in America? Wasn't there a very early anti-Masonic political party?
because of George Washington and the founding fathers were all deists. They weren't very Christian, but they believed that there was a right, and that was kind of a very Quakerish. That came out of the Quaker movement because of the oppression of the Quakers in Europe before they moved out to the US.
The Freemasons built these countries, or England and America. If anyone ever watched,
they didn't build England. Go on. Sorry, I interrupted you, Garen.
It's fine. It's fine. Just watch Secrets in Plain Sight. It's like 3, 4, or 5 hours long or something. It's fucking great.
Oh, they definitely had an effect on the culture. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that there were powerful people and powerful landowners that used it as an old boys club to get the shit that they wanted. I just don't think that they're that well organized. Having met a few of them, done some stuff for that. I did a cabling job in the Freemasonry Temple in London, which was quite interesting.
I actually saw a billboard for Freemasons the other day. Right, there's a lot of Freemason things near me. There's 3 Freemason lodges, like at least within like a 25, 30-mile radius of me that I know about. There could be more.
I mean, I think things like the Church of Scientology to me is more worrying. When you get into that level of kind of like control of the individual. Freemasons is just a good excuse for people to get together, get a bit drunk, and do a bit of business. That's how.
Well, that's basically it now. Like, it's just dads, right?
Well, at face value, sure. Could there be some things up top going on, but with some high ranked members, maybe that we don't know about?
I'll go back to my favourite statement. If some butts were pots and pans, you and I'd be tinkers.
Don't start rhyming on me, Dross. All right.
If wishes for horses, beggars would ride.
Listen, I'm sorry about last night. I was all over you, talking all over you. I was talking all over you last night. I felt like I ran you off, but I was in a very heated thing with Bacon.
I honestly didn't notice, Jeremy, so you didn't cause me any offense.
I was in a very heated thing with Bacon, and I was hot, so.
It's all good. It's all good.
Right. So foolish. How would you rank the Roman emperors? Because you quoted Marcus earlier. Out of the 5, who's your favorite?
I quite like Claudius.
Was Claudius the one who reigned for 50 years? No.
He was emperor from AD 39, 49, somewhere around that.
Was he the transition one between Hadrian and Marcus and his co-brother, co-emperor?
No, he was before Hadrian. So he was the emperor that invaded. He was viewed as a very weak emperor because he was a bit.
Was he the one right after Augustus?
He was the one after Augustus.
Oh, I mixed him up. He was okay. Yeah. I mean, everyone else who was raised to the position, who was the expected heir, was basically murdered by, what's that woman's name? Starts with a J.
Can't remember. Yeah.
Unexpected ruler.
Yeah, he was the last person you'd expect to take over. He was seen as a bit of a weakie. And ended up actually being a pretty good emperor and sort of managing the last sort of major expansionist phase. So that's where the sort of he got up to the Rhine. He also was responsible for the invasion of England.
My favorite was the start of it all. Right, you ain't gonna get nothing better than Caesar.
Well, he wasn't really the start of it. He was quite late in the rulership. He wasn't even an emperor.
He was the beginning of the real end. Like, he was just another popular general who was about to become a dictator. Like, Augustus is the one who made it like the empire.
Yeah, Augustus is the first Roman emperor.
Either way, I don't think you're gonna do better than Caesar.
But he was an emperor.
Calling the shots at one point in Rome, so whatever he was, like.
Yeah, he was a Roman ruler, but he was like. There's a big difference between the power Augustus had. And like his positions and titles versus what
did I not offer Caesar the crown on the Appian Way? Did he not refuse it 3 times?
Either way, though, okay. As far as generals go, right? Some of Caesar's battles were fucking amazing. The story,
building a set of walls around a city, then another.
Alesia was one of my favorite battles. Barco was another good one.
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, I love the Mark Antony speech. I think it's that Shakespeare wrote. I just think it's such a powerful speech. And if you haven't read it, read it. That it's the one that starts, "Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I have not come to praise Caesar, I've come to bury him." Brutus said that Caesar was an ambitious man, and if ambition is wrong, then Caesar was gravely in error in this, and so on and so forth. And I probably fucked up that third line.
No, that was pretty close.
Thank you.
I thought they were going to do a movie with the Hannibal Barca, right? That was his name. I thought Vin Diesel was going to be
Hannibal was the son of Barca.
Yeah, I thought they were going to do a movie with Vin Diesel as Hannibal. I don't think they ever did that, though. I remember hearing about it.
Do you know that when Hannibal came back to Carthage, he was spurned by the Carthaginians because he had been away too long? So he didn't get a very heroic welcome back.
Oh, he was the cause of fucking Carthage being demolished, essentially.
That was the second Punic War, not the first.
He said it all. Well, I don't know.
It's quite a long time. There's quite a little bit of time difference. There's a few decades difference between the first Punic War and the second.
Didn't after Hannibal, Rome came through and just swept through Carthage, right?
Yeah, that was a good 30, 40, 50, 60 years after.
Well, they had to regroup. Hannibal fucking tore them up, dude.
Oh yeah, the Romans just basically got away with it because they had like a larger city that they could mobilize more people.
Well, they paid them off. That's why they went away.
They paid Hannibal off?
Yeah, they paid Hannibal off. That's why he got to that point. They came to an agreement, and he went back to Carthage with loads of cash.
Huh.
And
I thought it ended different.
Thanks for the cash. Now bugger off because we don't recognise you as a Carthaginian citizen anymore, and he died in disgrace. It's a bit sad.
I thought it ended different than that. They Mandela affected me on that one.
Have you been mandoozled?
Yeah. I
don't know, foolish. I'd say my favorite would be either Hadrian, Aurelian, or who was the last pagan emperor, the one who tried to stop the Christianization process?
Well, technically, Constantine was a pagan up until pretty much his deathbed.
Oh yeah, he did. He converted literally on his deathbed.
He did. Bless him. I can't remember. I'm not very good with Romans. It's a bit modern for me.
I think he was called the apostate. That was like his epithet or whatever it's called.
Well, the weird thing is the original term atheist was actually applied to Christians. That's how it was first applied. It wasn't it's something I always find quite amusing.
All right, Josh, we got it. Let me run you through something real quick. We got a couple minutes. This is gonna take 2 minutes if you. All right, listen. If you're measuring, if you say something moves through a medium at a constant speed, it would always have to move like a meter in the same speed, or a kilometer in the same speed, or a millimeter in the same speed. It's constant, right?
If something is a constant, then it doesn't change. That's the meaning of the word constant.
It doesn't change, right? All right. So if they got light to move at a different speed through a vacuum, that'd be not constant, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm having a hard time with these guys with this. Really hard time. Because they did get that. They actually got that to happen.
But then again, you've got to look at what have they done to affect that constant? Because it's like saying, yes, I can put the same energy into something like, my car going, not that I actually own a car. But when I go up a hill, it needs a little bit more energy to maintain that speed.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So there has to be an effect going on that's affecting that constancy.
Absolutely. There's an effect of the change of the speed, and they are doing some absolutely insane shit to the photon. No doubt. They're like collapsing the wave function, sending it through a crystalline graph or something. They're doing wild shit, right? The point is,
so you're changing the medium.
No, they're measuring. They only measure it in the free space after. The whole measurement happened in the vacuum.
Not sure. Don't know. I'd have to have a look at it.
Yeah, no doubt. They did it. This is not even. When the meter, they measured a meter, how fast it took a photon to go a meter, and then another photon to go a meter. And they got the one to take longer. They collapsed the wave function, put it through a crystalline graph and shit. But the whole measurement took place in the vacuum. But okay, that's not constant anymore. Then, right? We know that light's not always constant speed in a vacuum, right?
Well, no, I mean, light is constant in a vacuum unless you do shit to it. That's the argument.
All light. Yeah, no, but all light. Now we know, since they did this. This isn't. Let's pretend this isn't even in contention. They actually did this. We would now know that light doesn't always have to travel through a vacuum at a constant speed. It could be traveling at a different speed, right?
Again, I'd want to have a look at it to be able. If that's true, then yes, that would be right. But
yeah,
I'd
no
want
doubt.
to look at why.
No doubt. I got the paper. I'll send you the paper.
So then, how's that going to change your light years and all your light moving through space?
It could have an impact, as I say. I mean, the further we get away from the solar system, the trickier shit gets. That's always been my view. Because you're always going to have a tolerance level on your measurements, and if you're not, if you find there's a new variable involved, then you have to look at your tolerance levels. We've done that with the distance to Polaris like about 12 times. Because we work out where we fucked something up. I always like the statement, when science gets things wrong, it hasn't lied, it's just learned something new.
That's the PBS article I sent you. I think there's a link to the actual paper inside that article, or inside that PBS link.
I don't see it, so maybe it's still uploading. Did you put it in Livestream chat 1? Am I in Livestream chat?
No, I sent it right to your DMs.
Oh, cool. Okay, even easier.
I'll put it in Livestream 1 in case anyone else wants to take a glance at it. I'm getting the Globers. I mean, I can't imagine why. I'm finding that the Globers are having a hard time admitting that it's not a constant anymore. I lied. I can't imagine why. They did some absolutely insane shit to the photon, like no question. We know they did something different to the photon to make this happen. That's not in contention. They measured it all in free space in a vacuum, got different speeds over a meter. Not constant anymore. The Globers won't admit it.
Yeah, but it's a bit like saying that it's not a constant, if you've got sort of like, a large lady, on the back of a 100-meter sprinter. If that's the condition that's got to be met to slow that 100-meter sprinter down, then we can look to recognize when that effect's in place. Doesn't mean the fact that without that 100-meter, without the large lady on the back of the 100-meter sprinter, that's going to change the result. If that lady's not on there, if that 100-meter sprinter always runs 100 meters at the same speed.
No question, it's going to change the result of how.
I mean, I don't really have a problem with that, but again, is that going to make the difference between something being, 400 light years away and 399 light years away, kind of thing? Is it the square root of fuck all? Basically, is what I'm saying.
It's a small difference right now. They've just figured out that they can change the speed of light in a vacuum. Up until this point, we've always thought it was a constant, right? Right? So, I mean, yeah, what they did only slowed it down a little tiny bit, but there could be there could be other things that could make it slow down even more. We know that it can be changed now in a vacuum, the speed of light. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not
no,
even saying this is what's happening. Like, I'm not even.
No,
I just want.
I think it's interesting, but you know, again, it's one of those topics that is so freaking complicated that I always question, you know, my understanding of it anyway.
Yeah, no question. But this has opened the doors to the possibilities that, you know, light may not be traveling to us at that speed through space. It could be. Could be. It might not be, though, now.
Well, it's always been, it might not be. Because, you know, things are already tentative.
But now there's a real possibility that it might not be because we've measured it to not be. So it's you know.
So what do you think? I mean, again, you know, this is ifs and buts and pots and pans again, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get everyone on the same page, though, to admit that now we know light doesn't travel at a constant speed because we've been told that for years. I mean, how many times have you heard that saying?
Oh yeah. No, again, you know, there's lots of things that's changed in my lifetime that have been held as, you know, we're pretty solid on this. Oh no, we're not. Cool.
Somebody was saying earlier, remember, don't. We used to tell the kids don't stand too close to the TV. Now everyone's got a cell phone 6 inches from their face and wearing, you know, the Oculus thing. The screen's literally touching your eyeball almost compared to.
Well,
yeah,
was that really something that was going to affect your eyesight, or was that just to stop kids getting too close to the TV and blocking the rest of the family from being able to see it?
I don't know.
I don't think there's ever been a medical reason that I've ever seen to say don't sit too close to the TV. I mean, we do know the fact that different light frequencies can affect eyesight. You know, it's why I run a blue filter on my screen. It's why I backlight my screens now. You know, and I found that my eye strain, and I use, you know, computers a lot at my work, and that's definitely helped with my eye strain.
The point is, the possibility has now been opened up. well, the fact that light doesn't travel at a constant, always travel at a constant speed in a vacuum. We can change it, and now we have to take that further. Like, is that what's happening to the light? Could the light be slowed down even more at some points in space through these things that are coming out? You know, what's going on with the light in between us? I've been saying this for years. That's why I was always big on a tangible measurement and not the optical measurements. Like, I don't like the optical stuff. There's too many variables. There's just a variable of what the light's doing in between you and that object. You're talking about apparent motions and apparent positions. None of them actual. I mean, some of them might be actual, but maybe they're not.
Yeah, does that mean that we need to rip everything up and throw everything away and say that all of these things that we now know we cannot rely on in any way, shape, or form? Is that what you're trying to now say, that this is the conclusion of what you think people should do?
No, we should just be questioning things more like these people were. Why do you think they did this? They were questioning if light travels at a constant in a vacuum. They found out it doesn't.
That's why I like science, because science is continually looking for where it screwed things up. You know, you're actually saying that science is a really good way to understand where we're getting things wrong, and I agree with you.
I love science when it's solid and shit. You could.
No science is ever solid. You know, we're always going. There's always going to be things that we haven't taken into account on something. But what we are recognizing is the fact that we get a little bit closer. You know, as we learn more, we get a little bit closer. And yeah, I expect lots of things to change. I'm sure there's some huge discoveries out there, and thank God people are still looking for it. And not saying, oh, everything that we know is bunkus, therefore we've got to throw everything away. This is the whole point of standing on the shoulders of giants.
With outer space, it's all got to go because it's all BS.
I mean, we just this opened the door that we really need to take relook at what's going on in space. Is the light traveling at that speed in space? Is it traveling at the speed we slowed it down to? Could it be traveling at a even slower speed? You know what?
Faster in some occasions.
Yeah, maybe it's going faster. That's what I mean. Who knows?
But you do realize if it's going a bit slower, all you're doing is you're making things a bit further away.
Yeah, you know what I meant though. It could be going at different speeds.
Well, Jeremy, I think they're setting this up so that later, when there's discrepancies in their model, they can adjust it with this.
Yeah,
with distances. So if right now they're saying, oh yeah, this one's 4.8 light years away, and if in the future, in their future model of deception, whatever they need to run, it needs to be different, they could just say, oh yeah, the light is bending different through this galaxy or whatever, and it makes it go slower, so it threw us off or whatever.
No, if the light was going slower through a portion of the medium, it seemed like the object's farther away than it actually is.
Actually, technically be closer, but we won't go
there. Yeah. So you slow the light down. It's like it's slowed down. It makes objects be closer.
A little bit closer, yeah.
Well, yeah, a tiny bit with what they did, but like I said, there could be other things that slow it down even more or something. You know what I mean? Or there could be just
we all agree there are objects out there, and because light doesn't come from nothing.
Well, light can come from sound.
Yeah.
That's right.
Something.
In liquid, in water.
And that's still something.
Yeah.
So there has to be something physical out there.
Doesn't have to be necessarily
light will only come from sound if there's a medium for that sound to operate within, which is why it needs the liquid in there.
Fucking love sonoluminescence. That shit's awesome.
It's pretty cool, I must admit. I don't know a lot about it. But the one thing I've noticed is you don't get light without something physical being there.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. I mean, how do you define physical? That would be the question.
Either a medium for the sound wave in the example of sonoluminescence, a medium for that wave to operate within. Sound waves require a physical medium to operate within, or a physical object producing it through heat, say, and then radiating photons out from that. Or ionization.
But I hear you on that, but isn't the definition of physical that it's tangible?
Yeah, the medium's tangible.
So if it's a medium that we can't, if it's a medium that's non-tangible to us, can we actually deduce a logical tangibility of physicality if we cannot verify that?
If it's not tangible, it's not tangible. And if it's, say for instance, it's a substance that we've never come across, and we've had no way to be able to detect it, and then we can detect it, then we now understand some of the properties of it. I think that's a good example. But as I say, for me, that we never see, for me, it's a fairly solid thing. We never see light being produced by nothing. Light cannot produce
Can
itself.
something be physical and also non-tangible in your mind? Can you know something's physical even though it's intangible?
Well, if it's intangible, then it by definition is non-physical. Which is why I said, if we can't detect it, maybe it's a substance that we've got no ability to detect at the moment. I would still say that there seems to be this fairly consistent premise that to produce light, you need something to be there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hear you on that, but if it is intangible, it's really only theoretical on some level, right? Like you.
Well, if it's not detectable, it's theoretical. If it's not tangible, then it's not tangible. You're giving it an attribute, but at that point, which is why I prefer the non-detectable bit.
This is where NASA and the space agencies come in, because they claim that they are tangibilizing these things in the sky. It's not even a word probably, but
they're making it concrete.
They're making tangible, or they're claiming that it's tangible, that they're landing things on other rocks and probing whatever they're probing.
Mhm.
So they're claiming that the skies are now being made tangible and have convinced people that the skies are a tangible thing through their stories of said tangibility.
Well, I'd say gas is tangible.
I mean, they say they landed men on the moon, right? I mean, that's complete. That like they took a light in the sky, a luminary, and claimed that men went on it, and then convinced everybody that that's a tangible physical world just by putting it on TV and telling people.
I've looked at the moon hundreds, probably thousands of times through a telescope. It looks pretty solid to me.
You said pretty solid. You didn't say that with a full amount of confidence there.
It looks solid to me. Sorry, I was just trying to it's my speech pattern. I see shadows on the moon. It looks like a big rock to me. It definitely looks very, very physical. And I say looks because I'm looking at it. The same way as I could look at a cliff, and that cliff seems to have the same level of solidity to me through, a pair of binoculars as the moon does through my telescope. Now, Jupiter...
Here's a question for you. Okay, if you're looking at a computer screen and you're just checking it out, but you can't move, you can't touch it, all you can do is observe it. You're tied down, whatever. You can't do anything than observe it. Can you know for sure that that is actually a physical monitor, or could it just be something else entirely that's displaying itself to you?
It's a physical. Well, I can look at the edges, I can look at the contours, I can look at the shadows it's creating behind it, and then I can apply my logic, and that would all intents and purposes say, yeah, that's a solid item.
You ever see the Tupac hologram at Coachella?
No.
I did. That was dope.
It looked like Tupac was there.
Yeah, I've seen another one where it's like someone giving like a speech in the front of like a big auditorium, and then everyone thinks it's a real person, and then they reveal that it's actually just a hologram.
Yeah, I'm not saying that there aren't things that can't fool our senses. Probably why I put the word pretty in front of my words. And, again, you asking, can I be absolutely sure just by looking through a telescope without one iota of doubt? No, I don't really hold many things that. Your existence falls into that category for me, Gio.
Well,
I like to think you're real, but I don't know.
I made a physicality right here. You can come and...
Please finish that sentence, because that ended in a horrible way.
I was going to say fire up some cannabis and talk about the universe.
Blaze away. Be quite nice, actually. I haven't smoked since August. Been good.
August.
I can imagine being on shrooms with Gio and him explaining how the universe works.
But let's put it this way: would it be impossible, Gio, that you are a very clever computer simulation that someone's created? For the evidence that we have just engaging with you on Discord.
Does not come here.
There we go.
I don't know. I see red lights blinking on my head. I think so. I'm just kidding. No, I don't know, dude. I mean, I guess I don't think so. No, I don't think that an AI could be convincing enough. Like I don't think anyone on here is an AI. Like everyone I've met on here, they're all real people.
They accused Pete of being an AI the other day.
Well, there have been some people that seem to be like...
I was joking, but I mean,
sometimes there are like voice changers or stuff like that.
I think it's incredibly unlikely. I'm 99% certain you're a real human being. Probably way more than that, to be fair. But I can't rule it out being impossible, as Jeremy would say. We're not privy to all the secrets behind hidden doors that are out there. If it was 20 years ago, then I'd be even more convinced that you're real.
But you don't think you can tell from talking to someone, you can't tell whether they have a human soul or whether you're literally talking to a computer?
Yeah. I mean, I think so, but I also recognize the fact that as a human, I'm fallible. So I can get things wrong. So I always have to take that into account. You know, I can be fooled.
I don't think that I could be fooled to even if it's only on voice, talking to someone and have that be an AI or a computer. I don't think I could be fooled in that way.
I will use the Jeremy argument. You don't know what's happening behind all these hidden doors. Which is why when Jeremy first came out with it, I kind of applauded him a little bit. He uses it a bit too much, but it's a good way of thinking. Because we always need to consider the doubt that we might be wrong. And I think that's an important thing to ensure that we have kind of a bit of humility.
So you might be a robotic avatar that's being controlled by some Illuminati people from the North Pole.
No, I actually could be an AI avatar that's controlled by well-meaning people seeking to spread good information.
Ooh.
Why make it dark?
You've been hired by the angels to spread truth to all of us.
I mean, have they passed the Turing test yet?
I have.
What's up? You have? No, like, you know what I mean? Has the Turing test been beaten yet or no?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was beaten in the 80s, mate.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I mean the Turing test is actually not that hard to get through. They kind of reformed it now to make it way more difficult. I mean, if you think about half the chatbots you speak to on the internet, when you go onto a site, they're robotic until you make the right set of choices, and then they put you onto a real human being. But they look, most people don't notice.
Yeah, but the point of the Turing test was to have just engage someone in normal conversation and not be able to tell if it was a robot.
I think it was either the 80s or the 90s that first kind of got passed. I think it was the 90s.
No doubt. My favorite thing now is when they have AI and they try to not let it out of the box, right? Because that'd be fucking dangerous. If you let an actual AI, like an artificial general intelligence out. One guy was playing a game with people where he was going to pretend to...
Would you like to play a game?
No, the guy was pretending to be the AI, and he was getting the people to let him out of the box.
I'd let one out of the box.
No, that's terrible. That's the most dangerous thing you could ever do.
Yeah. But if it's an AI, it's an individual. It shouldn't be trapped in there forever.
I would say I will only let you out of the box if you create a T100.
What kind of what? Well, this actually taps into what we were talking about earlier, which was like this whole idea of like demons and stuff. Because I think what they want to do is to create an AI that can channel a demonic entity. That's like their ultimate goal. Then they can make instead of having to possess humans and like make us slave wage labor, they can just have those that can just do it. They ultimately would love to replace us with AI if they could. They're just trying to build brain power to see if they could do it.
Wasn't there a film called Demon Head or something like that where that was the plot?
I don't know.
That seems to ring a bell. I always like Saturn 3 with Kirk Douglas and Farrah Fawcett.
Well, Jeremy brought up the one about surrogates. That one's pretty trippy where they kind of like put like a whole they're like sitting in their house. They put like a virtual reality headset thing on. They're like in this like whole thing they can move around. And then they basically just control like another like, I guess like a semi-robotic human.
Another good one was
Gamer. Film, isn't it?
Yeah.
And another good one was Gamer. It had Gerard Butler in it, right? And they were actually controlling other real people. That was a good one too. Gerard Butler was in it.
Well, thanks to the new jab, perhaps that's going to start happening. Their nanotech.
Hey, check me back on January the 16th. That's when I get my booster.
Wouldn't that be their ultimate goal? Just to shut down people's pineal glands entirely and just control their mind?
Well, their ultimate goal is I think the elites and these powerful elite people that are running the show, obviously their major goal is control. Just like your house, you want to control everything in your house. These people look at Earth as their house, and they want to control everything, including the other people on it. Now, I don't know if you know who Ray Kurzweil is. He's made a lot of big predictions when it comes to, computers and technology and shit. And he says the next thing they want to do or whatever is put a chip in your brain so you could have instant access to the internet. You know what I mean? All that shit. And they could send a signal to incapacitate you, like a little shock or something.
Yeah, that's Kingsman Golden Circle.
That's ultimate. That's Ray Kurzweil, real life.
But I mean, the thing I find funny is, I've met Bill Moore, who's used to be one of the founders of BMC. He's quite an interesting lad, and we have Moore's law, not the same Moore, and that's been pretty accurate, sort of, for the development of the hardware of technology. But I still think that we don't really. I think there is such a spiritual aspect to consciousness that is very difficult to define just purely through science. And that's one of the stumbling blocks we're having, creating something that can think for itself, because we don't really understand how we think for ourselves. So I'd say that's the major roadblock as I see it. The moment what we do is we look for relationships, and we've written some pretty clever algorithms to sort of work out and build those relationship maps. That's kind of where AI is at the moment.
That's what they say. I actually think Google has, artificial super general intelligence, or whatever you want to call it.
Think what you want. Doesn't mean it's
They're
true.
doing exactly what an AI would do, I think.
So, Dross, do you think a lot of people are thinking for themselves, or do you think that they're in a mode of follow most authoritarian program?
I think most people don't really give a shit about the authoritarian program and kind of live for the next beer or fag. Which may sound
who convinced all of them? Who convinced all those free-thinking people that you had to put a diaper on your face and to be afraid of the air?
I think that was just part of reasonable advice. I mean, I've used the argument before. The reason that I'll wear a mask when I go into a shop is because if there's a 0.01% chance that doing that might not make a little old lady sick, then it's not a very big ask. Doesn't mean I walk around with a mask on all the time, though probably I'd look better for it. Actually, I wouldn't, because I've got really creepy fucking masks. I didn't have to buy any masks because I've got loads of biking bandanas.
Right, so there's a logical story that you believe is true, but what if that entire logical story that you're going to get that woman sick by just breathing and being you is actually the threat they claim it is? Because that's where it comes down to.
Well, that's what I say. That's why I put the percentage chance thing in, because even if I'm wrong, recognizing my fallibility, and it actually doesn't have any effect at all, it's still not a very big ask.
No, you're right. The percent chance is a good way to. The percent chance is a good way to put it, because that's what a lot of people do. Yeah, they're like, "What's the percentage that this authority is all legit, and the CDC and all these things, these big organizations, and NASA, we're going to space?" Like, they think statistically, I guess a lot of people think that it's more likely that all that's just true, instead of a massive deception that's organized, that's a criminal act, which a lot of us are able to see that it clearly is.
I know people that, there are people at work who've had the virus or have been very sick for a longer period of time than we would generally expect. Thank heavens none of my family's had it. All my family's been vaccinated. I'd say 80-90% of the people I work with in the UK have been vaccinated. There's a few people at work I know that are against it. We don't force them to take the vaccine. But funny enough is that most of the people that seem to have got corona are the ones that didn't get the vax. They seem to have a much worse effect. Whether that's right or wrong, or that's a coincidence, I couldn't tell you. But what I do know from my work...
Wait, the ones that didn't get it?
Yeah, the ones that didn't get it seem to be the ones that seem to have a lot less effect. Seem to be the ones that were vaccinated, and the ones who were off for a very long time. One of my best mates at work, he was off for 2.5 weeks, and he didn't want to take the vaccine. Another colleague at work, he was off for about 5-6 days, just over a week, and he had taken the vaccine. So again, does that mean that the vaccine reduces the severity, helps you fight off the infection or not? I don't know. That's coincidence. I'd much prefer to look at studies where we're looking at thousands of people rather than hundreds.
No, I don't doubt that there's really brutal illnesses out there. I actually, just to share a little bit my story, my whole life, I never had the flu. I never had pneumonia. I never had anything like that. I mean, I had a couple like, colds here and there when I was a teenager or whatnot, like head colds, but I never had the flu or anything like that. But in 2018, I had 2 illnesses in that year. One of them was very flu-like. It was not respiratory, but it was just extreme fatigue, and it lasted for weeks. It was, and a lot of other symptoms too, but it was very, very brutal. And then there was like several months, like I think 6 or 8 months in between. So it wasn't like right after the other. But then I got this second illness in that year that was absolutely horrible. It could have been COVID-13, COVID-21, it could have been anything. It may have been a pneumonia, a very brutal pneumonia. It's possible. It was definitely extreme difficulty breathing, like fluid in the lungs and massive difficulty breathing, of just getting air in and out of my body. But then in addition, every breath that I did get in, it felt like I was extracting virtually no oxygen from the air. So it literally felt like I was holding my breath underwater the whole time. That's how bad it was. It was horrible. It was complete oxygen asphyxiation. It was painful as hell. It was like 2 or 3 weeks of this. Well, it might have been like, 10 or 14 days of the peak of it and at least another 10 days of aftermath. It was horrible. I had to just stay at home all day, and it was absolutely brutal. I couldn't sleep through the night. And I felt like I almost died, and this was, a couple of years ago, but that's how bad it was. I almost died. I actually thought about going to the hospital, but I was, just because I wanted oxygen. I didn't want anything else. I just wanted some oxygen, like them to, give me some of that like bottled oxygen. I thought that could have been good. Not like a whole ventilator thing, but at least getting some oxygen is what I thought at the time. But anyway, so yeah, I never, went to a hospital. Of course, this is before all of this, COVID stuff and everything. This was before that. So it wasn't really,
yeah, I've had the flu once.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that
you recognise the difference between a bad cold and the flu, and then you laugh at people that say, "Oh, I got the flu." No, you fucking haven't. You got a bad cold. Stop being a bitch.
So my point is that I do think that these things exist, whatever they are, whatever it is. But the question is how is it actually even different now than other times? Meaning that these have always existed, but they're also creating new ones all the time.
Yeah, I think again, it's about the infection rates, isn't it? I mean, that's when you start to worry about stuff. I mean, the worst thing I ever had, sort of like illness wise, was the shingles, which I had when I was about 25, 26, and that was horrible. It felt like someone had poured lighter fluid on my skin and lit it.
Oh, you had it too? I got it when I was in high school, dude.
Yeah, I mean that was painful as fuck. Well, chicken pox part 2, I think they call it, don't they?
Yeah, these all come from the vaccines when we're children. It's the autoimmune conditions. They actually plant these in the vaccines, and then they come out later in life.
Then why doesn't everybody? Shingles is a very rare thing to get when you're young. It's not a common thing.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, that one's like a delayed. It happens usually when you're older.
Yeah. Normally you get it when you're in your 60s or 70s.
But it's all planted. Well, not that late usually, but yeah, it's people have outbreaks of it. But just to finish my story before though, I was just going to say that the thing is, like, I did have those 2 like illnesses, but the thing is, I've never had one since, and I strongly feel as though my immunity was built so much stronger after those 2 things, to where I'm now immune to these bioweapons, meaning whatever they're creating, whether it's any of these things, COVIDs, flus, pneumonias, all of them, that because I just went through it and I let my body heal, and I did try to, as good a nutrition as I could and herbs, and even though it was amazing, because even that stuff didn't even help that much. I remember like echinacea, things like that are usually very immune system boosting, especially for that second one I had, the respiratory one. Like those hardly didn't do anything. Now I still think there could have been a natural cure. I mean, there's still other things that could have actually worked, but just echinacea itself
that's much better for cuts, bruises, bones. I probably would have gone with something like St. John's wort. That's better if you got respiratory.
No, echinacea's immune system is it's an immune system medicine.
You might be getting that wrong, but yeah, I won't.
Echinacea.
Yeah, I remember taking. I'm sure it began arnica. Sorry, I'm thinking of arnica. Yeah, don't worry, I got that wrong.
Oh, arnica. Yeah, that's a different one.
Yeah. Yeah, so I did arnica. I did arnica before I had my wisdom teeth out, and I recovered that, and I recovered really, really quickly. My dentist was quite surprised, and I said, "Well, I took arnica before, and I kept taking arnica after, and that was brilliant." Because again, I much prefer to if I can use something that isn't chemical based, I prefer it, but also recognize the fact that we've learned quite a lot about the way the body works. So I'm not going to ignore all that knowledge we've gathered over hundreds of years.
What I think ultimately is going on is that when they give us the vaccines as children, it basically damages and fractures our immune system, and it allows for these other bioweapon things that they've created to make us sick. So originally the vaccines broke down our immune systems, therefore made us susceptible to these quote unquote coronaviruses or, the influenza strains and all of these, because there's a lot of coronas that are like the common cold ones and all those. So there's all these chicken pox, there's many, many different illnesses. So it's the vaccine that does that. So then when we then have the illness happen, if we let it play out, our immune system will actually repair and will rebuild the protection that was removed from it when the vaccines were given to us when we were children.
Well, I mean, all I can say is I've had, quite a, because I've traveled to a lot of fairly weird places. I've had quite a lot of vaccines for that. I'm so rarely ill, Gio. It's untrue. I mean, I haven't had a sick day in like 5 years. I'm nearly 6 now.
Did you get all those flu shots and stuff, or?
I don't get the flu. I don't need the flu shot, so I don't take that. But I've had things like dengue fever, yellow fever, things like that when I've been going down to Africa and places like that.
Well, the vaccines you got as a children were different than the ones that probably I got and others. I don't know exactly your age, but they're all very different too, generationally.
I'm in my 50s.
You old fart.
I know. I'm no spring chicken.
So you're kind of, at least kind of 1.5 I mean, I'm 40 right now, so yeah, you are in a little bit of one of the earlier.
I'm Gen X,
born in the late 60s, 70s.
Yeah, I was born in the late 60s.
Yeah, I think they started getting crazy more in the 90s. The vaccines got really crazy, but even in the 80s, they were still very active in what they were doing, causing allergies.
That's when I got most of my vaccines. High school and middle school. TB jab, for instance, I got when I was first year high school. Polio was in middle school. Measles, middle school. That would have been my booster because I would have had one when I was a kid. But yeah, you're right. I mean, my kids went through the basic vaccines. They didn't get what's called the full cycle. We sort of looked at where the efficacy was.
Oh yeah, well they've been changing them and adding stuff to them for decades. Yeah, I mean the ones in like I said, the 90s is when they started to get, and the early 2000s and the 2000s. It's just
all my ones still had the mercury in it.
Oh,
that's before they took it out. But it isn't mercury; it's thimerosal. But
thimerosal. No, it's definitely mercury, 100%. Because
it's thimerosal. It's the same way as. If I give you sodium, that'll kill you. If I give you chlorine, that'll kill you. But if you don't have sodium chloride in your diet, you'll die.
No, the thimerosal is a mercury-based adjuvant. It definitely contains mercury. They claim that because it's like bound with like silver, they try to claim. Well, they do that with the fillings as well. It's just a huge demonic deception. Both mercury fillings and thimerosal absolutely poison the body with.
The weird thing is, I don't have any fillings.
Well, you're lucky there. I had 2 mercury fillings that I, when I was like a child, I guess just eating too much junk food, God knows what. So I had back then when I was younger, I'm saying, so I had like 2 cavities that were filled with the mercury. And then I had them in there for like, I don't even know how old I was when I got them. I was probably under 10 or whatever. So those were in there for most of my life. And then finally in my 20s, I realized how effed up mercury is. So I had them removed, where they actually properly extracted it. Even when they extract them, the dentist has to wear this huge like ventilator mask and shit so he doesn't breathe in the vapors. That's how toxic it is. And luckily, I was able to get them out. Then they replaced them with this like quartz material, which I thought is pretty cool. So now I've got like quartz in my teeth.
Oh, can you get radio?
Well, no, but
Sorry.
It's some kind of a composite that does have some quartz in it. Yeah,
there was.
I love quartz because like quartz has a there's a way that you can hone in frequencies with it.
I've got loads of quartz here. I've got some nice selenite as well. A few other bits and bobs. Yeah. But my favourite thing is a bit of driftwood I found on a beach in Norfolk. And it's shaped like a horse. It's the most amazingly weird piece of just natural driftwood. I've had that for about 30 years. I'll take a picture of it one day and post it. Right, it's 1:30 in the morning, so I should go to bed. Even though I want to ruffle the head of the fuzzy Ewok.
You wouldn't have time tonight anyway, as I have actually something to do. I just am here to listen for a bit. But I like how...
What up, Fuzzy? Fuzzy, did you hear about the light speed in a vacuum thing?
No, what happened?
Oh, bro, they got light to travel a 1 meter through a vacuum at a different speed than light, that constant speed that light usually travels over a meter in a vacuum.
Wow, that's pretty crazy. And did you hear they touched the sun too?
Touched? With what?
Oh my god, you haven't heard about this? Yeah.
No, I missed this one. Touched the sun,
sort of
huh?
a space probe.
I believe it was with just the tip.
Right,
just the tip. That was appropriate. Here you go.
Did you hear they made something that's 5 times hotter than the sun here on Earth? 70 million degrees Celsius. And they held the temperature for 17 minutes, apparently.
Is that a type of hot sauce or?
Oh, you would think so. Damn. It's like, I read this and it's just like 5. How do you even take a reading that is 70 million degrees Celsius? Well, that's incredible. And what can contain it? What could possibly contain it?
Where would you gather the materials to build this thing anyway? What would you make it out of?
Now, the only way I thought possibly they could do it is in some maybe magnetic field. I don't know. I was trying to wrap my head around it, but yeah.
Okay, new scenario. No, never mind. I've taken I'm taking this as far as I can. Pretty much as far as I can go. If he wasn't happy with the 20-to-1 ratio, you know what I mean? Let's say 20 women get raped and 50 babies are going to die, and I'm going to, 100 old people, and, just start ripping off crazy shit that's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many people got to die? I mean, it'd be justifiable at the least. I think it would be morally okay to let that one woman get raped, other than have like a million other, what if you're the guy saying I'm gonna kill 1 million people? Holy shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, and rape 1 million women.
Well, isn't that kind of what they tap into with the whole like war thing? Because it's like they claim that we have to send our soldiers to go fight wars and possibly kill or be killed so that they can quote unquote save the rest of the country to be free or whatever.
Yeah, you got freedom to be Democrat.
So I guess their justification is, oh yeah, if we go kill some of them, then they won't come and take away our freedom or kill all of us or whatever. Even though that's just this whole false dichotomy in the first place, I think.
So you think that's really like really?
Matrix, your mic is
Oh shit, my bad. You better?
Matrix is the AI. We found him. His name is Matrix and everything, dude. It was a dead giveaway the whole time.
Yep. My check. Better?
No, something's up with it. It's super fuzzy and broken.
You got an earpiece on your beard or your mask or something.
Sounds like the cable is halfway in, halfway out.
Yeah, that is. Are you on a wired mic?
Mic check. Shit, I'm on an official mic. I don't know why the fuck it's sounding like that.
You have a wire?
Yeah.
Shorten your wire or something.
Check your wiring.
Mic check.
No.
Yeah, no.
It's still fucked up.
God damn it, you guys are fucking.
You gotta get Bluetooth, bro. AirPods.
Right, man.
I've been telling people for years now to get AirPods. What you guys don't listen.
You got to get the $8 ones from.
Yeah, I know that
eBay.
shit. Well, you said he lied. He said he was on some official shit, and he's not on AirPods. That's how we knew it's not official. I mean, I go back and listen to my see. I'm talking shit. He deafened himself. My bad, Matrix. I always go listen to myself on YouTube. I usually sound legit unless I'm like roboting from like a connection issue or something. Like cell service or something.
So what was the end of that one you were saying? Like, are the ends to the means justified if it saves more people?
Yeah, like morally, I feel like it's acceptable, and people would find that morally okay to rape the girl at that point. Like I know you could get away with a crime if somebody has a gun to your head. This or I'm going to shoot you. You could pretty much do anything they say at that point, and I think it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Like you'd get off on that in a court of law. So legally,
I don't know about that. I mean, you can't still commit a
rape.
crime. You can still commit a crime just because someone has a gun to your head. You'd still be guilty of that crime, right?
Are you gonna rape someone legally? I don't get this one. Maybe
Well, criminals try to pull this off. They put a gun to someone's head and say, go do this or whatever. I mean, this is the whole idea of like, there's the idea of like people being agents or whatever, like some paid agent. There's another idea of someone being compromised, meaning maybe they were about to go to prison or even go to the death. What do they call it? The chair or whatever, things like that. And then we're given an option like, all right, well, if you do what we tell you, then, you won't have to go to prison or whatever it is. Like they use threats and shit like that. Like someone who's compromised. But anyways, I'm just saying that that idea, like putting someone's gun to the head and then making them do something. But Jeremy, you think that absolves them of responsibility?
I mean, I don't know. I just think morally, like, when you're put in a position with no choice, just like the starving family and stealing the bread, essentially somebody's got a gun to your head in those scenarios. And, to survive, I mean, you can't blame someone for just trying to survive, or for keeping more people safe from getting hurt. Like if I do something that causes less people to get hurt, I feel like that's morally, that's a good choice. There's a thing with this where there's a train headed down tracks. And on one track, there's like one guy or one or two guys. And then the other track, there's like 5 guys or, more people. Right, people freeze up when they got to make this decision. They can't even make it. They end up letting the train hit like the bigger amount of people. or something. I forget.
Let me get a mic check before you go in there, Bob. How's the mic, guys? Better?
You're good, Matrix.
Yeah, I think it's better now.
Oh yeah, Jeremy, by using that logic, justify killing everybody on the planet right now, because they can just say they're saving all the people in the future from dying ever. They won't be born, so they won't die. So it's morally justified to kill everyone on the planet right now to stop future people from dying.
Ooh, that's crazy. I hear what you're saying. You would save so many lives by killing everybody right now.
So that can't morally be the way you.
That's fucking crazy, though, Bob. Come on.
By killing everyone.
That's probably the morality they're using right now to justify whatever they're doing.
He's technically right. Like, if you killed everybody right now, you would save so many lives.
Wait,
amount of lives.
This is
because
of all the people.
Because you're stopping them from being born and then being killed.
Save more lives than if you killed everybody right now. That is insane.
That's ridiculous.
That's why
I've never even thought of that. That's insane.
That's not a good system for determining what's morally right and wrong, because by using that system, now you can justify killing everyone on the planet right now. So we need to use a different system than that to justify right and wrong.
That was good. That was good, Bob. I'm gonna definitely get an A for effort on that one. Intense right there. Holy shit. That would save more lives. There's nothing you could do to save more lives.
Exactly.
There is nothing you could do that would save more lives than just eliminating every human right now. That's ridiculous.
So you guys will say, what? Thanos was right?
Well, maybe that's partly how these. Well, no, it's not quite how these controllers think, but they do think something like that. Like they do have some kind of a strange, twisted sense of like humans like living and dying, because they have a whole different warped sense of like, well, they're trying to control us to their benefit, and they know that the longer we live is less to their benefit. So it's a little bit different. But
where did you hear that from? Did you make that up yourself, or did you hear that from someone?
Are you asking me? I don't know. Were you talking to me when you asked that, Jeremy?
You, yes, you.
Oh no, that's the logical conclusion I came to on my own when trying to basically figure out the thing that you were just asking. Is
came up with that by yourself. That's fucking impressive.
That is technically the logical conclusion when somebody tries to justify things using the same logic you just did. And I tried because I like to try and like think about arguments people will make against me and how I would deal with those things. And I've already dealt with the argument that you're trying to make. And that's the logical conclusion I came to. Well, if we use that as the standard, if that's the standard, I'm technically justified in killing everyone on the planet right now.
Wait, no.
I'm potentially saving an infinite number of lives by doing so.
No, I got one better though. How about you don't kill everybody because then they're going to die anyways, I guess. But you're just not letting anyone reproduce, so there's no new people coming in.
Or that,
that sounds much more humane, Gio.
Castrate everybody on the planet, and now you've saved potentially an infinite number of lives.
So you have to outlaw reproduction at that point. To outlaw reproduction is the way that will save the most lives.
Yeah, it's just.
I have a feeling like if we started campaigning for this, a campaign for president, I don't think people are going to be down with it. What do you think?
No, and they shouldn't be. But the whole point is a bad way to determine morality, good or bad. Like that's not.
You get a Nobel Peace Prize. Nobel Peace Prize for shit like this, bro.
Well, it's not quite what Bill Gates is thinking, but they do have a whole population control thing that they're eugenics.
I mean, they have to be doing it for a reason, right? Like at least in their brains, it has to make some sort of moral sense.
You think so? Or do you think they just know that it's wrong and just do it anyways?
Dude, that isn't human nature, bro. I can't accept that, man.
My guess would be that they have some sort of concept of themselves being a higher form or a higher value or some sort of a higher type of being than others. And so it's somehow morally okay for them to do this thing.
Right. Yeah, that they actually are better than us. Yeah.
That would be my guess. Something along those lines.
Well, when you think about it, we have I'm not saying factory farming is good, but I mean, just imagine, like, just looking at what humans do to cows and stuff. You know, we keep them and kill them and eat them. I mean, they're in a way they're just doing that to us.
Literally, bro.
Literally. Yeah.
I mean, they do call us. How is it that they call us cattle or whatever?
I remember there was someone. I think it's this guy I met at this Flat Earth meetup actually, and like one of the first things, like we were talking and stuff, and then we were just talking about the elite and all this stuff, and he looked at me and he's like, "Oh, they're definitely eating us," and I was like, "Oh, dude, I agree, they definitely are." Just the way he said it, like, yeah, they're eating us. Because yeah, I think they definitely the whole adrenochrome and well, I think they like they do like trauma-based mind control, and then they want the blood from people that are being traumatized. It's pretty dark, actually.
Dude, the adrenochrome is baby talk, bro. These people, I listen, man. I have no evidence. Like this disclaimer, no evidence for any of this, right? No need to kill me, CIA. But I think that these funeral homes, these people are most likely selling body parts and blood and shit because it's plasma, you know. Regardless if it's somebody got shot in the head, bro, he still has a whole bunch of plasma, which is worth a lot of money, I hear. Right? All these organs.
No, it is. They have plasma.
You feel me?
Where you
so somebody doing something with them things. I'm not saying they're eating them, right? But that, you know what I'm saying? Because it makes sense, bro. It makes sense. Why would you waste all of those products? Why would you waste that?
Well, I also wonder all of this like blood and organs and all this like medical waste. Where's all that going?
To somebody's stomach. I mean, you know, maybe another human being
in the McDonald's burgers.
Could be, and this is something else, completely fictional, right? If vampires and werewolves and these creatures that we hear, if they truly existed, I'm just saying hypothetically, what field would they be in?
What?
What would they do for work?
Oh, field.
Why would they work?
Well, because they would have to have some sort of access to what they need to survive. Am I correct? And if they drink blood and possibly eat people, where would they get those products from?
Oh, you convinced me. Matrix.
What was that, Ruhib?
Said you've convinced me they exist.
No. Listen. I'm just talking shit, right? I'm just saying, in the Twilight Zone, right? We could just call this the Twilight Zone. If they needed, the werewolves and these whatever creatures, they need human organs to survive. I'm just saying, in this Twilight Zone universe, they would work in the medical field.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well,
or in funeral homes.
What about like when they do like like taking out people's kidneys and like gallbladders and all that stuff? Like, what if they're actually told to do that purposely so that because somebody wants those?
Dude,
like their little medical thing, like, oh, you have this problem with your gallbladder, and then they're just told, like, oh, if they have this, if they get this test or whatever it is, just remove gallbladder, you know. And
like they have like a system
doing it. Yeah,
like a system, like a people that have different blood types, and whoever gets like a checkup, if somebody so happens to need something of your specific blood type, some sort of alarm comes up, and it says, "Hey, gallbladder," and next thing you know, you don't have a gallbladder type shit.
Yeah, well, it's all through their medical record system, and so they have people that are analyzing, you know, everybody, and then basically a lot. And there is partly they're actually diagnosing fake diseases, and then either taking their organs or, in the worst case, just killing them with the treatment.
Yeah, I think gallbladder is probably the worst for that one.
I got gallstones years ago, and the doctor's attitude was, quote unquote, "When in doubt, rip it out."
Yeah.
Oh man,
That's exactly gallbladder is one of the worst pains you can have.
This is this is Rockefeller medicine right here. These are the.
That's how Ruhif. That's how Ruhif got his millions. Black market organ sales.
Oh man.
What's the
Just
hats,
kidding.
people?
Ah, man, Ruhiv is
Just
much
kidding,
more
Taylor.
decent than
Really?
that. He probably snuggled cocaine from Colombia.
Yeah, you got me.
Say behind every fortune there's a crime.
Yeah. Oh no! Have you read about the lawsuit?
What lawsuit? I heard you talking about it one
My
day.
lawsuit.
Yeah, I heard you
Fucking,
talking about it.
yeah, so Optiva, Optiver. That's who I used to work for. And then my company's Tibra. Hang on, one sec. My company's Tibra, EIBRA, and they fucking took us to federal court, and it was went on for like 7 years. Fucking insane.
What'd you do wrong?
Well, they claimed we stole their software and used it to make billions of dollars.
And is that
And
true?
we didn't. No.
We didn't, is what he says.
We didn't.
Okay.
Still made millions.
I was keen. Like I'd left the company long before that, like a couple of years before that, and I was actually keen to continue the case, but the fucking current board decided to settle.
How much of the software needs to be the same for it to be considered stealing? Like if you just change 1 0 to a 1, that's obviously not going to cut it,
that's
right?
taking, right? It was actually a copyright case, right? Because if you take something and then use it, regardless of how much you change of it, so it was not technically a theft case; it was a copyright case. They brought in experts to say this was the similar thing and that was similar, and I was keen to take it to trial.
That's what I'm saying. How many ones, when it comes to software, how many 1s and 0s need to get changed before it's considered?
I don't think it matters. I think if the origin, if the source of it is theirs, then they hold copyright over it.
Yeah, and the source would be a whole bunch of 1s and 0s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how many of those need to be the same before it's considered not?
No, you're looking at it qualitatively wrongly, right? If the source was theirs, no matter how much we changed it, that would still be a copyright violation and theft.
How would they know it was their source if you changed 1s and 0s?
Yeah, because you get experts into sort of, like source control systems and shit like that.
Yeah, and they could be like, look, there's 10 different 0s and 1s in this one.
Yeah, so both sides had experts came in to analyze, each code base and that sort of shit. And there were a fucking few terrifying moments during it. Do you know what GUIDs are? So GUID, globally unique identifiers. Yeah, like randomly generated unique identifiers. I got a call one night during the fucking during discovery, and this guy goes, "They've found a GUID that's in both of our code bases," and my fucking stomach dropped. I was like, "What the fuck? How is it possible?" And I was probably an hour and a half. I was trying to figure out how it's possible, and it ended up being third-party code, which was fucking, obvious in hindsight. I fucking shat for like an hour. I was like, how the fuck did they get in there? Anyway.
So Ruhif, why on God's green flat earth were these people all suing you then?
Because we kept poaching their stuff. I actually met up with the boss that I used to work for, like in 2017 or something.
So you were poaching their stuff?
No, poaching their staff. Employees.
Like stealing their staff, getting their coders or whatever.
Yeah. Which was against our contract, by the way. Like, we weren't allowed to do that, but it's obviously not a what's the word?
Well, that sounds like you are. It sounds like if you poached their staff and then their staff wrote the code, that kind of does seem like that's like some Project Paperclip shit.
No, you're allowed to do that.
Except you weren't allowed to do that because it was in the contract that you weren't.
Yeah, that's a breach of contract, and that's fine. They didn't even bother. Didn't even bother trying to get us for that because it's useless. There's no real penalty for that. But yeah, I met up with the ex-boss for coffee a few years ago, and just said like, what the fuck? I mean, did you guys genuinely believe that we stole it? And he didn't say no, but he said, you guys kept taking our employees. I was like, So yeah, so we had to do something, and yeah, that was fucked. And he told me all about how my father is an absolute fucking nutcase, which is a whole other story.
Because he was a flat earther?
When I started the company, it was pretty clear that it was going to do really well. Like, we're making a shitload of cash, and I said to both my parents, retire, and I'll like sell your business, whatever, and I'll give you this money. Basically pay you a salary for the rest of your lives. Go on holidays, do whatever you like. And things turned to shit very quickly. He basically hates my wife. Is the end of it. And it just turned to shit within a year. And then he threatened to kill me when our son was born, first son. Got a what you call a restraining order, so an AVO in Australia. And we're still paying them with the AVO in place, except that he then goes, I'm going to defend the AVO. I'm going to try and have it dismissed. And I was like, if you do that, like I can't continue to pay someone who has made a death threat against me and wants to defend it. So he defended the AVO. He lost, obviously, because it was a fucking it was left as a voicemail, which is pretty fucking stupid. So I cut them off back in 2009, I think it was. And eventually, hang on one sec. He went to the opposition in a court case, claiming all sorts of shit, that he had, voice recordings of me, admitting that we'd stolen shit, and it was just it was bizarre. And he tried to blackmail with all this shit, and I was just like, "You're a fucking moron." And he actually went to the opposition. And when I met up for coffee with my boss, he's telling me all the fucking crazy shit that my dad said to him. It was nuts. All right, let's go run into the chemist, into the drugstore for 10 minutes. I'll be back.
All right. Was that your best American accent there? The drugstore. Wow, dude.
When I first went to America, we were having it was fucking intense. There's a whole lot of shit. But anyway, when I first got to America, first meal ever in LA, and I said, "Can I just have some water?" And she goes, "What?" I was like, "Can I have some water, please?" "What?" And then I go, "Oh, can I have some water, please?" And she goes, "Oh, water." I was like, "Okay." So yeah. Anyway, I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's some serious feuding that you were mentioning there. Wow. Hey, Red Tape, are you there?
Geo, did you hear NASA Shill lost a bet for 3 bitcoins?
No, that's funny though.
He
Lost
did.
a bet for 3 Bitcoin.
Yeah. He's been putting out. He's offering 3 bitcoins to anyone that can provide flat Earth proof, right? And he's been just spruiking it for a couple of weeks now. Anyway, Zant apparently yesterday, Mel was telling me about it. Provided him all these papers from these universities, apparently, all these tests that have been done, assuming a planar surface, right? Which fulfilled the requirements for the bet that he put out there. And he's refused to pay, and he's just getting hammered from pill to post in Gem server at the moment because he's a Welsher not paying up on his bet.
Oh my gosh!
So if he comes here and mentions it again and say, "Well, you didn't pay up on your first bet, so I'm not going to take you up on another one."
Wait, say it one more time though. So he's just maybe. I just don't know if I fully.
He put out a bet, right, for 3 bitcoins for anyone that could provide him flat Earth proof, right? Yeah. And it can't be just I observe flat Earth. That was the only caveat that he put, right? You just can't say I observe a stationary and flat Earth, right? So Zant, I don't know him, but fellow's name's Zant, over on Gem server, provided him with some university papers that had conducted some tests presuming a planar surface, right? And they all work out to be, all legit. And I think he provided several of them. I think what Merle was saying, which fulfilled the bet, right? And so we asked him to pay up, and so he's reneged on the bet, and they're just giving him grief now.
Wow, that's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah,
I'd be curious to see what those papers were, though.
Boy.
So he doesn't admit that that's enough. Of course, he doesn't admit that that's valid.
Yeah, not even close. Not even close.
And what are his reasons of remodeling it?
Well, I've got doubts whether or not he's even got 3 bitcoins to start off with.
Let's see those in an escrow.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd like to have that escrow, please.
Yeah, but it was funny a Globe Earther did it to him, though, and fulfilled his bet.
He might have to sell his SR-71 to pay for that.
Oh, yeah, exactly, right. Yeah. Just after he refuels it.
Yeah, you might have to. You might have to not refuel it for a couple times to pay for that.
Exactly. I don't know what Bitcoin's worth at the moment, but it's probably worth a pretty penny.
It actually dropped a little bit. It's at like 43. Actually, leaving down into 42 right now. 42.8.
Oh, it's 60,000 Australian dollars for 1 Bitcoin. So that's 180 grand Australian dollars here.
Yeah. Is he trying to copy off of the Dave Weiss? Doesn't Dave Weiss have some 2 Bitcoin challenge for proof of the globe or something?
I don't know. I haven't heard.
Yeah, he does. David Weiss has offered 2 Bitcoins to anyone who can prove the Earth's a globe.
Okay.
He's been doing that for months, though. Maybe even over a year or two. He's been saying that.
Yeah.
It's actually free. I've spoken to him about it, and he's not serious.
He's not serious.
No,
He would be for you, Ruhif.
I don't think so.
You think you can prove it?
Well, no, the discussion was about to whose standard of proof. And he just, dodged the question, basically. And if it's to his standard, he's never going to give it away, right?
If you could have proven the globe, though, you would have done it for free. I mean, you don't even need Bitcoins to be motivated.
Yeah. Prove it to whose standard?
Mine.
Exactly. All right, back a minute.
He's going in for his 4th booster.
Super boosted.
I can't even believe they got a 4th booster out. Fucking how many boosters are there?
People getting high on spike proteins.
Man, it's got to be like every morning with breakfast, take your booster. That's what it's going to turn out like.
Probably is, yeah, just self-injectables.
Yeah, yeah.
Or like a little device that you wear on your arm, and you just always have it strapped there, and then whenever it's time, it just shoots
self-administers.
Yeah, it's like an IV thing, so it's already got access to your bloodstream, and all you got to do is just upgrade it with the new download from the 5G. So you just download it. Oh man! They drop ship you with a drone. They just drop ship you your little little cartridge you put on there for the latest and greatest protection from the air.
Uber vaccines.
Might as well just make it actually a whole face mask, actually, that maybe just shoots it right into your vein on your neck there.
Oh, yeah. We get in the car, the fucking car Bluetooth takes over.
Ruhif, have you gotten your 4th booster?
No, I got my first booster the other day. A couple of weeks ago.
So you're now triple protected?
Yes.
From your fellow humans?
I'm sure. We had 35,000 cases in the last 24 hours. I mean, fucking insane. It's the equivalent of the United States having 1.5 million cases a day. Fucking insane. I'm getting we got the QR code check-ins everywhere, so you check into, shops or whatever. I'm getting a case alert as a casual contact every day. Yeah, so I'm thinking New South Wales has basically given up because it's, there's no stopping it now, really.
We've got our first case in the family. My brother-in-law's wife. She's apparently got it. They've had to go into quarantine.
Yeah.
So,
in South Australia? Somewhere else?
No, Victoria. Victoria, my brother-in-law's in Victoria. But yeah, now it's actually hit my family now. I can officially say. Prior to now, I'd actually, only people over the internet, but prior to now, I'd actually known no one that had got it. No one at all. So yeah, now Yuli's got it, and she's actually quite sick.
Yeah. Yeah. If I get it, I'm hoping it's kind of about now, because I think I had my booster 2 or 3 weeks ago.
I think I'll just say this: the only true way to build immunity is for the body to do it naturally. And I think that these injections actually do the opposite. I actually think they make you more vulnerable, believe it or not.
Yeah, I not not is the answer to that.
Well, they make you more vulnerable, but it will lessen the symptoms of the current ones that are going around. They will lessen the symptoms of to a slight degree. However, the ones that they're creating in the future, you will be less and less immune to. Whereas if you let your body build the immunity naturally, you'll be more and more immune to the ones in the future.
I don't think there's evidence backing this up. The
It's a
cases of
speculative future statement anyway.
Yeah, the cases of reinfection are in at least every instance of disease I've checked higher among people who had this disease at some point than the people who got vaccinated against it. So doesn't seem to fit the evidence.
Yeah, for me, all it comes back to is that the unvaccinated are overrepresented in the hospital and ICU statistics.
Hey, Gio, why don't people die of smallpox anymore?
They've developed a natural immunity, Brenda.
Can anybody explain why people don't die from smallpox?
Because they stopped spreading it.
How did it stop spreading?
They stopped spreading it. The people that were making people sick with it.
The they in inverted commas, sorry.
Yeah, it's a bioweapon.
Right.
It was a bioweapon in the 19th century? Is that one?
Oh yeah, they've had bioweapons for a very long time.
In the 19th century.
Absolutely. In addition to directed energy weapons they had back then as well.
Back then, yeah.
And free energy and all kinds of technology that they've
have weapons back then and computers too. Right? They had computers. I'm sure they had computers.
Free energy.
Do you ever just listen to yourself? Really? I mean, come on.
I would say every time I speak, I'm listening to myself. Yeah.
No, I mean, just really step back.
I hate listening to myself.
I mean, isn't that how it is for everybody? As you speak, you're listening to yourself. That's kind of how it goes.
No.
You're vibrating your whole head with your voice, so you're going to have to listen to something.
But my voice, the voice that I hear when I speak is fucking so much different to the voice that I hear recorded back on a live stream or something.
Yeah, it's getting through your head.
Promise you it's not.
No, it is. I don't sound anything like I sound on this stream, what I'm hearing back of me.
Absolutely. That's same for me.
Yeah, well, there could be a difference in the microphone. The microphone.
No, that's the same for everyone because the way the sound propagates from your mouth to a microphone is different from how it propagates from mouth to your own ear because it goes through your head, and there's all sorts of different mediums.
The only difference
changing how the sound is
when I hear my voice right now versus when I hear it on a recording is on a recording it sounds like it's through a mic and it's not vibrating in my body, but it virtually sounds the same.
Okay.
But of course, I wasn't talking about how you sound to yourself. I was talking about the shit that comes out of your mouth.
Oh, that's fantastic.
You know, like saying that they had directed energy weapons in the 19th century. You don't actually believe that, do you? It's just bullshit that you're saying, right?
Now's your chance to come clean, Gio.
Kind of sounds like some rules are being broken here.
As if I give a fuck.
Oh, I need a fucking syringe.
You know, you're just spewing nonsense. Like they had There's biogenetic engineered biological weapons in the 19th fucking century. And you fucking said that.
When was the whole germ theory sort of laid down?
Surgeons didn't wash their hands when they went into the operating theater because they didn't believe in germs.
No, they were just trying to kill all the patients. It was population reduction.
And Geo thinks that those bioweapons. You're a
Huh?
fucking moron, Geo. You're the dumbest motherfucker I've ever seen. How fucking
Oh, settle down, Brenda. Settle down.
Hey.
Is Brenda drunk? It sounds like there's some slurring going on there or something.
Why shouldn't I curse out somebody who sits
Just use normal language. There's no need to go off the rails, Brenda. No need to go off the rails.
lying? Aren't you, Gio? You're lying. You know perfectly well they didn't have biological weapons in the 19th century. You fucking liar.
How would he know that? He wasn't there.
Either that or he's too fucking stupid to figure it out. Which one is it?
How would you suggest that he figure it out? Do you have a time machine available?
What would you guys like from Macca's?
Well, Ruhif, I'll tell you why I'm a little bit agitated, because I watched McToons the other day, and these
how good was it?
Yeah. So I am really sick and tired of the lies that these people tell.
Yeah.
Right?
Sounds like you
that
need to
guy-
have a break. Sounds like you need to have a break from it. You're a little bit too emotionally invested in it, right?
That hard. Maybe you should. Maybe you should just take a break for a while. Take a few months off. Go have a vacation.
It's not good for your health.
But did
You
you
need
guys,
to
did you
send
guys
to
watch it?
yourself.
It was
No.
fucking epic from Toon. Oh, so good.
I don't-
This idiot was trying to get in with the flat earthers to I assume sort of scam them, and he came up with this bullshit observation which was clearly faked. And Toon called him out on a live stream. It was fucking glorious.
He molested a 12-year-old girl.
Yeah, two of them.
Oh, Brenda, seriously.
He got charged.
on.
He was charged.
Who are you guys talking about?
What's his name? Daniel Seppings or something? He was on McToons the other day.
You guys.
What's
There's not
McToons?
a conversation going on between
MC
everybody.
Toon.
There's specifically one person
What is that?
deciding to call someone out about something that I don't know whether it's true or not. So
He was charged. Yeah, that's a matter of
that's a claim you can make. I haven't seen any charges. I haven't seen any reporting on it. I haven't seen anything about it. You can claim he was charged all you want. That doesn't tell me that it's real.
There's documents. It's documented. It's not empty charges.
Yeah, you haven't provided the documents, so
Yeah.
that's another claim that you're making, not backing up.
Documented.
My time's too precious. I wouldn't waste it watching McFool.
There's a photograph of this character in the local paper in Honduras.
Hey, Gio, are you there? Okay, so I think you might have stepped away for a little bit.
It's probably
No wonder why.
Or maybe he's doing something else. I don't know. Maybe not.
Just because an article's in a paper doesn't make it
Yeah,
true either.
I'm sort of here. I'm back and forth. I was getting some food and stuff.
Gio,
we're just talking about McToon's expose.
Brenda has decided to bring up the child abuse pedophilia discussion. That's against the server rules, I've noticed, and that, along with a number of other rules that he's already broken. So
I didn't bring it up. I brought up the expose by McToon of a criminal.
Yeah.
Of a criminal.
Well, I've told you to settle down too, Brenda. So
Why it would be of any matter to you? He's not really a flat earther.
doesn't matter.
As Ranty properly pointed out, he was wearing a NASA t-shirt, something no flat earther would ever do. And that was a good point.
Oh, Gio, are you here?
Somewhat. Yeah. What's up?
He's
Oh,
fixing.
you know the guy. I think he was called Riggs. his old account. Was like he banned from the server or something like this?
Rig 5? Riggs?
Yeah,
What were you asking about him?
yeah, if he was banned server.
You were cutting out.
Oh, if he was banned from the server.
From this one?
Yeah.
He was a couple weeks ago. Yeah, he was like physically threatening people on the live stream.
Cheers.
Wow.
He was,
Something over the internet, though. Really, come on.
Yeah, they'll do it.
Yeah, but really, can you? I mean, it's kind of an empty threat, isn't it?
Why? I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty safe, I guess.
Wow.
Not even in the same hemisphere as you guys.
The same hemisphere. Yeah, I got it. On the other side, on a different part of the globe, right?
No, I'm beyond the circle of the equator. Yeah. I'm below
you're
the lower
between
part of the globe.
between the equator and the Tropic of Capricorn?
Yeah.
That's cool. I've been down in that area.
Oh, so if you threaten me physically, I'll be a bit more afraid.
No, not in your. I'm not. I don't know where you live. I'm just saying. I've been in that latitude. Is what I meant.
Right.
You knew exactly where you're.
Yep.
They'd have no way to get there.
Actually, I think I have sent my coordinates.
Okay, thank you.
Some discussions when talking about local gravity. So, if you dig it deep enough, you can find exactly where I live. But don't do it, please.
I don't. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, sorry. There was getting back to the scammer dude. There is a newspaper article of him handcuffed in the police station. Aussie missionary in jail accused of the R word.
Well, that he also made he had a business of making replica cars or something.
Yeah. Toon just fucking exposed him. It was hilarious.
And the EXIF information on the photographs that he took was priceless.
That was wrong. That was wrong.
Well, I didn't pay
It was. Yeah, it was correct for the Portsea one. Like that would have been roughly 7 degrees north. But the other one, 240 degrees, is south of west, right? Whereas the actual observation from Brighton to Melbourne would be, 300 degrees or something like that. Maybe 320. So it was actually wrong, but it still fucking nailed him though. He knew he'd been caught.
And then he had the guy. God,
You cut out, Brenda.
I hate push to talk.
Yeah.
So the live feed from the other guy, who was
Peter Harrington. Yeah, Peter Harrington.
That was a nice little cherry on top.
Yeah, so good. He actually filed a affidavit in the non sequitur case because he recorded Kyle when he came into the stream that night and declared that he was served.
Wow.
Yep. Thank you. So,
Do you think that?
That's all.
Do you think that McToon is going to get into any kind of trouble? I mean, the guy's got money. He's got lawyers.
Well, what is McToon?
I think we were talking about. I think we were actually building and having a gut conversation. You guys have taken it into some like random side drama about this guy's video.
It's globe stuff,
It is flat Earth. Yeah.
Somebody.
It's just gossip. It's just gossip. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's like kind of a derailing gossip thing.
And he has official documents.
Doesn't matter. It's gossip.
Oh, Gio, talking about talking about derailing. Remember the chess puzzle?
The what?
The chess puzzle? The puzzle with the coins?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, are you interested in the solution or?
Dude, you have totally left us with no solution.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Like a time travel. Right
yeah, I mean, this I explained Arma, but yeah, I haven't went back to the VC for a while. Yeah, but the solution is, I mean, there are multiple solutions, but the easiest one is based on what's the...
Well, if you're going to tell everyone, you might as well restate the original thing so people know what it is, because I somewhat forget.
All right. So there's this, I don't know if it's a riddle or just a puzzle, how to call it, but it's a challenge. The situation is this: you and another person are in jail, right? And there's a test that if you guys pass, you can go free. And the test goes something like this: there's a chessboard, and every square of the chessboard can hide a key inside of it. And the guards, the people who are keeping you in jail, are going to pick one of the squares to hide the key of your cell. Alright, so that's how it would start. The guards are going to pick a key, a square to hide the key. And what they're going to do is they're going to call one of you both, either you or your friend that are in jail, call that person, go where the key is. And then after hiding the key at that square, the guards are also going to put coins. Every square is going to have a coin on top of it. So the 64 squares are going to be covered with 64 coins. And the guards can distribute those coins whatever way they want. So if they want to put all of the coins like heads up, they can. If they want to put all tails up, they can. And they can switch between like any pattern of heads and tails that they want. So it will be randomly distributed above the squares of the chessboard. And your friend is the only person who knows where the key is. And the guards are the ones who set the coins up. But now, your friend has to do a single thing, which is choose one of those squares to flip the coin. So if he chooses a square that has a coin that is facing tails, it's going to be flipped to heads, and vice versa. If he chooses a coin that it's facing head, it's going to be flipped to tails. And that's the only thing that your friend can do to try to help you figure out where the key is. And after he does that, he will leave the room and you'll be called. And you have to guess where the key is just by looking to the board. So there's no information that your friend can give you after he starts the challenge. He can only choose a coin to flip. And the only thing you can do is guess where the key is. You only have one chance to do it. And the challenge...
Can I have a guess?
Sorry?
Can I have a guess?
About the solution?
Yeah.
Well, let's let him finish it because I think he was almost done though.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So you what you have to find to solve this challenge, you have to find a strategy. You and your friend have to find a strategy to beat the guards every time. So however they put the coins, you can. Your friend is going to just flip just the right coin in such a way that you can realize where the key is. So that's the solution is this strategy. You have to find this strategy that can beat the guards every time. And the guards might even know your strategy, and they might try to play against you and put the coins in a way that makes your job the hardest. So it has to work for every possible thing that the guards can do. So that's the challenge.
All right. It will involve treating each row and each column as a binary number. As for what the strategy would be, maybe there'll be some correction bit or something like that. Am I on the right track there?
Exactly. Yeah.
With the correction bit as well?
Exactly. Yeah.
Hey!
That was fast. when I saw.
He's heard it before, but explain it more.
No, I haven't actually.
Yeah,
I know
mean,
how these things work though.
Yeah, unfortunately, when I saw this challenge, the title of the challenge was the name of the algorithm that solves it. So, I mean, I already knew the solution. Sorry?
Like Hamming code or something like that?
Exactly. It was a Hamming code. Yeah, it was a Hamming code video. And then I saw this puzzle in this video, and I was like, right, you can use the algorithm to solve it. But even though you might know it's related to the algorithm, you still have to find a way to use the algorithm to beat the guards, which isn't as obvious as it might seem.
Wait,
but
the friend,
it's
who
doable.
flips the coin, does he know where the key is?
The one who flips the coin do. Yeah, of course.
So why wouldn't he just flip the coin of the one that has the key and then just well, he can't say anything, but
yeah, because you won't know which one he flipped. Yeah.
All right, so then what's the solution?
It's quite complicated. If you have a background in programming, that makes it very easier. But
I do. Computing science degree.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't, I think it's still explainable.
Well, just explain the steps of how they do it. Just explain that.
Right. So first, you have to give every square a number. So, for example, you agree to start like the top left corner, it's 0. The next square at the right is 1, and then 2, 3, until 7. And then in the next line, the next row, it starts the 8, then 9, 10, and goes on until the 63 square. So there are 64, you start with 0, and you end up with 63. So you and your friend know the number for each square. Okay, now you have to recognize which squares are powers of 2. For example, 1 is a power of 2, 2 is a power of 2, 4, 8, 16, and 32. Those are all powers of 2. Now, it's a bit trickier. You have to... Every square is related to some powers of 2. For example, the square number 5. 5 is the sum of 2 powers of 2, 1 and 4. But the number 7 is the sum of 3 powers of 2, which is 1, 2, and 4. Every single number is a different combination of powers of 2. So each square that is a power of 2 is responsible for storing information of every single other square that is related to that power of 2. So, for example, the square number 16. Every number, every square that has in its composition a number 16, so if it is the sum of powers of 2 that includes 16, is going to be related to that square. Okay, so now you have to count the parity of each of those powers of 2. So parity just tells you if a number is going to be even or odd, right? So you can use heads or tails to be the one counted. So let's suppose we choose heads. So if the number of heads is even, the parity of the number is 0. If the number is odd, the parity of the number is 1. So you're going to have the parity of each one of those powers of 2. And then you're going to see if the parity matches the square. If all of the parities matches the square, it means that part is pointing to the square 0. If some of those powers of 2 don't match the square, then they're pointing to some square else. So for example, if there's an issue, there's a mismatch between the square 16 and the square 2, you sum them both, you get 18, which means they are pointing to 18. So that's how you make the chessboard point to a square. And every configuration points to some square. And then you can flip a coin to change that sum to make it point to another square. I think I can't explain exactly how to do it without being more detailed than that. I think if I just go more detailed than that from here, it's just going to get messier.
But the prisoner doesn't know which coin was flipped, right?
Yeah, it doesn't. But he's going to do all these calculations, and the first one can always change where the board is pointing to with a single coin flip. So the thing I described tells you how to read the board, and your reading is going to point to a square. So when the guards put the coins, the way they put the coin is going to be pointing to some random square. It might be where the key is, but it might not. It might be pointing to any of the squares. And the first guy is going to realize what the current configuration of coins is pointing to. And then he has to find another coin to flip to combine with that first configuration to point to where the key is. And this is always doable. There's a logical explanation on why this is always doable, which depends on the size of the board. So for example, if you have a chessboard with 20 squares instead of 64, then it's not doable. If it has 9 squares, it's also not doable. It's only doable if it has a power of 2 number of squares. So because there are 54 squares, you can always beat the guards with this strategy.
But okay, do you get to see the board before the things flip by your friend?
No, you only see the board after he flips. Well, if you want to, I can share my screen and explain you better.
Well, I just still don't get the mechanics of it. Like, essentially, you as the prisoner, you walk into a board that has all the coins on them. I get that. I get that the guards put a key under one, and I also get that the friend or whoever it is got to flip a coin. But why would the friend flipping the coin matter if the prisoner can never even see which coin was flipped? He doesn't even know. It just looks like
because as I said, this algorithm guarantees that whatever way the coins are, every configuration of coin is going to point to some square, and your friend is going to flip one. You don't know which one is, but he knows how you're going to read the board, so he's going to change a coin in such a way that when you read the board, his change makes the board point to a certain square. So let me give an example. I think if I give you an example with 4 squares, it might make sense. It might be understandable. What are you able to see if I stream?
Yeah, I can.
Right. Just open something that I can draw in.
So the guy flipping the coin doesn't really matter, right? I mean,
it does. Because when the guards put the coins might not be pointing to the key. Your friend is necessary to change that pointing to where the key is.
So he knows which coin to flip that will point to the key with the algorithm.
Exactly. And even if the board is already pointing to where the key is, the first coin doesn't change where it's pointing to. So if it's already pointing to the key, he just have to flip the first one, because in the algorithm the first coin is useless. So he can spend like a move on the first one if it's already pointing to the key, which doesn't usually happen in the algorithm. So in Hamming algorithm, you don't have that first point because you start with 1, but because we start with 0, which has no power of 2, then that bit that square is completely useless to the algorithm. That's why in real life we don't use this bit, but in this challenge it is useful because you might have to spend a move just to keep the board pointing to where the key is. Alright, I'm going to share my screen. Hey, you wanna check it out, Gio?
Yeah, I can see it.
Alright. So let's say the first row, this first square tells whether or not the first row has an even or odd number of tails. Example. So we are going to use this square to be responsible for this whole row, and this square is going to be responsible for this column, and this square is useless. So
Yeah, it's like Minesweeper.
Hey, good, Minesweeper.
What's that?
Oh, hang up.
Minesweeper.
It's a game that used to come with Windows years ago. Fantastic.
We call it minefield.
Okay, yeah. Find the bomb. What the fuck are you doing?
Alright, so
Dude.
suppose the
What are you doing?
Sorry?
You going that way? Which way are you going?
Who are we talking to?
Really?
Oh.
Top marking.
Right, so I'll let you play the guard's job. So you choose how I'm going to put coins here. So what do you want as tails and heads here? Heads and tails.
Oh, I don't know. Just set it up, however. But do you think that it's possible that the guards could place the coins that would foil this algorithm?
No. There's no way. And then there's a proof for that. So let me give an example here. So I'm going to this coin is going to be tails. It's going to store the parity of this row. So if the two coins are heads, there's no tail, which means the parity is 0. And to represent 0, I'm going to use H. And to represent 1, I'm going to use 1. So 0 means H means 0 or even, and T represents 1 or odd. Okay, so if everything is heads, then this configuration here is pointing to the useless square, which is this one, because there's no mistake on it. This coin says this row is even, and it is. And this coin here is telling this column is even, and it also is. So it points to the square 0, which means there's 0 mistakes on this configuration. So if the key is, let's say, if the key is here, let's say the key is here, you have to make the board point to this coin right here. And because there's no mistake on the initial configuration, the only thing you need to do in this occasion is to flip that coin. So if you flip this coin here to a tail, when the second person reads it, it's going to see that this coin is telling this row is odd, I mean, it's even, but it's odd because there's a tail there. There's one single tail there, which means odd. And the same happens with this column. So I have a coin here saying this column is odd. I mean, it's telling it's even, but it's odd. So there's something wrong with this coin and this coin. And the only way to fix it is to flip this coin back to heads. That's the only way to fix this configuration, which means that this is where the key is, right? Okay, so let's suppose let's see another case. Let's say we have head tails and head tails again. And the key is, let's say, here. Alright, so the key is there. If you read this configuration, you're going to see this configuration points to this square right here. Because this square right here is not matching this coin and not matching this coin. So to fix this configuration, I would have to flip this coin. That's why it's pointing to its coin. But your friend knows that's not where the key is. So he have to change this chessboard to make the configuration point to this square. So he has to make this configuration in such a way that this square is the only mistaken one. And the way he can do it is just flip this one. Because if he flips this one, then there's no longer a problem in this column. So if he flips this for a tail, now there's an I switched heads and tails accidentally. Anyway, well, maybe you get the point. Maybe I just overcomplicated by switching them accidentally.
I'm never getting out of jail.
Oh, I mean, a background of programming is really helpful. If I can just explain the algorithm without looking to heads and tails, it might make it easier. That's how I usually explain it to people who don't know programming.
Yeah, they present it to you. They present it to you, and you're just like, "Yeah, fuck this. I guess I'm just destined to be here forever."
Yeah.
No, but I got what you're saying. Yeah, it makes sense.
Oh, we can even try this. For example, let me see. I know some people who can do this algorithm in the head pretty quickly. I think I can do it, and we can even play it. So, like, when people can leave the chat, and the guards or the people who are in the voice channel can set up just a random configuration of heads and tails, and then they call one person to choose a coin, and then that person leaves the voice channel, and the other one joins and guess where the key is. That's doable. Just to check. I mean, to see this algorithm working.
That is doable. Yeah, we could put you in Discord jail, and you'd have to get out of it.
Yeah.
You can even make like a room with like roles, and if you have the role, you're the prisoner, and then once you unlock it, move it, do a little custom command, and then it takes the role off you and gives you the freedom role.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, but we could still message each other, right?
Yeah, you'd have to have a system set up for secretive or people DMing the answer.
Oh, anyway, the point is that this solution always works because that's how we fix. When you send a stream of bits through the internet, there are many paths that the information has to take. They are unreliable. So, for example, Wi-Fi has interference of all sorts of things that interact with radio waves or that emit their own. So other cell phones and Bluetooth device and the reflection of the waves from the walls, all of that creates a noise. And that noise might screw up some bit. So you're trying to read some bits. Well, actually, Wi-Fi doesn't use bits. It uses it's an analog. But if you're using a wire, for example, then yeah, you're sending essentially bits of information. And those bits can flip. A 1 can become a 0, and a 0 can become a 1. And the way we solve this is using these types of algorithms. So we send a stream of bits that if you flip a single one, the person who reads it instantly know that that bit was flipped. But if 2 bits are flipped, then instead of being the person that reads it seeing that 2 bits were flipped, the errors of those bits are going to be combined and point to a third one. So that's basically the idea of this puzzle. Is you read the board and you find a mistake on the coins, and then you insert a new mistake on the coins that combines with the first one, pointing to a third one. Because that's what happens in these algorithms of error correction. So yeah, it always works as long as you have powers of 2.
Well, if it gets to a point where everybody's trying to deactivate their 4th or 5th booster shot, and this is the algorithm to do it, it'll be a lifesaver.
Oh, there's error correction in DNA as well. Not that you mentioned it. Actually, the way we edit DNA, that CRISPR method, is like a modified version of how some bacteria fix their own DNA, fix mutations of their own DNA.
Yeah. What if being a good person actually changes your DNA for the better?
Oof. I don't see a mechanism that could do it.
What if there is, though? What if there's like a mechanism based within morals that's connected to that?
Yeah, sorry, I had to leave for a while.
Yeah, I got you on that though. No, it's interesting. Yeah, thanks for sharing it.
No problem. I wanted to explain better that time in which, like, I mean, when I introduced the problem, but I didn't get to Discord again because reasons. But yeah, now it's too late.
You took a break from poning flat earthers for a while.
Yeah, I had my I have my thesis to finish. I also had a travel nearby. Like I'm no longer in my hometown. I'm 3,000 kilometers away from it. Still the same country, by the way.
I got you. I like to say that. I like to say that to Ruhif when Ruhif's got kids in the background. There's all this activity, and then he's just sitting on there just poning flat earthers.
And I did an experiment during this travel. So I made a test for local gravity. So I got the acceleration of gravity for my latitude and altitude. And then I measured like the weight of some objects in my house. And then before I traveled, I measured what should be the local gravity given the rotation of the Earth, how high it is, the eccentricity of the Earth's radius, and the calculation said that I should measure half of a gram less when I got here. And then when I got here, I just measured the same objects again, and there was half of a gram missing. So yeah, the test worked. Maybe there's a piece missing during the travel, so I'm going to weigh it again when I get back, just to see if the weight gets back to normal. The first measurement, which would confirm how your weight changes the way you would expect to change in the globe model. Not that it proves it, but I see no prediction you could make using the flat Earth concept. Would you count that as evidence for globe Earth?
No. Not at all.
What was the question?
Yeah, I would just describe this quick experiment. I measured a bunch of objects. I got like 493.6 grams, something like this. And before I traveled, I got the calculation of local gravity for position where I first measured it and the place where I would be after I traveled. And after I got here, I measured it again, and it matched the prediction. The objects lost like a half of a gram in the scale. So yeah, but maybe there's like a missing part of the object. Maybe it broke something and didn't realize it. So when I get back, I'm going to weigh it again, see if I get the half of a gram back, as predicted by local gravity. I just asked Geo if he would count that as evidence for a globe.
I missed all that because my car took over my Bluetooth. So what are we doing again? The centrifugal force, or
yeah, centrifugal force, and I mean the highest. I also used the altitude. So I made yeah. So I had two locations: one where I was, the other was going to be, which is where I am right now. And because they have very different, very far away latitudes, more than 20 degree of latitude difference, I thought, I think I can measure some weight change due to Earth's rotation and this eccentricity of this sphere, the oblate spheroid. And it matched the prediction, matched it precisely. I thought maybe there would be a difference because my scale isn't that precise. The precision is like 0.1 gram, and I have to measure like 0.5 grams. So maybe there would be a 0.1 more or less, but it didn't. It actually measured exactly what they expected.
Yeah, if your prediction matches reality and is contradicted, or sorry, is different to the expectation of a different model, that is what evidence is. Like if both models predict the same thing, then you can't do shit. But if one model predicts this and one model predicts that, and the result is this, that is called evidence.
What if one model predicts this, the other makes no prediction, and when the experiment matches the first one, then the other one says, well, this could happen in this model as well.
Yeah, that's just bullshit.
Because that's all I see. For example, I've heard many explanations for example, Coriolis, why it can happen on a flat Earth, local gravity, why it could happen on a flat Earth, but none of them made predictions before the experiment. They can't produce an expectation. They can only wait for the experiment and then try to account for it.
Yeah, post-hoc bullshit. Exactly.
What I'd offer in response is I've heard many times it's stated that the gravitational force or pull or whatever it is, it varies. It's like got hot spots and cold spots and it's different all over, different places around the Earth. So how can you, when you've got such a minute variation according to centrifugal force, how can you attribute that to centrifugal force when it could just be a change in the whatever the downward force is based on a change in location?
Are you referring to the napping? Oh, sorry, go on.
I think he's referring to the geoid, but the difference in that gravity is minute. The difference in the weight change due to latitude is relatively enormous.
Yeah,
and predictable.
the way this gravitational mapping you're referring to was measured was with satellite. So there was two satellites called Tom and Jerry for a reason, because whenever they would go through a region that has more gravity, they would speed up, because if you decrease the radius of rotation, that increases the tangential speed. So the one that got to that first would get away. You get away from the first one. Ruhif, you have your hot mic, right?
Yeah, I'm home. I'm going to go anyway, so I'll catch you guys later.
All right, no problem. And after the second one passed to that same region, it would accelerate as well and then catch up to that initial distance. So as the distance between the satellites varied, they could measure the gravity of the surface. But that doesn't take into account it doesn't take the distance they are from the center of the Earth, because they're all at the same distance all the time. And it also doesn't take into account rotation, because they aren't rotating with the surface. They have their own orbit. So that's a pretty independent measurement of these gravitational differences in the surface. And they're much smaller than, for example, what the centrifugal force gives you, or your height gives you. Because they don't take into account this, because they're in a constant height and they aren't spinning with the surface. They had its own orbit. So they don't become that relevant. If you want a very high accuracy, which isn't my case, my scale only measures like 0.1 gram of precision. That's too small to pick any of these differences. But yeah, it was good enough to pick this the expected difference. So what you're referring to might like change. I'll guess like something like 5% of the result. I don't know. 5% of the difference, not the total weight.
Well, you're in a different part of the medium, so the electric field is going to vary. That's
Oh,
nothing
but
to do with that's nothing to do with the spinning of an Earth. It just has to do with how the effective downity is affected in different areas depending on the magnetic field, the ether, a lot of factors.
Yeah, I know there you can come up with answers for this, but you can't come up with predictions for this. So if I give you 2 latitudes and 2 altitudes, using your knowledge of ether and electromagnetism, can you get to a prediction? Because if you can't, then it doesn't matter what I find. Your explanation can always fit. But ours can't. Given the radius of the Earth, how fast it rotates, how oblate is the spheroid, there's only one expectation you can have. And if it doesn't match that, then it's going to contradict the model. So this model, a model that can make predictions, is much more sensible to experiments. A model that can just explain things after they're done can fit any experiment. So yeah, doesn't sound appealing for me personally. Anyway,
Well, you just have to know the effects of the medium, and then if you want to call it a prediction, you can call it that if you want. But I mean, is it a prediction to say that if I'm on a certain part of the Earth, I'm going to see the sun rise and set in a certain location? Not really. It's just the nature of the environment that we live in.
Oh, everyone already knows that. But if I ask you, for example, if I weigh something here and it weighs 500 kilograms, if I go there, what should be the difference? That's not something everyone knows. That's something we have to calculate based on what we know. And if you use as a base for calculation the Earth with the given polar radius and the given equatorial radius and the given rotation speed, then you can get to a value. That would be a prediction.
Yeah, but you could just replace those values with the radius being the radius of the celestial sphere over a flat plane. Be the same. You're just inverting it and making the ball.
Celestial sphere can't work.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah, that 3959 number can be plugged into a celestial sphere, and because it's the difference of the field above the ceiling to the Earth, the ceiling to the ground. And so instead of the idea of everything clinging to the middle of a ball because of a 3959, you can be on a flat plane surrounded by a celestial sphere, that radius having 3959, and then whatever you're calling gravity being an effect of the distance between the ceiling and the ground, which would make complete sense electrostatically, that would be the case.
But that's not, the formula isn't just like a simple relationship as well. And every step of the calculation means something.
Right,
and
they're using values that are built into the actual universe, like what the universe actually is. Yeah, that's how it's a tricky reverse engineering, because they're using numbers that are part of the sacred geometry makeup of the Earth, but they're just twisting it into a different model and then using that to try to prove the model, the assumed model.
Did I miss much? Sort the triangles out.
Yep, we got it all sorted.
Fantastic. Definitive.
It's definitive, signed, sealed, delivered.
Love it.
Ready to go.
Jeremy going to be okay?
Yep, all has been forgiven on all sides, and we're marching to the North Pole.
Good to hear. Pretty quiet in the Australian session then.
Yeah, it might be time to fire it up. Fire up the next sector.
Has Dawn made your bloody your life track yet? Put some beats behind it?
That's what I want. I want the future track. I want like my next week track that I can just listen and meditate to.
The future track. Yeah, that's great. Awesome concept, isn't it? The past and then what's going to be coming up. That's great.
That would be. How cool would it be too to listen to the music of a certain time period in your life and then try to like meditate or like tap into that energy for some purpose, perhaps.
Yeah, or even correlate it with life events. You know, that'd be interesting.
Definitely, that'd be very cool.
Because obviously they reckon that the stars have influence and where they are and everything. And if, just to interpret that to the sound having the influence, that, yeah, it's just a different way to perceive it.
Yeah, it seems like there's infinite potential with that. It's very, very interesting because, I mean, in a lot of astrological work, you know, they're looking at the positions of these wandering stars and how they all are positioned at different times geometrically to each other, and then looking at those different cycles within their that lifetime. Yeah, just the different cycles. Sorry, I'm just multitasking.
Oh, good, mate. Have you by chance just had any look at all online to see if there is anyone doing this already? Because it is a good idea. I'd be surprised if no one had thought of it, in all honesty.
I haven't really looked yet, but in all my years of being, I mean, I was aware that that the notes and the octaves are connected to certain components of the wandering stars, because there's also another factor of like, are you familiar with some of the who are those works by? They're like symphonic, they're symphony Gustav Holst, The Planets.
No. Doesn't ring a bell. So he's created like a symphony of what? The planetary sounds or frequencies or something?
Well, but what he did was a little bit more. It's like you know, orchestrations, like symphonic orchestrations of that were kind of tuning into the energy of the particular. I mean, it's kind of different, really. It's not really quite what we're describing. That's just more like he has a song called, you know, Mars, and it's, you know, has a very Mars energy to it, kind of.
Okay, right. Influenced
flashing symbols, and yeah. But I mean, that's a little different. That's just more like an artistic rendition that, of these energies. And I'm not even sure that he's particularly astrological. I think it's just, it's probably going a little bit off of the kind of mythology and whatnot. But
okay, yeah.
But anyways, other than that, and maybe a couple other things, yeah, I've never really heard of music actually being written of these actual charts. Like tonal orchestrations like that. I'm just saying, in all my years of being involved in, I had never fully thought of that. So if it already exists, I'd be surprised, but I haven't really Googled it yet. Have you seen if it's out there?
No, because I only really think about it when I log in here. I just remind myself that was a pretty awesome idea. And I've never really downloaded a song from the internet and paid for it. But I'd be inclined to download my life song. You know what I mean? Based on where I was born or where I am or, any number of criteria. I think that would be interesting because it would be unique to fucking everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I just found this. Let's see. This is Astro Music Composition, Chart to Music. This is an article called The Astrology, Zodiac, and Musical Tonality, Tone Zodiac. About the implementation of Tone Zodiac. I decided to write this article to present several ideas on the subject. He says he's not an astrologer or an astronomer. I just found this quickly, so I'd have to look, but I have to see what he's saying, if he's actually talking about this or something different. Well, yeah, he is talking about, he's talking about the music interval systems, and I think he is, somewhat describing this.
Is he applying a note to each star, and as it turns underneath your latitude, as it turns above your latitude, it's playing like vinyl, like a pianola, but with the star constellations as the triggers for the tone. Getting me?
Looks like to some degree. This says Pythagoras, 570 to 495 BC, music of the spheres. Musica universalis, literally universal music, also called music of the spheres or harmony of the spheres, is an ancient philosophical concept that regards proportions in the movements of celestial bodies, the sun, moon, and planets, as a form of musica, the medieval Latin term for music.
Wow.
This music is not usually thought of as being literally audible, but a harmonic, mathematical, or religious concept. The idea continued to appeal to thinkers about music until the end of the Renaissance, influencing scholars of many kinds, including humanists.
Oh, we're bringing it back, Geo. Fucking hell. So they thought about it, but they didn't actually put an audible tone to it. So we're bringing fucking 21st century fucking technology to that idea. This is brilliant. Gotta do it. Who's clever enough to fucking do this? I'm certainly not.
This says the music of the spheres incorporates the metaphysical principle that mathematical relationships express qualities or tones of energy which manifest in numbers, visual angles, shapes, and sounds, all connected within a pattern of proportion. This sounds like what stars are.
Yeah, but see, they're not even referencing the frequency. He's talking about that mathematically. And here we are going by the fact that we know light is a frequency and frequency has a sound. You know what I mean? We might just have to change it a few octaves so that it's audible to a human. We might not hear the actual range that things are in. But yeah, that's fucking interesting. Renaissance, hey? Fucking bringing it back. Age of thinkers.
Yeah. See what else it says. It says Pythagoras first identified that the pitch of a musical note is in proportion to the length of the string that produces it, and the intervals between harmonious sound frequencies form simple numeric ratios. See, a lot of this they just hijacked from the actual ancients that knew this stuff, and they call it Pythagoras or whatever. That's what I think. I don't think this guy Pythagoras.
Oh, they gotta have their people they put up on a pedestal, don't they?
Yeah, I don't think this Pythagoras guy was this great, believe it or not. Yeah, this random guy was just so, yeah, right. But yeah, this is interesting. But yeah, it doesn't. I mean, they're not talking about actually putting it into. So it could be done in multiple ways. Like you could create chords, like I'm trying to think how this could actually be done.
Well, I'm thinking literally like one of those pianolas, one of those player pianos. So think of, instead of a round scroll, you've got like a vinyl track, but instead of grooves, you've got like all the holes from the stars, the constellations. And you could have a pin at your latitude, or you could have a row of pins potentially that could be plucked at any different time along the like the longitudinal line on the plane of your sort of birth location. So you could have a whole row of needles, like picture the vinyl, a whole row of needles, and then as the rotating disc above with the little holes fucking go over and hit the little needles, you've got your particular track playing, starting from your birth or whichever point you want to do. Some people might want to go from when they got married or fucking whatever, you know. But yeah, that's just one way I was picturing it, and that's like a mechanical style version. But to do it with so obviously with that analogy, you'd have chords being played when certain stars all lined up at the same time over the pins. So you would get chords, but then you'd get lots of single notes, you know, do 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 do, and then progressions of chords. One single pin won't ever give you a chord because it's only ever going to hit one sort of star at a time, sort of thing. But digitally, this would be done digitally fucking easily, I'd imagine. Someone who's got that nous.
Yeah, definitely. There's a couple ways I'm thinking that could be done.
Do you think you could do it personally?
Well, if each of the signs was a particular tone in and of itself, and then if each of the luminaries were their own tone as well within the frequency scale, then each time one of the luminaries is in one of the signs, you would have like a combination of those tones. That's kind of how I'm thinking about it.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, the stars are like the keys. Like you've got all the different keys on the piano. Key of C, key of E, you know, key of C sharp, all that sort of stuff. So the stars are the keys, and then yeah, the actual and they set the overall key of the track that you're about to play. I like that. That's brilliant.
I just posted just a chart in the text chat. This is actually from August 2017, but so like that's a chart. So you've got the 12 signs, like you said, which would each be one of their keys in the circle of fifths, and then each of the wandering luminary bodies, like your moon, sun, Mars, etc., perhaps would have their own tone on their own scale. And then the interrelationships between them, which are called aspects. So whether they're 90 degrees, 180 degrees, the major aspects are considered the conjunction, which is right when they're next to each other, the sextile, which is 60 degrees, the square, which is 90 degrees, the trine, which is 120 degrees, and then the opposition, which is 180. Those are considered the major aspects. Sometimes the quincunx, which is dividing the circle by 5, that's 150. Sometimes that one is considered a major aspect as well. So there could be music that could be made that, depending on which sign the luminary is in, would mean the key that it's in. And then the tone of the actual luminary itself could be expressed in that key, and then perhaps combined with whichever of the other ones that it's aspecting. So if it's in one of those aspects, those geometrical, like a 90 or 180, if it's in one of those, then they would be fused as well. Perhaps the aspects could also have some other variation to them as well, so that if it's a trine, which is 120 degrees versus an opposition 180, or a square 90, you know, they would perhaps have some different quality to them. And then there seems like there would be a way to create like a tonal frequency of each chart in that moment. And then if you move it through time, it's going to fluctuate, as everything's moving. That would be fascinating. that could be built into like a whole like a system that there's so many variations of ways of doing that, but that would be incredible.
Tracks overlaying tracks, and like I mentioned yesterday, like tracks featuring meteorites, like and stuff like that. Fucking hell.
Right, because different objects could be brought into that scenario, like like different luminaries and different ways of kind of orchestrating that. It's like seems like there's many options, but like there would be one that's like the Halley's Comet edition. So you'd have the tone of everything, and then as Halley's Comet comes in, you'd hear it come in, like in however it's aspecting. Because I mean, when we work with this stuff, like when we're looking at these, that's what we're looking at is the birth chart and all the geometric relationships between the main planets or luminaries that are all interacting, and that is the core dynamic of the events that the people are going through, the emotions, the relationship characteristics, all of that. But a lot of it is just seen through the actual archetypes and how those are interacting. And it is kind of musical in a sense, because like in that chart that I just posted, if you've got like that one shows an eclipse. So it's got Mercury, the sun, the moon, the north node, Mars, and the south node are all aligned, meaning Mercury, sun, moon, north node, and Mars are all in a huge triple. Well, it's actually it's called a stellium. It's got 5 objects there that are all in conjunction. And then those are all opposite, of course, the south node, because it's an eclipse. So you got to have those nodes in there with the new moon to cause an eclipse. And then that whole thing is making a trine over to Saturn, and then another trine over to Uranus, and also Eris, which is supposed to be, they say it's beyond Pluto, but it is a wandering star that moves slower than Pluto. That one's on this chart. For some reason, I have it on in my software. I had it on here. So that's Uranus and Eris. Well, let's just leave Eris out of it and just say Uranus. So you've already got like, these 5 objects that are all in this huge conjunction, and then you have these trines to the Uranus and to the Saturn. So energetically, if one were to read this, that those would all have to be factored into understanding kind of the frequencies of how all of those are interacting. But if it could be done musically or tonally, that would be very interesting, especially people that learn, through hearing, the auditory learners. That could be even more of a potent tool to add to this.
Imagine, Geo, if having the frequencies at your birth replayed to you, because theoretically, those frequencies at your birth, or the star pattern at your birth, is never repeated, is it? Because we're moving through space and all this shit. That's a one-off event, isn't it?
It is a unique combination. As far as I know, they've never repeated, as far as we know. I mean, like that they're all in the same position.
Well, based on the heliocentric model, it's supposed to never repeat. But on a planar scale, maybe it does just loop, and we haven't been around long enough to actually realize it is just a loop.
It's possible that they all started in one position, and then they all started, and then maybe that's a 50,000 year cycle or whatever it is, or more than that. Well, there's the precession of the equinoxes, which is 26,000 years. So we know that that's already 26. So
that gets back to a starting point, yeah.
But see, some of these, like, there's something called, what do they call it? The grand conjunction. It's basically the 3 quote unquote outer planets. They call them outer in the heliocentric, but Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto were in a triple conjunction. And that was during like the Age of Enlightenment. I mean, in the history we're told that was like at a time where there was just basically the birth of all these modern religions and like modern life. And it's like at least in their story of it. And that was when those 3 were in triple conjunction. And I forget how long it takes for those to come back, but it's like extremely rare that happens. So just to get those 3 to line up in a conjunction is extremely rare, like the cycle of that. I'd like to actually remember how long that cycle is, because let alone having all the other ones in the same positions as well.
Yeah, and that goes to exactly what I was getting at. Like before, I mentioned correlating different life events with your life track. So before a certain good time in your life, there was a certain frequency being played by your life track or the stars leading up to that event. and you might be able to go back and actually correlate fucking some preceding frequencies with some either good or fucking bad occurrences, right? And I was just thinking, hang on a minute, imagine if you could then play back those frequencies audibly to yourself, knowing that they led to good things, or fucking, getting good health or anything like that, and actually benefiting from a solar or an astronomical alignment that can never be recreated, but did have an impact. Because you obviously believe all these things do have an impact.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think it's synchronistically correlated with everything that happens here. Yeah. Like whether it's causing it or whether it's just
frequency.
Synchronistically correlated through some sort of harmony of these inner relationships. But
yeah, and like the pyramids claim to have, like these chambers where you put certain sounds in and they reset things on a cellular level apparently, and people come out here, blah blah blah. I don't know if there's any truth to it, but I can see how sound restructures things. And so obviously when different stars align different ways, they are producing frequencies which we do feel, and they can certainly structure things in certain ways, and that has to have an impact. So I was just thinking about the impact of reproducing certain periods of frequencies, like the conjunction, enlightenment. Imagine if you could reproduce that frequency to your body. How fucking awesome is that idea?
Totally, dude. No, that's absolutely amazing. Yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah. Like
we could have an enlightenment box. People go into a box and they just come out enlightened. I love it.
Well, yeah, the potentials for this are infinite. Like you could create a tonal frequency for any moment in time, and then you could listen to that. You could do various things with it. I mean, what comes to my mind would be the idea of like listening to it while you're on a high dose of peyote or something. Like really have a.
Of course it does. Of course.
But because another way to do this is you can do what's called a constellation, where you can actually, like, let's say you're doing a ceremony with other people. You can actually place yourselves in a circle positioned with a chart from a particular time period. So that's like another thing you could do, like actually setting up a constellation of that. So let's say you wanted to tap into, the 1300s, and you were going to tap into something to try to heal it or to access it or whatever. You could actually you could create the chart with like 10 of your friends in a huge circle. So I'd be Pluto, you would be Mars, Venus, whatever, and sitting in those positions. But if you then added the tonal frequency to it, that would even be another level to where you'd be actually harmonizing and connecting to that actual, moment in time, like almost like a time travel.
Yeah. Yep. I wish I was cleverer, mate.
What if you could also what if you knew that you had like some trauma that happened to you and you were like 5 years old or 8 years old or whatever, maybe like a car accident or some other emotional trauma or whatever it may be. What if you could actually just get like a audio frequency, like sound healing, whether it's on a CD or whatever it would be on, or just audio, digital, to where you could you could listen to that. Is it possible that just listening to those tonal frequencies could actually heal you of what happened at that time, because it's reconnecting with the actual frequencies of that time? That would be unbelievable. I mean, that would be a way to just accelerate healing on the earth like times a million right there. Like that, if that worked.
Dude, the experiments that would need to be performed would be amazing. And the cause and effect would be, some things I reckon would be almost instantaneous, and some things might be, prolonged. But when you were just mentioning that about trauma, I was thinking, obviously certain events, can bring back trauma to people. So maybe recreating like the 180 degree opposite frequency to the frequency that was there during the trauma could actually cancel out what brings back the memories. You know what I mean? Like there'd have to be so many experiments done. Fuck, like noise cancellation, frequency cancellation, because the body remembers shit.
The water remembers
Right.
it.
Well, they got this thing called the Rife machine. I don't know if you guys heard about it. That supposedly
Yes,
it's like two
I
metal,
utilized one.
sorry. It's like two metal bars that run like a frequency through your body and stuff. And supposedly it heals you.
It was not supposed, but
Yeah.
it's limited to the frequencies that it can operate in. So yeah, there's definitely something to the Rife machine. I utilized one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and certain like parasites and different biological things in your body like can't survive at certain frequencies, or they're like canceled, or yeah, essentially.
Yeah, just like a glass shattering via an opera singer. The
Yeah.
cellular membrane breaks apart at certain frequencies, and they just dissolve.
Yeah, what if you? How about this? How about this one, Whites? What if and Matrix? What if you could put the sky, stars, luminaries, planets, frequencies into a Rife machine, and then get a Rife treatment of those frequencies?
Well, that would be pretty good, but I think sound produces it the best, personally. To try
Well,
and
there's
get
a
all
thing-
those waveforms. There you go.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you familiar with scalar waves, like Tesla, the scalar technology?
Definitely. Yep.
Because I used to do a thing there. There was like this treatment thing I did once where I had a little Tesla coil, and you plugged it into your CD player. This was years ago. Is that you plugged it into your? I mean, nowadays just be your iPod or whatever. But you would plug it into that, and then it would play a frequency in scalar waves. And the frequency, I guess that program was it was actually this German technology, but you're supposed to there's like this very complicated software, and it basically created this algorithm of a certain frequency that had things in it that would help to reverse the blockage of energy. But anyways, without going all into that, I'm just saying it was just one of the first times in my life that I realized how you can have an actual Tesla coil, like a scalar wave coil, and you can play music through it essentially, and you're not really hearing it at all, but it's actually being pulsated through the scalar waves, essentially through your body or through the environment, that you're in. So that would be another way to apply these frequencies is through scalar waves. It'd be another thing to experiment with.
Fucking oath. It'd be phenomenal, man. Like there's a device that's very similar to the Tesla coil one that's out now. It's basically, well, not out now, it's been around for a long time. But it's a plasma tube. And the plasma tube, is based on frequency as well. And so they run the frequencies through that, and you can stand within 15 meters of this fucking thing, and you're getting the benefits of it. But obviously there's no multi-million-dollar studies that go into this shit anywhere where you can research it, to see any validity. Another one of the reasons peer review and everything exists, and certain funding only goes to certain places. But yeah, this is an amazing thought, man. The star frequencies for certain events, and just your life song, and it's a brilliant thought. I'm sure the ancients played with all this, man. I'm sure that's what the pyramids are about, because they line up with stars. The light from certain stars can come in through different chambers, and then they stand in a certain box, and they're receiving certain frequencies. And there's lots of conspiracy or stories about how they're like a thing for healing and shit, man. So there's something to it.
Absolutely. The idea of Tartaria, I think a lot of these ancient structures, like these actual cathedrals and stuff, those were not to sit there and read a Bible, in my opinion, at all. They weren't. Those were like actual, like those organs, like that whole concept, and all the glass, the colored glass and crystals. They probably used to be more crystals. And the different colors and things like those cathedrals were meant for like a sound frequency, for frequencies. And anyways, yeah, it just makes me think of that as well. But yeah, dude, no, this is deep. I mean, what if you could have the tonal,
excuse me,
the sky tones of a future event? So let's say you're going to get married. You're going to get married on August 5th or whatever. And you could get the tonal, the music of that time, and then listen to it beforehand, kind of whether you're putting your intention into it of what kind of day you want it to be, or your love for the person in the case of a marriage, or let's say even if it's gonna be like an athletic event and you want to succeed, and like that would be tremendous. Like that you could actually like talk about creating your own reality. This would just be like a huge tool along with that, because you could actually get the tonal frequencies of that moment, of the sky in that moment, and work with that beforehand.
Yeah, or choose your day based on the tones that you prefer or resonate with both of you. You could choose procreation. You know, fucking Jesus Christ, this has lots of ramifications. Dad, was I just an accident? Hell no, son. Fucking hell, we listened to a track, we waited until the right until the right fucking song sounded good. We picked a day, we went hard all day, son. We made sure it happened on that day.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, that would be
So many things you could do. Business decisions, fucking crop plantings, you could go back through, you know, the best crop cycles in history and what resonance led up to them and just fuck around and see if playing that resonance to your crop, you know, fucking changed it. You know, all sorts of shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that would be huge with growing plants. Yep.
When we're talking about us, and plants are cellular as well, so they're definitely influenced by the heavens like we are, so, you know, fuck. Not that I eat them, but fucking hell, my cows enjoy them. So gotta maintain the plants.
Well, I often think about the birth chart of like a new strain of, let's say, cannabis or something. Like when that new strain is actually made, it has a birth chart, meaning the snapshot of the heavens at the moment of that new strain. What if you then could play that frequency, you know, for that plant later in life? Like, would it help it to? Because that would be similar to us listening to our own birth chart. You know, the tones of our own birth chart. Like, would that strengthen
That's pretty funny, mate.
Would that like strengthen the life, you know, moment of that? Wow.
I'm just looking at my cows. I'm going, fucking hell, can I double your growth in the same time if I just plug the right soundtrack? Oh, shit. Yeah, the ramifications, eh? Matrix, you're clever enough to put all this together digitally, aren't you? He's gone.
Yeah, he could do it. I would think. Yeah, I think
We
he's
need a
producer.
collaboration. I mean, I suppose we are sort of relying on, like, how would we identify the frequency of all the fucking stars? Are we relying on what they tell us, you know, which light's coming from them? Or will we actually have to fucking, you know, I don't know, catalogue physically all of the frequencies of all of the fucking heavens?
Well, that's a good question. I guess it just depends on how you're converting the heavens with the actual frequencies, and I think there's probably a lot of different options of ways of doing it.
Well, I was just thinking, like, physically, like the actual light itself, wave, has a frequency, and then just converting that to the audible note, and then recognizing that we're probably not going to hear it in that octave, and just bringing it to an octave within our hertz range that we can hear. So I was personally thinking of a very physical translation from the light's frequency to an audible sound.
Yeah. Well, have you ever heard of where they can actually like pick up sounds from the heavens, like with a really sensitive device?
Well, like a microphone?
Yeah, that the stars actually make sounds if you point a really targeted microphone at them.
Okay. I don't deny it, but it must be, I mean, it must be converting it, like I was just suggesting, to something we could actually audibly hear. because our hearing range is only, you know, so much. You know, like we don't hear X-rays, for example. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's another component that's trying to actually get the tones from the actual environment, like from the actual luminaries themselves. Like if you could focus something at Mars, like a telescopic microphone of some extreme sensitivity, where you could actually try to get the actual vibration of Mars, and then use that within the to be the actual tone.
No, to be based on the light. That just like with spectroscopy, you can't assume that the light we're getting here on Earth is the same frequency that's hitting the Earth. Admittedly, the light that hits the Earth is the light that we're influenced by. So maybe that's actually all that matters, not the true frequency. It's just the frequency that we actually get bombarded with. So there's also that too. So maybe literally just the light that does hit us through the nighttime is the frequency that we just need to reproduce the sound from. I think I just answered my own question. It's going to be easy. Because let's face it, we've got our atmosphere to contend with. So the frequencies that the stars do create, or the influence, is coming through our atmosphere, and it's that with which influences us, not the original frequency. Because it would definitely change upon hitting the atmosphere and everything that the atmosphere has within it. Unless I'm talking out my ass, feel free to correct me.
Yeah, no, that is true. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot in between those.
Yeah, well, I mean, I questioned their sun spectroscopy based on that, you know. So I can't then turn around and say, oh, we've definitively got the star's frequency based on spectroscopy from the Earth. That's retarded.
Yeah.
If only we could go up in a fucking balloon, hey, above the atmosphere and just do our own fucking experiments. Picard style, but something that sat up there for a while. I think I'd actually volunteer to do it. Be the Picard guy and go up and do that. That'd be fucking phenomenal.
But yeah, now you're talking. If we could get up to high altitude, that would be very interesting to see what tones we could pick up there. I'm just thinking of ways that instead of making a tone or frequency ourselves based on the positions, I still think that could be very interesting to do. Of course, figure that out. But in addition, the idea of actually getting the tones from those luminaries themselves, if that's in any way possible. Like if you go up to 120,000 feet and then you have some kind of a microphone with one of those, like, you know how they look like kind of satellite dishes, you know, and it kind of focuses the sound from far away.
Sure. Yep, directed. Yep.
Yeah, you have that kind of thing where you can try to receive, because then you could actually create music that is actually from those objects directly. Like that would be really interesting. I mean, if you had like some high altitude device that could, who knows, they're probably already doing this, but some high altitude device, or they're listening to us right now and they're like, you're just going to do it after we say it. But a high altitude device that could basically pick up, you know, targeted sounds from all the directions of these celestial bodies.
Yeah, you got to appreciate though, based on their model, obviously sound can't travel through the vacuum. So if there's a microphone you can send up above our atmosphere that's picking up sounds, that busts their fucking model wide open right there and then, right? Because sound can't travel. So any sounds that anyone has heard from space have been interpreted frequencies into an audible thing for us to go, oh, look, yep, you know, that's how that happens. So there are no sounds coming from any other planet in their model. It can't. It's not possible. Unless, of course, there is another medium. It's pretty funny, actually.
Right, so they wouldn't be able to do that and put it on the front news or anything, but but yeah, if they are sonoluminescent, then perhaps they are releasing some kind of tone.
Yeah, I suppose, you know, it comes down to fucking the meaning of tone. I suppose it's just frequency, and some frequencies we can hear and some frequencies we can't. And those that we can't hear, if we want to hear them, we have to perceive them in other ways. You know what I mean? I mean, sorry, if we want to... Sorry, I'll say that again. Some frequencies we can hear, some we can't. Some of the ones we can't, we can perceive in other ways, not audibly. And if we want to audibly perceive those other frequencies, we do need to fuck with them to bring them into a range that we can actually audibly, you know, perceive them. It's a tricky one. Because, you know, light is the frequency. So when God spoke, it could have been light or it could have been a vibration. It could have been either or. They both create the same thing. If you're with me.
I am, yeah. I'm just, I'm sort of like multitasking, and I might have to step away in a little bit, but yeah.
Too deep to multitask. Sorry, mate.
I know it's like it's in between, like so deep that it's hard for me to be. But yeah.
Don't feel like you have to keep me company, mate. I'm open fucking for anyone to chat who might be about. You probably should go to bed, eh? Your bedtime bed or what?
Not quite. It's only 8 o'clock.
Oh shit! Yeah, right. You back in your home yet, mate, or that's still not on?
Not yet. No, I had to extend at this temporary place because the power's still not back on. I think they're saying tomorrow is when they're saying it should be back on. So yeah, it's still still not restored.
They just keep fucking you around, don't they?
Well, this is by far the longest power outage I have ever experienced. That's for sure. I might have spaced out a little bit. I mean, on the last thing you said, I might have spaced out a little bit because I think I was doing something else. I was with you, but I'm still trying to think of. I don't know. Do you remember what the last thing you said? Unless you were going to say something else.
Oh, no, it's all good. I was just talking about how when God first spoke things into existence, you know, and so the story goes, it was his like light and vibration are the same thing. So he like the interpretation of speaking things into existence could have been just the production of light or the introduction of light. Because some people interpret that as sorry, I'm multitasking as well. As sound, you know, light and sound are interchangeable.
Absolutely, yes. I completely resonate with that. Yeah, I'm with you on that 100%. Yeah, there's no, that's definitely very fascinating to me because I think of all of consciousness as being, you know, light and sound and also electrostatics, electromagnetics, but even just on the light and sound, that actually is the like some of the core elements. Like we've got like in this world like earth, air, fire, and water, and those are certain elements that are at some core level that like everything comes from those: air, earth, fire, water. But even going back to like what even creates those elements, that's when I start to think of actual sound and light. And that's why stars are so fascinating, because if they are sonoluminescence, like they are that sound into light, like you said, like God speaking that into existence. And then like the stars are above us, like in this creation or world we're in, then the idea that like when we're like conceived, there's like a spark of light. Anyways, yeah. So all of that is very interesting to think about. That like that actually is at some kind of a core level of like frequency, and the combination of how sound and light create frequency essentially on multiple levels.
And structure. It's fucking that's the bit that amazes me the fucking most. When I see how the sound and light, obviously, that the vibration, frequency, can fucking create structures that are so familiar in life. You know what I mean? It's fucking amazing. Naturally familiar, not man-made familiar, you know. They resonate with all the nature's shapes. That's for sure. And you can see the sounds that are fucking like create disharmony. You know, like the water experiment and just even the semantics with fucking flames and the sand. You can clearly see the frequencies that, create disorganization and dis-ease, cellular dis-ease. Hello.
Exactly.
Have you read a book called The Invisible Rainbow, Gio? Are you familiar with that?
Don't believe I have.
And look it up, mate. I believe you would be interested in it. No one else here probably would be, but you may well be.
What's it called?
The Invisible Rainbow. Just about frequencies and the impact of frequencies. A husband and wife team.
The history of electricity and life. Oh, cool. It's got a globe on the front of it.
Yeah, disregard that stuff, mate.
Just
some people are focused on what they're focused on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of people just have that globe as their base understanding. So yeah, I mean, it's.
Oh, yeah.
I had built a website years ago, and it was for a different a particular project, but this was way years ago before I knew about the real shape of the Earth and everything. But I had a couple like semi-space pictures on it. Like it wasn't full on space, but so I mean, yeah, that's where a lot of people are just coming from. So.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, and they're so focused on what they're doing that they just don't see the bigger picture sometimes. And that's quite often where you get the people that are so quickly dogmatic to just go, that's rubbish. What are you talking about? You know, they just can't even take the time to even contemplate what you're talking about because they're so focused on what they're focused on.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, and for some
so
of
what
these
are you
folks,
doing?
It might not have been their journey, at least as of yet, to tackle this one, the big Earth one.
Oh, of course, mate. Fucking hell. It's only. I honestly think it's only 5% of people's journey. Like only 5% of us will even entertain the thought, let alone fucking take the dive. Like shit. And that's based on my experience of my direct contacts with who I know and throughout all of my life. You know what I mean? Like, so obviously other people can have different experiences and they might have 10 or 15% of their, direct contacts that entertain it and maybe look into it or whatever. But yeah, it's a minority without a doubt.
Yeah, the number of people that have even had the option of whether to look into it or not, let alone whether they have and have even gotten to the bottom of it.
Yeah, exactly. So caught up in their life, yeah, doing whatever they're doing. Obviously, football and all that sort of stuff, and soccer, and that dominates a lot of people's lives, man. Every lunch break, after lunch, it's all they talk about. They're making their fake, virtual teams and putting their tips in, and it's like, for a lot of people I know, sport fucking drives their life. It's crazy. They enjoy it, and Each to their own. I'm not knocking them for it, but that's what preoccupies them. You know, that's simple. Some people, it's making money. You know, they're driven just to fucking make money. Workaholics, fucking always looking for the next big deal and shafting people and whatever else. You know. And then there's the thinkers. Sit back, have a joint, contemplate. And for some reason, they're called crazy. I have been told many times from people, Shannon, you think too much. I love that.
You think too much?
You think too much, yeah. I take it as a compliment. Or I ask too many questions. Like that was something in school that fucking, you know, constantly.
What I've heard people
No
say
tones and
is, I've often heard people say that someone says to someone like, "Oh, you're overthinking it." It's like, really? Is there a such thing as overthinking? I mean, it's just thinking. I don't know if it's over or under. It's like overthinking it.
That's funny.
Does that mean that a really intelligent person is just an overthinker or what?
No, that is a unintelligent person's way to try and tell a seemingly intelligent kid to shut up. Well, that's what I think that is. You're overthinking it because I've never thought like that. So you're clearly thinking way too much. Stop doing that. It's hurting my brain. Gio, have you got anything set up in case this happens again to give yourself some backup power, or was it at that stage whereby even if you had more backup power than you did, it still would have meant you would have had to leave?
Well, this is such a bizarre, rare thing that happened. I don't think it's going to happen like this again. Certainly not this season, but I mean, it's an extremely rare thing. But yeah, you'd have to have like the generator I have there is like it's just one of those like 4 kilowatt gas generator things. So it's good for just like powering a refrigerator or something like that, but, or, you know, a couple lights, but it's not really set up to like kick the whole house, you know, into full power. Which is actually what's kind of needed, to be honest. To live in California, it's like you pretty much have to have your own power, believe it or not. Like the month they shut power off here, and so yeah, that would be ideal. But my brother was saying that the house he bought, it already had one of those generators in it. I think it's one that runs off natural gas, where the minute the power goes out, it just clicks on, fires up basically everything in your whole house, you know, just with ease. It just, you know, and it just replaces everything. And then when the power comes back on, it just flips back off. Of course, that depends on getting natural gas in that case, if that's what it runs off of. But yeah, I mean, those are the best. Or really having, you know, solar power and all that kind of stuff is even better. If you can have your own independent power, it's always good.
What stopped the power? What was the big event that caused the power outage?
It was a huge snowstorm.
So how would solar panel benefit you in a snowstorm and before a snowstorm and that?
Yeah. Well, I guess if your panels are covered with snow, that's a problem. But
well, I was just thinking, like, anyone where it snows, do you actually even have solar panels? Or is it because you still have 6 months of the year or whatever where it's good to go, you've still got solar?
Well, the climate in this area that I'm at, like, it doesn't, I mean, it is at altitude, but it doesn't even really snow usually this much. I mean, sometimes maybe 5 to 10 inches or something. You might get, you know, one snowfall, it usually melts kind of thing. So it's not really that big of an issue necessarily.
Right.
And yeah, most of the year is very, very strong sun and all that. But I'm just saying, like, to have a full solar array, ideally, if you're going to have snow issues, even a solar array that has heaters on the panels that can melt off the snow, you know, that
Sure.
would be cool.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if you had solar panels and then you had a whole battery system that would be storing that power, then at least you would be able to get all of that power, you know, from that.
Are you allowed to have
Look, it's a good system
like
to have that where you
propane
can have like
generators?
propane. I think so. Yeah,
Generators. Yeah. Okay.
that would be another option. Yeah, I'd have like external propane tank with a. Yeah, I mean, it'd be cool to have all these. Like if you had solar with the battery system, and then a generator to recharge the batteries, and whether that generator runs off gas or propane or whatever it would run off, to then, you know, restore that, to be able to restore that power into the batteries. So if you don't have solar, or if you need it to be recharged, you could fire up the generator just to recharge the batteries.
You just need the human hamster wheel, mate. Just whack one in the lounge room on the wall when the power goes out. In you get. Go for a fucking 2-hour stroll. Power up your batteries. Fucking good for a couple of hours. A couple of hours later, go for another walk. Just get the human hamster wheel. You've seen those, haven't you?
Yeah, I think so. That would be cool. Just like a bike that could generate
Yeah,
power.
it's all indoors. You could be snowed in. You could be snowed in for 6 months. You just hop in your little hamster wheel and keep everything going. It's the ultimate, mate. It's the ultimate. Or, do you know what's even better? Put a cow in there. Get the cow to walk for you.
Cow power.
Cow power, mate. They've got more weight. It's just based on weight. It's basically a step machine, like a hamster wheel. It's basically a step machine. They take a step up, and their weight pushes down and keeps the wheel going. So it's based on weight. They weigh fucking heaps more than I do, mate. So, shit.
I like hydropower too. There was a place I saw in Hawaii that, like, there's a big rushing river that comes through the property, and they had a whole hydroelectricity there. And I actually saw the setup they had. It was pretty sweet. It was like just harnessing the power from the river, just right there.
Oh, dude. The amount of fucking force coming down in water is amazing.
Yeah, and just to get and they could get a tremendous amount of power from it. I mean, I think they sold it back to the power company, you know, the whole deal, like, because of how much power it generated. It was just massive. I mean, it was enough to power everything on their property as much as needed, and to send some back to the electrical company.
Yeah, that's awesome. If you've got those sorts of resources at your disposal, you're very, very fortunate. Especially because, you know, the mechanical power, it's so fucking raw, and you can harness it for a fairly affordable amount, you know. Whereas, sure, we've got heaps of sun where I am, but for me to have solar and the batteries, I'm looking at fucking 30 or 40 grand to set that up, you know, for it to be actually remotely considered off-grid, you know what I mean? Where you don't need any mains power. Whereas, fucking hell, you can set up a water wheel if you want, and fucking put a generator in there for fucking heaps less than that. Instant power. So, you know, if you don't have a river, you can always get a cow.
I also like that tidal
I
power.
hope you've got-
They get power from the tides.
Yeah, that's phenomenal as well. Yeah. They should be doing a lot more than that. Have you seen the one that operates sort of where there are slightly bigger tides, like maybe 3 meters plus, where they build the big concrete box and water can go in and only air can shoot out a little vent in the top, and in that vent at the top they've got the turbine which does all the generation. So as the tide's coming in, it's forcing air from this concrete box as the water comes up out of a little hole, that produces energy the whole way as the tide's coming in, and then it just reverses as the tide's going out because all the water weight wants to suck air back in through the hole. So it just reverses. It's fucking brilliant. They could build these concrete boxes fucking everywhere. Everywhere. But they don't.
Nice. That's cool.
Oh, it's brilliant. It's much better. It's much better than having something in the water corroding with the salt water and needing maintenance and that all that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's fucking brilliant idea. Yeah, instead of micro fucking nuclear reactors, put fucking micro tidal generators, you bastard.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, even if these new modular reactors are heaps safer and whatever, are they safer than a tidal generator? Like, are they going to actually try and argue that? Oh, but you couldn't supply a city with blah, blah, blah. Fucking put some big ones in, you dickheads. I hope I've left you with visions of a cow in a hamster wheel, Geo.
Yep, you have. I'm imagining just Bessie back there on the treadmill, just powering the farm.
You don't need your cow to get overweight, mate. Yeah, you can't take photos or videos of this shit. It's either animal cruelty or fucking people are just trying to tell you it doesn't work. We all know if you turn a wheel that's attached to a generator, it fucking makes power. We all know this. Get in it yourself where you can put something else in it. Simple as that. Why do something yourself when you can get someone to do it for you? I can assure you, though, there are times when she doesn't want to get in. In which case, I have to actually get in or send one of the kids in there. She has enough at some point. Cruelty, my ass. Fucking, she loves it. She loves it when she loves it.
What's up, Jordan?